Outside Nurmengard, November 2nd, 1945. The air crackled with magic as spells exploded across the desolate landscape. In the distance, the crumbling remains of what had once been a fortress stood as a monument to ruin. Dumbledore moved swiftly, casting a streak of silver light toward his old friend. But Grindelwald barely flinched, deflecting the attack with a lazy flick of his wand. Dumbledore's breathing was labored, his body worn from the effort of battle. Yet Grindelwald, standing tall, looked untouched by fatigue. His movements were graceful, deliberate, as though the duel was merely a distraction. "Is this how you mean to stop me, Albus?" Grindelwald's voice rang out, resonating with a casual authority. "By flinging magic like a schoolboy in a tantrum? You disappoint me. I thought you understood what we set out to achieve." Dumbledore said nothing, his jaw clenched in determination. Each spell he cast was met with effortless resistance. His attacks, once precise and full of power, began to slow. Grindelwald had always been formidable, but now, with the Elder Wand in his grasp, he was beyond anything Dumbledore could match. Another blast of fire shot toward Grindelwald, only to fizzle into nothing with a flick of his wrist. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Enough," Grindelwald said softly, lowering his wand. "This battle was never going to be decided by brute force. You know this as well as I do." Dumbledore hesitated, his wand still raised. He knew Grindelwald was right. There was no defeating him through magic alone. With a sigh, he lowered his wand but remained vigilant. "And so," Dumbledore began, his voice calm but firm, "you continue down this path? You would see Europe torn apart to build your vision of the future." Grindelwald's expression hardened, though his tone remained almost gentle. "You misunderstand me, as you always have. Europe is already broken, shackled by its own ignorance. I do not seek to tear it apart. I seek to free it. I seek to elevate it." "And at what cost, Gellert?" Dumbledore's voice rose, filled with urgency. "The lives lost, the chaos, the destruction. Are these the hallmarks of your new world? What good is power if it leaves nothing left to rule? You believe yourself above morality, beyond good and evil, but in doing so, you've left behind humanity itself." Grindelwald's eyes gleamed, his expression unshaken by Dumbledore's words. "Humanity? I seek to transcend it, Albus. The strong must rise above the limitations of the weak. Morality is a cage, a relic for those who lack the vision to see beyond their narrow lives. Power is not a matter of governance or rule. It is the birthright of those strong enough to seize it." He took a step forward, his voice taking on a fervent edge. "You talk of humanity as though it were something worth preserving. But what has it achieved? Wars, division, suffering. The masses cling to their small lives, content with mediocrity, and call it virtue. But we, Albus, we are not like them. We were born to reshape this world, to forge a new order, unburdened by the chains of the past." Dumbledore's eyes darkened, and he shook his head slowly. "Your vision is not new, Gellert. It is as old as tyranny itself. You speak of strength, of rising above morality, but power without restraint is nothing but destruction. To deny the dignity of those you call weak is to deny the very thing that makes us human." Grindelwald smirked, a glint of amusement in his gaze. "Ah, yes, dignity. Another hollow word, conjured to comfort the powerless. You hide behind it because you fear the truth, that some of us are meant to rise higher, to shape the world as we see fit. The rest, those you pity, are nothing more than instruments of that destiny." Dumbledore's face grew stern, his voice steady. "What you call instruments I call lives, Gellert. Flesh and blood, with thoughts, with fears, with dreams. Your vision cannot see beyond your own will. And yet, you dare to call yourself a savior." Grindelwald's smile faded into something colder, more calculated. "I call myself what I must. The world is not built on sentiment, Albus. It is built on power. And it is those strong enough to wield it who define the future. And yet you've grown tired of wielding it, haven't you?" Dumbledore's voice was quieter now, probing. "The very followers you once inspired, they do not follow your vision anymore. They crave only the power you offer, and in doing so, they have become the very thing you sought to transcend." You are no longer leading a revolution, Gellert. You are watching the world burn. For the first time, Grindelwald's expression shifted, a flicker of weariness crossing his face. They followed the wand, not the vision. They lacked the courage to see what I see. Perhaps, he paused, his voice softening. Perhaps I have grown weary of leading those who will never understand. Dumbledore pressed further. Then end it. Lay down your wand, walk away from this madness. You cannot force the world to be what you wish it to be. Grindelwald was silent for a long moment. His eyes flicked to the Elder Wand, then back to Dumbledore. You want me to simply walk away? What guarantee do you have that I will not return when it suits me? Dumbledore's gaze never wavered. I do not trust you, Gellert. That is why I need more than words. Grindelwald regarded him for a long moment before a small, resigned smile appeared. You doubt my word. I suppose you must. Slowly, deliberately, Grindelwald focused his gaze on the Elder Wand. He turned it over in his hand, as though weighing the world itself, and then, with a single graceful motion, he laid it on the ground at Dumbledore's feet. There. I said I would lay down my wand, and I have. Take it. Let the world believe you have defeated me. Dumbledore glanced down at the wand, his heart heavy with the weight of what it represented. The most powerful wand in existence, surrendered so easily. He knelt, fingers closing around its hilt, but even as he held it, he felt no triumph. And what happens when they ask where you've gone? Dumbledore's voice was low, a whisper of doubt. Grindelwald stepped back, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then give them something to find. Craft the illusion of my defeat. Let them believe I am locked away in Nurmengard, a broken man, beaten by the great Albus Dumbledore. The world craves heroes. Give them what they desire. Dumbledore frowned. An illusion? You would have me perpetuate a lie. Not a lie, Albus. A symbol. Grindelwald's voice was smooth, persuasive. A story that they need. You and I both know that the truth is irrelevant to them. They will believe what they are told. And in believing, they will find peace. You will be their hero, and I... He paused, the smile fading into something more serious. I will disappear. Dumbledore's mind raced, but he knew, deep down, that Grindelwald was right. Without this, the war would never truly end. His followers would continue, seeking their leader, believing in his return. The world needed closure, even if it was an illusion. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. Very well, we will craft this illusion. But understand this, Gellert. Even if the world believes you defeated, I will never stop watching. Grindelwald's smile returned, enigmatic and calm. Of course, Albus. Of course. Together, they worked in silence, weaving the illusion around Nurmengard. The stone walls flickered and shimmered as the enchantment took hold. In the heart of the prison, Grindelwald's image appeared. A feeble man, broken and defeated, forever imprisoned in his own fortress. Dumbledore stood back, his gaze lingering on the illusory figure. The world would believe this lie, but the weight of it settled heavy on his shoulders. He bent down and picked up the Elder Wand, feeling its cold power in his hand. And yet, there was no sense of victory. Grindelwald turned, already walking away into the distance. You know this isn't the end, Dumbledore said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. Grindelwald paused, his gaze drifting to the horizon before he turned slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Endings are mere illusions, Albus. The world turns, and what we call an end is simply the beginning of another cycle. Power, like time, never truly fades. It only changes hands. He held Dumbledore's gaze for a moment longer, then turned away and disappeared into the deepening shadows of the night. Harry stumbled along, his short legs unable to match Uncle Vernon's heavy, plodding steps. Aunt Petunia marched ahead, Dudley's hand locked in hers as he whined for ice cream. As usual, Harry was forgotten, a shadow trailing behind. Occasionally, Dudley would shove him or Aunt Petunia would snap at him for falling behind. But today was different. Out of nowhere, an old man materialized in their path. Harry blinked. He was certain the man hadn't been there a second ago. Tall and imposing, with deep wrinkles etched across his face. The stranger's piercing blue eyes seemed to shimmer, cutting through the mundane scene like a knife through fog. The stranger's gaze locked onto Harry, ignoring the Dursleys entirely. "Ah, Harry Potter," he said with a slight accent, his voice low and resonant. Harry felt momentarily disoriented, rarely hearing himself addressed properly. More often it was boy or worse, freak. He wondered how the man knew his name but knew better than to speak up. Before he could respond, Uncle Vernon lumbered forward, puffing out his chest. "Now listen here, we're not buying anything." The stranger didn't even glance at him. His sneer barely masked contempt. "I wasn't speaking to you, Muggle," he spat, his cold, precise enunciation bolstering the harshness of the words. "Muggle?" Harry almost giggled despite the tension in the air. "That's a silly word." Uncle Vernon's face drained of color, his bluster faltering. "What did you say to me?" The old man's eyes flicked to Vernon, his tone now frigid. "Mind your tongue, if you want to keep it." Vernon's mouth clamped shut, his hand jerking up to cover it. The angry puce drained from his face, leaving it pale and sallow. The man turned back to Harry, as though Vernon hadn't been worth the momentary distraction. "I've been watching you, Harry. You're not like them." He waved a dismissive hand at the Dursleys, his tone dripping disdain. Harry glanced at Vernon and concluded it was safe to speak now. "What do you mean? I'm just me." Thin lips curled into a faint smile, something sharp glinting behind the stranger's eyes. "Oh, you're much more than that. You're special, Harry, like me. We possess something they'll never understand." Harry stared, wide-eyed. "What do I have?" "Magic." The word hung in the air, foreign and strange. "Magic?" Harry's mind spun. He glanced at the Dursleys. Aunt Petunia looked like she might faint, while Uncle Vernon was frozen, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. "Magic," Harry repeated softly, incredulous. The man crouched to Harry's level, his eyes intense, voice soft. "Yes, magic. You're a wizard, Harry. That's why you're different." Harry's heart raced. "A wizard? But I don't know any magic. I'm just Harry." A hint of a smile, sharp as glass, fleeting. "That's because they've kept it from you. The Muggles. They fear what they can never possess." "Muggles?" he asked. That word again. Bushy silvery eyebrows drew together like storm clouds. "Ordinary people like your aunt and uncle. Those without magic." Harry looked at Vernon, his face still pale. None of this made sense. Magic? Wizards? He felt like he was trapped in a dream. "They've treated you like this because they know," the stranger continued, his voice steady, pulling Harry's thoughts back. "They know you're special, and it terrifies them." A flicker of something stirred in Harry, a connection to every time the Dursleys had treated him like an outsider. Was that why? Was it because he had magic? But what does that mean? Harry's voice trembled. "I don't know anything about magic." The piercing blue gaze softened, if only slightly. "That's why I'm here, to help you, teach you. I can take you away from these Muggles." Away from the Dursleys? Harry resisted the urge to pinch himself, but he'd woken from this dream too many times. The man nodded. "Yes, you belong in a world where people like us, wizards, can be who they truly are." Harry looked down, uncertainty gnawing at him. It was all too sudden, too strange. But the thought of leaving the Dursleys behind, of escaping that cupboard, tugged at him. I don't even know who you are," he whispered. The man, no wizard, straightened, towering over Harry once more. "Ah yes, introductions. How rude of me." He extended his hand, lips thinning in a cold smile. "My name is Gellert. Gellert Grindelwald." Harry stared at the offered hand. The name meant nothing to him, but a feeling of danger clung to the man. Yet, there was something powerful about him, something that made Harry's curiosity burn brighter than his fear. Grindelwald's voice softened again, coaxing. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm here to help you, to show you what you can become." The temptation was too much. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry reached out and took the man's hand. Grindelwald's smile widened, a gleam of triumph flashing in his eyes. Good. Now hold on tight. Before Harry could react, the world around him twisted, the familiar street vanishing as they were swept into a place far beyond anything Harry had ever known. The air here was crisp, a sharp contrast to the sticky heat of the city. Harry clung to Grindelwald's hand, blinking as they stood on the edge of a cliff. The countryside stretched out endlessly before them, a canvas of green and gold bathed in the fading light of the setting sun. The wind whipped around them, and Harry shivered, more from the sheer strangeness than the cold. Grindelwald let go of his hand, stepping forward, his cloak billowing like shadows in the breeze. He turned back to Harry, a faint smile curling his lips. This is where it begins, Harry, where you'll start to understand who you truly are. Harry shuffled his feet, eyes wide as he took in the emptiness around them. Where are we? A place where you're free, Grindelwald replied, his voice quiet but firm. Far from the Muggles and their small, limited world. Muggles? Harry repeated. Like my aunt and uncle? Grindelwald's expression hardened. Yes, and good riddance. It goes against the proper order of things for a wizard to be raised by Muggles. Harry looked down at his shoes, still struggling to process it all. Magic. Wizards. This man seemed so certain. Could it really be true? Could he really be different because of magic? Is that why they hate me? He asked quietly. Grindelwald's eyes gleamed. Exactly. They despise you because they know, deep down, you're more than they could ever be. You have power, Harry, and that terrifies them. But I don't feel powerful, Harry muttered. I don't even know how to do magic. Grindelwald's smile grew sharper. You've done it without realizing. Those odd things that happen when you're upset or scared. That's your magic, Harry. It's inside you, waiting to be unlocked. Harry recalled some of the strange events from his past. His hair growing back overnight, or Aunt Petunia's vase that he'd knocked down and broken suddenly back on the shelf. Good as new. Could that have been magic? But why me? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Grindelwald stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. Because you survived something no other wizard could. That has marked you as one of great potential. Harry's blood ran cold. Survived? Marked? What do you mean? A shadow crossed Grindelwald's face. The Muggles lied to you, about your parents, about who you really are. His voice dropped to a whisper. Your parents didn't die in a car crash. They were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. You survived, and your forehead bears the mark. Harry's stomach twisted. Murdered. The word felt vile in his mouth. Grindelwald's voice grew sharper. Voldemort came for you as a baby. He killed your parents, then tried to kill you, but somehow you survived. That's why you're special, Harry. That's why your magic is strong. The ground seemed to fall away beneath Harry's feet. His parents had been murdered. A wizard had tried to kill him. It was too much. Why would he try to kill me? Harry asked, his voice trembling. Because even then you were a threat to him, Grindelwald said softly. He feared what you could become. Harry stared at the man, his mind swirling. Could this really be true? Could he really have magic power that someone feared? It seemed impossible, but the way Grindelwald spoke with such authority, there was something in his words that rang true. Grindelwald placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Come with me, Harry. Let me teach you. Together, we can make sure no one ever controls you again. Harry swallowed hard, uncertainty gnawing at him. But the thought of being free, of never being powerless again, was too tempting. Slowly, he nodded. Okay, I want to learn. Grindelwald's smile returned, triumphant. Excellent. Do try to keep up. And spun on a heel, heading away from the cliff's edge toward the treeline of a forest a short distance ahead. The wilderness around them was quiet, save for the distant sound of wind rustling through the trees. Harry followed Grindelwald, his small legs working to keep up with the older man's confident strides. They had been walking for some time, but Harry wasn't sure how long. His head was still spinning from everything Grindelwald had told him, about magic, about his parents, about Voldemort. It was too much for a 6-year-old to take in all at once. Grindelwald, however, seemed in no rush. He walked with a purpose, but not urgently. Every now and then, he would glance back at Harry, as if gauging the boy's reactions. After a long silence, he spoke again, his voice calm, almost instructive. "You're beginning to understand now, aren't you, Harry? The world is not as simple as the Muggles would have you believe." Harry looked up at him, still uncertain. "I guess. But I don't really understand everything. You said wizards are better than Muggles, but why?" Grindelwald nodded, as if pleased with the question. "It's not just about being better, Harry. It's about power. And power is not something that everyone possesses equally. Think of it as a natural order. Just as animals are ruled by their instincts, Muggles are ruled by their limitations. They rely on technology, machines, tools to make up for what they lack. In that way, they are above animals. But they are still bound by the same basic needs: food, shelter, money." Harry furrowed his brow. "But don't wizards need those things too? Like money?" Grindelwald smiled, though there was a trace of pity in it. "Common wizards, yes. They still live in a way that binds them to the world of Muggles. They have jobs, they earn wages, they concern themselves with things like gold and possessions. They don't realize that their magic gives them the power to be free of all that." He stopped walking and turned to Harry, his gaze intense. "Take this meal, for example. A common wizard knows you can't conjure food, so he or she will go to a market to buy food. But a great wizard, one who truly understands the power of magic, knows that the world around him provides everything he needs. Nature itself bends to our will. We do not need gold or silver when we can shape the very land to serve us." Harry listened, his eyes darting between Grindelwald and the meal. "So, great wizards don't need to work?" Grindelwald chuckled softly. "Exactly. Why would we, when we have the power to make anything we want? We control our world, Harry, not the other way around." Harry looked down at his ragged clothes, the hand-me-downs that had once belonged to Dudley. They were too big for him, and the shoes pinched his feet and holes had worn through the bottoms. "I guess. That sounds nice," he said quietly. Grindelwald's smile widened, and he raised his wand. "Let me show you, Harry. You've lived like a Muggle for far too long." With a flick of his wrist, Grindelwald muttered something under his breath, and suddenly, the air around Harry shimmered. The too big clothes he had been wearing faded away, replaced by a perfectly tailored outfit: robes of deep green, soft to the touch, and shoes that fit him perfectly. Harry gasped, staring down at himself in awe. "How did you?" he began, but Grindelwald interrupted him. "Magic, Harry," he said, his tone almost teasing. "This is what it means to be a wizard, to create, to transform, to have power over the world around you." Harry ran his hands over the new fabric, marveling at how different it felt. He had never worn anything like it. It was warm, comfortable, nothing like the itchy, ill-fitting clothes he had grown used to. Grindelwald continued walking, gesturing for Harry to follow. "And there's more, Harry. Far more than just clothes." As the two of them stood in the clearing, Grindelwald raised his wand again, the air around them crackling with a subtle energy. Harry watched in awe as the trees and bushes nearby seemed to stir to life. Leaves rustled, and from the undergrowth, small treasures of the forest began to appear. Berries, dark and ripe, floated gently through the air, followed by clusters of nuts and fresh greens. In the distance, a gentle hum signaled the arrival of a glistening honeycomb, trailed by a few bees. Harry imagined they were probably pretty confused. Harry's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold. The wild bounty gathered in front of him, arranging itself neatly onto a table that suddenly appeared at just the right moment. The berries glistened as if freshly washed, the greens looked tender and crisp, and the descending honeycomb dripped golden sweetness onto a plate that popped into existence beneath it. "This, Harry," Grindelwald said softly, "is what it means to be a great wizard, to command the world around you, to take what nature offers and use it to its fullest. Muggles and even most wizards work for these things, toil for them. But we can simply claim them." Harry stared at the feast before him, his stomach growling. He couldn't help but reach for the berries, popping one into his mouth. The sweet, tart flavor burst on his tongue, and for a moment he forgot his confusion, forgot his questions. All that mattered was the food in front of him, better than anything the Dursleys had ever given him. Grindelwald watched him closely, his expression calm but thoughtful. "You see, Harry," he continued, "Muggles, they rely on their machines, their technology to survive. They've managed to climb above animals because they've created tools to compensate for their weakness. That is why they seem to control so much of the world. But even they are still bound by their limits." He leaned closer to Harry, his voice lowering. "But great wizards, wizards like me and like you, Harry, we see the truth. We do not need to live by those rules. Magic is not just a tool. It is power, and power is freedom. Freedom from the small lives that others would impose on us." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine, though he wasn't sure why. He looked down at his new clothes, at the meal in front of him, and then back up at Grindelwald. "And I could be like you." Grindelwald's smile widened, a gleam in his eye. "Yes, Harry, you have the potential to be far more than you're currently equipped to imagine. You've already survived something no other wizard ever has. That event has great significance. It makes you unique, unprecedented. Magic itself recognizes such things. And with the right guidance, you could become one of the greatest wizards this world has ever seen." Harry bit his lip, feeling a mix of fear and excitement bubbling inside him. The idea of power, of freedom, of never having to live under the Dursleys' thumb again, it was intoxicating. But there was also a part of him that felt unsure. He didn't understand everything yet, but the way Grindelwald talked about power, about control, made him uneasy. Still, the thought of being free, of being more than just the boy in the cupboard, was too tempting to ignore. Slowly, Harry nodded. "Teach me." Grindelwald's expression softened, almost triumphant. "Good. You've taken your first step, Harry. Soon, you'll see the world for what it truly is." The sun dipped lower in the sky as they sat in the wilderness, Harry taking another bite of the foraged meal. He felt lighter, like he could breathe more easily. The Dursleys had been a weight on him, and the feeling of it lifting was an immense relief. He wondered if anyone would even notice he was gone. Albus Dumbledore stood in his office, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, sharp blue eyes fixed on the array of delicate instruments scattered across his desk. Normally, the soft whirring and chiming of the devices brought him a sense of peace. They were carefully crafted tools, enchanted to monitor the welfare of the young boy he had placed under the care of the Dursleys. But today something was off. The tiny golden spinners that usually rotated in harmony were now flickering erratically, like candle flames in a strong wind. A thin strand of smoke curled from one of the instruments, a faint signal that something was wrong. Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he leaned forward, his intuition telling him that whatever was happening was beyond the ordinary. He had known from the start that Harry's life with the Dursleys would be difficult, filled with neglect and cruelty. But this disruption in the protective magic hinted at something more sinister, perhaps an outright breach of the wards or worse. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore straightened and moved toward the fireplace, reaching for a small jar of flue powder. He cast the powder into the flames, and green fire roared to life. Severus. Moments later, the familiar, sallow face of Severus Snape appeared in the fire. His black eyes narrowed with curiosity and irritation. "Headmaster." "Severus, I believe I will need your assistance," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but laced with urgency. "There is something wrong with Harry's situation, and I intend to go to Little Whinging to investigate. I would appreciate your company." Snape's eyes flickered with something unreadable, perhaps annoyance, perhaps concern, but he nodded curtly. "Of course, Headmaster. Give me a moment." Within minutes, Snape stepped into Dumbledore's office, his dark robes billowing around him like smoke. He surveyed the disrupted instruments with a critical eye, the tension palpable between them. Dumbledore led the way out of the office and through the familiar stone corridors of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing in the otherwise silent hall. As they walked, Dumbledore spoke softly. "I trust your sharp eye, Severus. There may be details that I miss, and young Harry's safety is paramount." Snape made a non-committal sound, though his expression suggested he understood the gravity of the situation. The boy has been left with muggles, after all. There is always the risk of complications. Dumbledore's face remained impassive, but the hint of sadness in his eyes was undeniable. Yes, we must hope it is nothing too severe. A short time later, with twin pops, the two wizards appeared in a quiet, nondescript street in Little Whinging. The evening sky hung heavy with clouds, and a cool breeze stirred the air. Privet Drive was as ordinary as ever, but there was an unmistakable tension, as if the neighborhood itself had sensed something amiss. The Dursleys' home loomed before them, neat, pristine, and uninviting. Dumbledore rapped lightly on the door with the tip of his wand. After a few moments, it creaked open to reveal a very pale, very anxious Petunia Dursley. Her eyes widened in fear as she recognized Dumbledore, her lips thinning into a hard line. "Mrs. Dursley." Dumbledore greeted her with a calm smile, though his eyes were sharp with purpose. "Might we come in? I believe there is something we need to discuss." Petunia hesitated for only a second, her nervousness palpable as she glanced between Dumbledore and Snape, whose presence seemed to unnerve her even more. With a reluctant sigh, she stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Inside, Vernon Dursley sat stiffly in his armchair, his face flushed red with fury and fear. Dudley peeked out from behind the stairs, his small eyes wide with curiosity. The sight of the two wizards unsettled the atmosphere further, a tangible tension filling the room. Dumbledore and Snape made their way to the center, Dumbledore maintaining his calm demeanor, while Snape's dark gaze swept the room, taking in every detail. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," Dumbledore began, folding his hands in front of him. "I am here to inquire about Harry. I have reason to believe something unusual has happened." Vernon grunted, his mustache twitching with barely concealed outrage. "That boy isn't here," he blurted, his voice tight with nerves. He left." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "Left?" "Yes," Petunia chimed in, wringing her hands. He ran off. Just disappeared." Snape's lip curled. "I doubt the boy would simply run off without reason, Petunia," he sneered. "Tell us what truly happened." Petunia flinched at the sharpness in Snape's voice but remained silent. Vernon, however, seemed to gather his courage, his face reddening further. Some strange man came," he spat, "appeared out of nowhere, said he was your kind, took the boy." Dumbledore's expression darkened, his usual twinkle vanishing from his eyes. "A strange man, you say? Did he give a name?" Vernon stammered, his bravado faltering under Dumbledore's intense gaze. He didn't say much to us, only that the boy was special, that he didn't belong here." Snape stepped forward, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Did he say anything about magic, about what he intended for the boy?" Vernon hesitated, clearly unnerved by Snape's presence. "Something about power. Said Harry had power and that we were inferior. Called us muggles." Petunia's mouth opened and closed a few times. Snape sneered at her. "She knows something, Albus. I can see it in her eyes. I could extract." "Severus, please, that will not be necessary. I'm sure Mrs. Dursley will share the information willingly," the older wizard interjected, gazing at her expectantly. "He said he was Gellert Grindelwald. But that's impossible, right? Lily said he was in prison. For life." Dumbledore's expression darkened. "An imposter, perhaps. This man, did he give you any idea of where he might take Harry?" Vernon shook his head quickly. "No. Just said the boy wasn't coming back. Told us we'd never see him again." Dumbledore's face softened slightly, though the worry remained in his eyes. "I see. Thank you for your time, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. We will find Harry." The Dursleys, pale and trembling, said nothing as Dumbledore and Snape stepped outside, the door closing behind them with a soft click. Outside, the evening sky darkened, and the air was still. "We must act quickly," Dumbledore said. "If Grindelwald has Harry, he will not be easy to track." Snape's expression was unreadable, though there was a sharpness in his voice. "And are you going to explain why you don't seem surprised that Grindelwald is not imprisoned in Nurmengard?" Dumbledore nodded solemnly, his mind already working through the possibilities. Yes, yes, I will explain the situation to you and the other teachers who must be involved in the search. That information is highly sensitive, but it cannot be helped. Still, now is not the time for history lessons. Harry must be found before Grindelwald's influence takes root, and I cannot do that alone. Explain the situation, Snape muttered darkly under his breath. He glanced at Dumbledore, his tone now carefully neutral. Any suggestions, Headmaster? Grindelwald will not advertise his presence like a more foolish wizard might. Dumbledore's gaze was distant, his thoughts racing. We start with what I know of Grindelwald. He has always respected the terms of his exile before, but my agents abroad haven't caught a glimpse of him in the past few decades. I thought perhaps he died. His interest in Harry, however, is deeply troubling. We must assume he has a plan. Snape nodded curtly. I can search the places where he is known to have hidden before if you can provide a list. Indeed, let us return to Hogwarts with haste. I have some notes on Grindelwald's past movements in my office. With that, the two wizards disapparated, the hunt for Harry Potter beginning in earnest. The years passed quietly, but not without purpose. Grindelwald and Harry traveled far and wide, slipping through magical wards and barriers that would have stymied even the most skilled wizards. Grindelwald's mastery of ancient and exotic magics, honed during his long exile, allowed them to remain invisible to those who sought them. The protections Dumbledore had placed around Harry were little more than a quaint charm in the face of Grindelwald's knowledge. Harry, still young but growing rapidly in both mind and power, thrived under Grindelwald's tutelage. They wandered from continent to continent, immersing themselves in magical traditions far removed from the rigid British curriculum. In the deserts of North Africa, Harry learned the art of wandless magic, the ability to control his power with nothing but sheer will. In the mountains of South America, they studied ancient runes and spells carved into stone temples. In the deep forests of Southeast Asia, Harry learned how to commune with magical creatures and tap into the primal forces of nature itself. But it wasn't just magic that Harry learned. Grindelwald ensured that Harry's education extended beyond spells and potions. He was taught Latin and ancient Greek, the languages of the classical wizards who had shaped the world in their time. He studied arithmancy and astronomy under brilliant skies, learning to chart the stars and calculate the intricate patterns of magical energy that flowed through the universe. Potions were brewed under the guidance of herbalists and alchemists from distant lands. Magical history became a key subject, though it was always colored by Grindelwald's own perspective. Power and greatness, he taught Harry, were the true forces that moved history. Through all of this, Grindelwald nurtured Harry's independence. He taught the boy to question, to seek knowledge on his own terms. Harry was no pawn to be manipulated, no child to be coddled. He was being shaped into something far greater, Grindelwald's protégé, a great wizard in his own right. Yet, as Harry grew, something tugged at him, an insistent whisper in the back of his mind. Despite the rich education and powerful magic, he began to feel a pull toward England, a desire to understand his origins, to learn more about the parents who had died to protect him. The Potter name was a legacy he barely understood, and he wanted to know where he came from, to grasp the heritage that had been denied him all these years. One evening, as they camped in the highlands of northern Greece, Harry finally spoke his thoughts aloud. "I want to go back," he said quietly, staring into the fire. "To England. I want to learn about my parents, about my family." Grindelwald, sitting across from Harry with a contemplative expression, nodded slowly. He had sensed this moment coming. Harry's need to confront the past was inevitable. "You feel the need to understand what was taken from you," Grindelwald said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded, feeling a mix of determination and trepidation. "Yes, but I also want to see Hogwarts, the school. I've read about it and I need to see it for myself." Grindelwald's eyes gleamed, pride swelling within him. "Hogwarts, of course." He paused, considering the implications. "You wish to enter the world you left behind, to confront your heritage as a Potter. But you must know, Harry, that Dumbledore will see this as his opportunity to interfere once more." Harry's jaw clenched at the mention of Dumbledore. Over the years, Grindelwald had told him stories of the old wizard's manipulations, how he sought to control the magical world, and how he had kept Harry hidden and powerless under the thumb of the Dursleys. The thought of being subjected to Dumbledore's influence again ignited a fierce determination in him. "I won't let him," Harry said, his voice firm. "I won't let Dumbledore control me. I'll go to Hogwarts on my own terms." Grindelwald's smile was slow and approving. "Good. You've grown strong, Harry. You are ready to face him. But we must be clever about this. If you are to attend Hogwarts, you must do so in a way that protects your independence." For a long while, the two of them sat in silence, the fire crackling between them as the stars twinkled overhead. Finally, Grindelwald leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. "We will need to devise a plan," he said. "You will return to England, and you will attend Hogwarts. But you must be beyond Dumbledore's reach. He cannot be allowed to monitor your every move. Your freedom must remain intact." Harry's green eyes gleamed in the firelight. "How?" Grindelwald's lips curled into a cunning smile. "I have a few ideas." The portkey dropped Harry just outside number 4, Privet Drive, with a subtle, almost inaudible whoosh. His feet touched the ground lightly, and he stood for a moment, surveying the familiar, dreary surroundings. The neat, identical houses, the trimmed lawns, the monotony of suburban life. It was all exactly as he remembered it. But Harry himself was different. He was no longer the frightened, small boy the Dursleys had tormented. He had grown in more ways than one. Tanned from years spent under the sun in distant lands, Harry stood tall, his posture confident, chin lifted. His outfit was unlike anything the Dursleys or anyone on Privet Drive had ever seen. A blend of robes, silks, and rugged travel gear, woven in the styles of the various magical cultures he had lived among, made him look otherworldly. His hair, longer and wilder than before, framed his face, and his green eyes calmly appraised his childhood abode. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of his past pressing against him. This was the place that had once confined him, where he had felt small and powerless. But now he was back, ready to reclaim his identity. He stepped forward and knocked on the door without hesitation. His knuckles rapped confidently against the wood, 3 deliberate strikes that echoed through the quiet street. It took only a moment before the door was flung open. Petunia Dursley stood there, pale and stiff, her eyes widening in shock as she took in the sight of him. "Harry," she whispered, her voice trembling. He didn't respond immediately, simply looking at her with a detached, almost clinical gaze. She looked frilier than he remembered, her face pinched with the same sourness that had always defined her. But now that bitterness seemed tinged with fear. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said calmly, stepping forward, forcing her to back up as he entered the house. "I've come back." She blinked, still in shock, as if trying to process the change in him. Vernon Dursley came barreling into the hallway a moment later, red-faced as usual, with his blustering anger already in full force. "What's this? You've come back here, after all these years?" Vernon barked, his voice booming. "We told you. You're not welcome here, boy." Harry's eyes flicked to Vernon, and he smiled faintly, a smile that held no warmth. "I don't recall asking for your permission." Vernon's mustache twitched furiously, but something in Harry's voice gave him pause. There was an edge to it, something that hadn't been there before, and it made the large man hesitate. "You've always thought you could boss me around," Harry continued, his tone still calm, almost conversational. "You thought because I was a child, because I didn't understand who I was, that you could keep me beneath you. But things have changed. I've changed." Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line as she stared at Harry, her eyes darting nervously between him and Vernon. "Now," Harry said, taking a step closer to them both, "you can either treat me with respect or I can make you. The choice is yours." Vernon puffed up his chest, clearly unwilling to back down. "You think you can just come in here and order us about? We're not afraid of your freakishness." He spat, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. "I see you've forgotten what magic can do," he said softly, raising his hand. With the slightest flick of his fingers, the entire house seemed to vibrate, a low hum of power filling the air. Petunia gasped, stepping back, her hand clutching her chest. Vernon's bluster faltered as he glanced around, suddenly unsure of himself. "Let me remind you," Harry said, his voice low and commanding. The light fixtures in the hallway began to flicker wildly as he extended his invisible magical aura, casting eerie shadows across the walls. Dudley, who had been peering from the stairs in wide-eyed silence, gave a startled yelp and scrambled to hide behind the banister. Harry didn't need a wand for what he did next, either. With a mere thought, a few loose items around the house, books, picture frames, a vase, floated gently off their shelves, hovering in midair as if held by invisible strings. Vernon's eyes bulged, his bravado crumbling as he looked around in terrified confusion. What are you doing? Stop this." Harry's gaze remained fixed on him. "I told you, you will never speak to me the way you did before." The hovering objects began to spin slowly, as if caught in a whirlpool of magic. Vernon and Petunia stumbled back further, their faces pale with fear. Dudley whimpered from behind the stairs, too scared to even look. "And if you ever try to treat me like you used to, if you ever think you can control me again, you will learn exactly what I am capable of," Harry said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable weight of authority. With a wave of his hand, the spinning objects dropped softly back to their places. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the lights returned to their normal, steady glow. The house fell silent, the tension so thick it could have been cut with a knife. Vernon and Petunia stood frozen, still trying to process what had just happened. Harry regarded them coolly for a moment, then took a step toward the stairs. "I don't plan to stay long," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "But while I'm here, you will treat me with the respect I deserve. Understand?" Vernon, for the first time in his life, had no response for his nephew. He merely nodded, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to find words that wouldn't come. "Good," Harry said simply. He turned and made his way toward the stairs, leaving the Dursleys standing in the hallway, trembling in silence. This was not the boy they had once mistreated. This was a wizard who had come into his own, a wizard who would not be controlled, not by them and certainly not by fear. In his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore stared intently at the cluster of enchanted instruments on his desk. The delicate devices, which had flickered weakly for years, were suddenly responding as they once had. The readings were clear. Harry Potter had returned to the Dursleys. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. For years, the boy had been hidden, his whereabouts beyond their reach. Now, just as abruptly as he had disappeared, Harry had reappeared. Why? But there was more. The magic radiating from the instruments was altered, stronger, more controlled. Dumbledore knew it wasn't just the return of a boy, it was the return of a wizard, one who had been trained far beyond what was expected of a child Harry's age. And if Gellert had indeed been behind Harry's disappearance, then they were facing a dangerous situation. Dumbledore stood swiftly, his expression grave. He moved toward the fireplace and cast a handful of flue powder into the flames. "Minerva," he called. Seconds later, Minerva McGonagall's sharp face appeared in the green flames, her eyes widening at the sight of Dumbledore's urgency. "Come to my office immediately," Dumbledore said briskly. "Bring Severus and Filius with you. We may be facing something serious." Without waiting for her response, he moved to his desk, his hand resting lightly on the edge as his thoughts raced. If Grindelwald had indeed trained Harry, then Harry had become a pawn in a game far larger than any of them had anticipated. And if Grindelwald was at the Dursleys now, a confrontation was inevitable. The door to his office swung open moments later, and Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Filius Flitwick entered, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. "Albus," Minerva asked, her tone clipped with worry. "What's happened?" Dumbledore gestured to the instruments on his desk, the readings now steady and bright. "Harry Potter has returned to the Dursleys' house." McGonagall's brow furrowed in confusion. "But how? We haven't been able to trace him for years." "Exactly," Dumbledore said, his voice low, For years, the protections we placed around him failed. They were tampered with, distorted. Someone powerful, was keeping Harry hidden from us. Severus Snape's eyes narrowed, his black robes billowing as he crossed his arms. Grindelwald, he muttered darkly. The old fool's been playing with the boy. Filius Flitwick, standing beside Minerva, paled at the mention of Grindelwald's name. You think he's still involved, Albus? I'm certain of it, Dumbledore replied grimly. The magic that has shielded Harry for all these years is too complex, too foreign to be anyone else's. And if Gellert has returned with Harry, we may be facing more than just a reunion. McGonagall's face tightened. You believe Grindelwald is there now? At the Dursleys? Dumbledore nodded slowly. It is highly likely. The wards we placed around Harry's residence have been reactivated, but the magical signature is different, stronger. I believe Harry himself has grown significantly in power, trained, no doubt, by Grindelwald. Flitwick's eyes widened. If Grindelwald is there, we must be prepared. Dumbledore gave a curt nod. Which is why I asked you to join me. If Gellert is there, we cannot afford to underestimate him. He was once a force to be reckoned with, and while I would hope that battle is unnecessary, we must be ready for anything. Snape's face was as unreadable as ever, but his lips thinned. Potter has been under his influence for years. Even if Grindelwald is not physically present, the boy is clearly under his influence. He could be dangerous. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. Perhaps, but Harry is still Harry. We must hope that James and Lily's little boy is still in there somewhere. With that, Dumbledore turned toward the door, his robes sweeping the floor behind him. We depart for little whinging at once. The four of them stepped outside into the cool Hogwarts night, the gravity of the situation weighing on them all. With a synchronized crack, they disapparated, vanishing from the castle grounds and reappearing in the quiet neighborhood of Privet Drive. Dumbledore's eyes immediately swept over number 4. The house looked as it always had, ordinary, unremarkable. We must proceed carefully, Dumbledore whispered, his voice barely audible. Grindelwald is not to be taken lightly. Be prepared for anything. The group approached the front door, their wands at the ready. The atmosphere inside number 4, Privet Drive, was thick with tension. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick stood in the cramped living room, their eyes taking in the scene before them. The Dursleys were huddled together, pale and trembling, clearly shaken by recent events. But the real focus of the room was Harry, who stood at the center, tall and confident, with the air of someone entirely in control. Harry Potter had returned, but this was not the same child who had left years ago. He was tanned, muscular, and his exotic clothing spoke of travels far beyond England's borders. The Dursleys seemed utterly terrified of him, their eyes darting nervously between Harry and the visitors from Hogwarts, but Harry himself was calm, coldly calm. He met their arrival with an expression of polite indifference, as though he had expected them all along. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but filled with curiosity. "It is good to see you." Harry nodded once in acknowledgement, his eyes meeting Dumbledore's with a flicker of respect, though there was no warmth. "Professor Dumbledore," he replied, his voice smooth and measured. "I see you've brought a few of my future teachers." The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly, but his expression remained serious. "We were concerned for you, Harry. You disappeared without a trace for many years." "I've been well," Harry said simply, his gaze shifting to Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick in turn. "In fact, I've learned a great deal." Snape's eyes narrowed immediately, taking in the confidence in Harry's tone. "Learned what exactly?" he sneered. "From whom?" Harry smiled faintly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I've traveled," he said vaguely, avoiding the question entirely. "I've seen the world, studied under wizards from many cultures, and now I've returned to claim what is rightfully mine." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened slightly. "And what is that, Harry?" Harry met his gaze without flinching. "My place at Hogwarts. As a Potter, I am entitled to an education there, am I not?" "Of course," Dumbledore replied, his voice measured. but your absence has raised concerns. We must know where you've been, who you've been with." Harry's smile faded slightly, replaced by an expression of mild annoyance. "I'm here now. That should be enough. I will attend Hogwarts as is my right, but what I do outside the school is my business." Snape, who had been observing the exchange with mounting suspicion, stepped forward, his dark eyes gleaming with disdain. "You sound remarkably arrogant for someone who disappeared without a word," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Just like your father." Harry's gaze flickered to Snape, but there was no anger in his eyes, just calm indifference. "Interesting," Harry murmured, filing the information away. Grindelwald had never told him much about his family, but he had always suspected there was more to learn. "I'll keep that in mind." Snape's lip curled, but Harry didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he turned his attention back to Dumbledore. "I've returned to England to learn more about my heritage as a Potter, but I will not tolerate interference in my life outside of school. Hogwarts is where I belong, and that is all you need to concern yourselves with." McGonagall, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. "Harry, we want to help you, but we need to understand what's happened, where you've been, who you've been with." Harry's expression remained carefully neutral. "I've been with someone who has taught me a great deal," he said, refusing to mention Grindelwald's name. "I'm not here to threaten anyone or cause problems. I'm here for an education, nothing more." Dumbledore regarded him carefully, his eyes searching Harry's face for any sign of deception. But Harry was too well trained, too composed. The years of instruction under Grindelwald had made him a master of his emotions, and he gave nothing away. "I see," Dumbledore said softly. "And you understand that we are responsible for your safety, Harry. We cannot simply ignore what has happened." Harry inclined his head slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement, but not submission. "I understand, Professor, but I am no longer a child. I have my own life now. My presence at Hogwarts will not be a disruption, as long as my life outside the school is respected." Snape's scowl deepened, his suspicion only growing. "And if it's not?" he asked pointedly. "What will you do then, Potter?" Harry's green eyes turned to Snape, cool and unbothered. "I think you'll find, Professor Snape, that I am not easily controlled. But I'm not here to cause trouble. If everyone respects the boundaries I've set, there won't be any problems." Snape sneered, clearly interpreting Harry's words as a veiled threat. "Arrogant. Just like." But Dumbledore raised a hand, cutting him off. "That will do, Severus." Snape fell silent, though his dark eyes still burned with contempt. Dumbledore turned back to Harry, his expression one of cautious understanding. "Very well, Harry. You will attend Hogwarts as you wish. But know this, we are here to support you. Should you ever need guidance, you are welcome to seek it." Harry inclined his head again, this time a touch more respectfully. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I will keep that in mind." Without another word, Harry turned and left the living room, moving up the stairs. The Dursleys, still huddled together and pale with fear, said nothing. Their silence told Dumbledore all he needed to know about the hold Harry now had over them. As she softly closed the front door behind her, McGonagall turned to Dumbledore, her face tight with worry. "Albus, are we just going to let him go like that? He's clearly nothing like James or Lily." Dumbledore's eyes remained on the door for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "No, he has led a very different life than either of his parents. But he is still Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and we must tread carefully. Pushing him too hard will only drive him further away." Snape snorted. "He's already gone, Albus. His arrogance is insufferable. You heard him. He'll do whatever he pleases." Dumbledore glanced at Snape, his gaze gentle but firm. "Arrogance or not, Severus, we must remember that Harry has been influenced by powers beyond our reach. But he is still young and there is time. We will give him space. For now." Back at Hogwarts, the atmosphere in the staff room was heavy with concern. Dumbledore sat at the head of the long, dark wood table, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, as the other teachers settled into their seats. Minerva McGonagall's usual stern composure held hints of strain, while Phileas Flitwick sat quietly, his sharp mind clearly processing what they had just witnessed at Privet Drive. Severus Snape, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression as unreadable as ever, though the disdain in his dark eyes was unmistakable. Dumbledore cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. "We have all seen today that Harry Potter is not the same child we knew." Minerva nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. "He is far more advanced than any first year I've ever seen. His control over magic, the way he carries himself, it's not natural for a boy his age, Albus." "I agree," Phileas chimed in, his soft voice edged with concern. "He's learned things no child should know. His magical control was impressive, yes, but it was also unnerving. The way he dealt with the Dursleys, cold, almost calculating." McGonagall nodded gravely. "He was calm, but there was something about him. The way he looked at us, it was as though he believed himself our equal." Snape scoffed, his lip curling. "Our equal? He believes himself our superior. Did you see the arrogance in him? The entitlement? I've seen that before in another Potter, his father." Dumbledore's eyes flickered to Snape, but he remained calm. "Severus, we must be careful not to project our past grievances onto Harry. He has been through much that we do not fully understand." Snape's scowl deepened, but he said nothing. Dumbledore turned to the rest of the group. "I do not believe we should deny him a place at Hogwarts. No matter what has happened, Harry is still a part of our world, and Hogwarts is where he belongs. However, we must be mindful of how we approach him." Minerva nodded slowly. "He's not like any other first-year Albus. We can't treat him the same way." "No, we cannot," Dumbledore agreed. "But neither should we isolate him. He needs to be a part of the Hogwarts community, and that starts with us offering him the same opportunities as the other students, without pressing too hard." Phileas shifted in his seat, his brow furrowed in thought. "Perhaps we should make the first move. Extend a hand, so to speak." Dumbledore's eyes brightened slightly. "Precisely what I was thinking, Phileas. We will send you to Harry with his Hogwarts letter and Gringotts key. You can offer, politely, to accompany him to Diagon Alley for his supplies, though we will not force the issue if he prefers to go alone." "And if he refuses?" McGonagall asked, her voice tight. Dumbledore's expression remained calm. "Then he refuses. We will give him space, Minerva. Harry has been taught to be independent, but we must show him that he is not alone in this world." Snape shifted slightly in his chair, his tone dripping with disdain. "And what of the others? You cannot expect Potter to simply slot into the school as if nothing has happened. He is far more dangerous than any of us would like to admit, and he has no intention of playing by our rules." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, though his tone remained gentle. "Severus, Harry is still a boy. He has been influenced by someone we do not fully understand, but he is not beyond our reach. He has returned to Hogwarts for a reason, and we must guide him as best we can." McGonagall spoke up again, her voice more measured this time. "What if Grindelwald is still influencing him?" Dumbledore sighed softly, the weight of the question settling on him. "It is possible, but I believe Harry is strong enough to make his own choices. We must trust that his time at Hogwarts will help him rediscover who he truly is." Phileas nodded. "Then I shall go to him with the letter. We must show him that he is welcome, without demanding too much of him." Dumbledore smiled, the faintest glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Thank you, Phileas. And be sure to remind him that he is invited to board the Hogwarts Express with the other students in September." McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged glances, both clearly uneasy but resigned to the course of action. Only Snape remained unmoved, his cold eyes fixed on the table as if lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice low and bitter. "He will refuse. Mark my words. Potter's arrogance will not allow him to be a mere student at Hogwarts, one bound by the rules of the school. He will do as he pleases, and you will regret allowing him to return." Dumbledore's expression softened as he looked at Snape. "Perhaps, but we cannot turn him away. Harry deserves the chance to find his place here." With the meeting concluded, Dumbledore rose from his seat, his mind already turning to the months ahead. Whatever Harry had become, whatever had transpired in the years since he vanished, the boy was returning to Hogwarts. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of Dudley's spare bedroom. He'd claimed it as his for this sojourn in his former prison. His exotic robes, woven from materials gathered in far-off lands, seemed out of place against the dull, beige walls and worn furniture of the Dursleys' home. Surrounding him were a few of the trinkets he had collected during his travels with Grindelwald. Small magical objects that hummed with latent power, each holding memories of a place he had been or a lesson he had learned. But none of them could hold his attention now. The room felt stifling, suffocating in its mundanity. Harry drummed his fingers against the floor, glancing at the window. He had hoped for something, anything, to happen. His thoughts wandered to Dumbledore and his staff. What was taking them so long? Surely they weren't just going to let him sit here. Harry's eyes drifted to the television in the corner of the room. He had tried watching it earlier, flipping through channel after channel, only to find the shows idiotic and meaningless. The colors and sounds had grated against him, so far removed from the intellectual rigor of his studies with Grindelwald. It seemed laughable now how easily Muggles were entertained. Their world felt small and hollow. He let out a long breath, standing up and pacing the room. For the first time in years, he found himself bored. It was an unfamiliar feeling, one that gnawed at him. Grindelwald had always supplied him with books, rare, ancient texts that expanded his mind and sharpened his magical prowess. There had never been any need to seek out entertainment. He had been too busy absorbing everything. But here there was nothing. The knock at the door broke the silence, its sound cutting through Harry's frustration like a sudden gust of wind. His head turned sharply, his curiosity piqued. The Dursleys had remained as terrified as ever since his return, rarely venturing near him. So who could it be? Harry strode down the stairs, his movements deliberate and composed. When he reached the door, he opened it without hesitation. Standing there was Professor Phileas Flitwick, a diminutive figure with a kind smile that barely reached up to Harry's chest. Flitwick's twinkling eyes shone with warmth as he looked up at the young wizard. In his hands, he held a familiar-looking envelope, sealed with the crest of Hogwarts, and a small, gleaming key. Harry. Flitwick's voice was high and cheerful, though it carried a certain gravity. I'm sure you've been expecting this. Harry blinked, his face carefully neutral, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of interest. Professor Flitwick, he acknowledged, stepping aside to allow the charms professor inside. I wasn't expecting you to deliver it personally. Flitwick chuckled softly as he stepped into the house. Well, this is a bit of a special circumstance, isn't it? He offered the envelope and the key to Harry. Your Hogwarts letter and your Gringotts key. You'll be needing those soon enough. Harry took them, his fingers brushing over the envelope's fine parchment. He could feel the weight of it, the significance. Still, his face remained impassive. Thank you. Flitwick's smile didn't waver, though he seemed to sense the distance in Harry's tone. There's one more thing, he added. I've been sent to offer you the chance to visit Diagon Alley to gather your school supplies. If you like, I'd be happy to accompany you. For a moment, Harry didn't respond. He studied Flitwick, the professor's open, unassuming demeanor a stark contrast to the intense, commanding presence of Grindelwald. But there was something genuine in the small wizard's manner, something Harry found unexpectedly appealing. He could have gone alone, of course. He didn't need anyone's help, and yet, almost to his own surprise, he found himself nodding. I accept, he said, his voice as calm and controlled as ever, though a small part of him was intrigued by the idea of having the professor's company. Flitwick beamed, clearly pleased with the response. Excellent. We can leave as soon as you're ready, Harry. I'll show you the finest shops in Diagon Alley. I'm ready now, he said simply, stepping out the door with Phileas, the wind shifting around him as they departed. Though outwardly aloof, Harry couldn't help but feel a strange, cautious sense of anticipation as he followed the kind-hearted professor down the road toward a world that had been waiting for him all along. Diagon Alley bustled with witches and wizards going about their daily routines. their robes swishing as they passed shopfronts filled with colorful wares. The cobblestone street, lined with its crooked buildings and flickering lanterns, seemed charming to most first-time visitors, magical in its own right. But as Harry stepped through the archway with Professor Flitwick beside him, he found the scene underwhelming. Compared to the places he had seen, the magical marketplaces in Cairo, the towering spires of South American wizarding cities, the hidden, ancient magical enclaves deep in Southeast Asia, Diagon Alley felt provincial, quaint if he were being generous. Still, he maintained a polite facade, his expression calm, though inwardly he found the bustling street to be nothing more than a pale imitation of the wider magical world. Flitwick, however, was unfazed by Harry's lack of enthusiasm. He chattered happily as they walked, pointing out various shops with a childlike glee that was almost infectious. Almost. "There's Ollivander's," Flitwick exclaimed, gesturing toward the old wand shop. "The finest wands in all of Britain. I dare say they've been making wands there for nearly 2,000 years. You'll need to get fitted for one before the term starts." Harry nodded, glancing at the narrow shop window where wands were displayed like dusty artifacts. He already possessed several wands, each taken from his travels, each with a different history. But for now, he'd play along. Ollivander's was a name that carried weight in the magical world. The family of artisans had been here when the city was Roman Londinium. Even Harry found that impressive. "And over there, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions," Flitwick continued, his eyes twinkling. "You'll find your Hogwarts uniform there, but they also have some wonderful everyday robes, if you're looking for something more casual." Casual robes? Harry thought with a hint of amusement. His attire, collected from all corners of the world, was far more interesting than anything he had seen here so far. Still, he nodded again, maintaining his aloof politeness. Let Flitwick have his moment. The professor seemed to enjoy playing the role of guide, and Harry saw no reason to interrupt his enthusiasm. As they made their way through the crowd, Harry caught sight of various magical items in shop windows: quills, potions, broomsticks. But none of it sparked the excitement that Diagon Alley was no doubt supposed to evoke. To him, it all seemed quaint, as though the British magical world hadn't quite caught up with the rest of the global wizarding community. They soon arrived at Gringotts, the grand, white marble building towering over the street with its imposing doors and stern-looking goblins guarding the entrance. Harry had heard of Gringotts before, of course, but Grindelwald had never considered it necessary for him to make use of the bank during their travels. Banks were for common wizards. Grindelwald would simply pull whole ingots of gold forth from deep underground. In the rare instances it was more convenient to use coinage than magic to accomplish some task. Usually, there was a pile of change left over after whatever purchase Grindelwald made, which Harry always gathered up for himself, as he couldn't dredge up gold bars from a mile underground himself. Not yet. Harry showed no outward reaction as they entered the cool, marble-lined interior of the bank. Flitwick escorted him toward one of the goblins, chattering away about the history of the building and its importance to the British wizarding world. "Ah, here we are," Flitwick said cheerfully as they approached the counter. "Time to make a withdrawal from your family vault, Harry. I'm sure you'll be wanting to do some shopping after this." Harry nodded again, stepping up to the goblin at the counter. "Potter Harry," he said smoothly, handing over the small Gringotts key that Flitwick had given him. The goblin took it with a sharp, calculating glance before nodding and motioning for Harry to follow. As they were led down into the depths of the bank, Harry remained composed. He had no need for the gold in his vault. He had acquired far more during his travels, stored in expanded pouches and pockets in his robes, along with a few hidden caches in remote locations he'd created during his travels. But he saw no reason to reveal this. Let Dumbledore and his lackeys think he had a need for these resources. Being underestimated always made things simpler. The goblin eventually stopped in front of a large vault door, tapping it with a long, spindly finger. The heavy door swung open with a low groan, revealing piles of gleaming gold, silver, and jewels within. Harry stepped inside, his eyes sweeping over the treasure, though his expression remained neutral. He casually gathered a few handfuls of galleons into a small pouch, enough to last him for his immediate shopping needs. He didn't take more than necessary. There was no point in drawing attention. Stepping out of the vault, he met Flitwick's expectant gaze with a calm nod. That should be enough. Excellent. Flitwick beamed. Now off to get your school supplies then. There's plenty to see, and I imagine you'll want to have everything ready well before the term begins. As they ascended back into the bustling street, Harry allowed himself a small, private smile. He had played his part well. And though he wasn't impressed by Diagon Alley or the quaintness of British wizarding society, there was something satisfying about moving unnoticed through it. Let them think what they would. He had other plans. The hum of Diagon Alley shifted subtly as Harry and Professor Flitwick made their way through the bustling crowd. It started with sideways glances, curious stares lingering a moment too long. Harry, dressed in his exotic blend of magical robes, part South American, part Southeast Asian, with hints of North African craftsmanship, stood out like a beacon amidst the more conservative British wizarding fashions. He had been accustomed to standing apart in many parts of the world, but here the attention was different. The stares began to linger, and soon Harry noticed hushed murmurs spreading through the crowd. That scar. Is that Harry Potter? Within moments, the murmurs turned into exclamations, and the crowd that had once bustled with everyday errands now gravitated toward him. Harry felt the shift in the air as more and more witches and wizards stopped to look, their eyes wide with astonishment and awe. Professor Flitwick, walking beside Harry, noticed the commotion as well. He frowned slightly, moving closer to Harry's side, clearly concerned about the growing crowd. "Excuse me, everyone," Flitwick called, his voice polite but firm as he raised his hands, the effectiveness of such a gesture limited by his diminutive stature. "Let's give Harry some space, shall we?" But the crowd wasn't listening. The name Harry Potter had always carried weight, and now, seeing him in the flesh, alive and returned after so many years, was too much for the onlookers to ignore. Harry, however, was not fazed. He had been taught by Grindelwald how to handle attention, especially from those beneath him in the magical hierarchy. These were common witches and wizards, after all. They had their place, and as a great wizard, his role was to accept their adulation with grace. It was expected. He turned toward the crowd, his expression calm, but his gaze intense. He raised a hand gently, a silent command for quiet. The murmurings died down instantly, and the crowd watched him with bated breath. "I see many of you recognize me," Harry said, his voice clear and even, carrying easily over the hushed street. "I am Harry Potter, but this moment is not about me. It is about all of you. You are the ones who keep the magical world alive. You are the ones who, through your strength, courage, and unity, continue the legacy of our world. I may be the boy who lived, but I lived so you could thrive." The crowd shifted slightly, pleased murmurs rippling through the gathered witches and wizards. Harry saw their expressions change from shock to pride. They wanted to believe in something bigger than themselves, and Harry understood how to give them that, even if he considered his own words meaningless tripe. He had been trained not to make the moment about him, but rather to reflect their hopes and desires back to them. "You are what makes this magical world what it is," Harry continued, his voice warm but commanding, "and I am honored to stand among you today." A ripple of applause started from somewhere in the crowd, quickly spreading until everyone around him was clapping and cheering, their faces alight with admiration. A brief chant of boy who lived, rippled through the crowd like a wave. Fools, Harry thought, putting on a smile like a mask. He gave a small, graceful bow, the way he had been taught to do, accepting their praise with quiet dignity. As he straightened, he made a slight gesture with his hand, encouraging the crowd to disperse. Slowly, they began to move away, satisfied, many still murmuring to one another about how extraordinary it was to see Harry Potter returned. Professor Flitwick, who had watched the entire exchange in quiet amazement, was at Harry's side again as the last of the crowd thinned out. His expression was a mixture of admiration and something more, something that bordered on concern. "That was very impressive, Harry," Flitwick said, his tone warm but careful. "You handled that crowd with more grace than many wizards twice your age." Harry glanced at him, a small smile playing on his lips. "It's a matter of understanding what they need," he replied smoothly. People are easily reassured when you give them something to believe in. Flitwick chuckled softly, though Harry could sense the unease behind his laughter. Indeed, though I must admit, it's not often we see such composure from someone your age. Harry simply nodded, letting the comment pass without further response. He could tell that Flitwick was impressed, perhaps even more than he was willing to admit, but there was also a flicker of something else in the professor's eyes, a hint of worry, perhaps, or wariness. Harry had seen that look before. It wasn't uncommon for those who saw power displayed so casually to feel unsettled by it. He didn't mind. It was their place to be unsettled. The bell above the door of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions gave a soft chime as Harry stepped inside. The cool air of the shop was a welcome contrast to the bustling street outside. It was quieter here, away from the watchful eyes and murmurs of the crowd that had gathered earlier. Harry preferred the calm, at least for now. Madame Malkin approached him with a warm smile, her measuring tape already in hand. "Hogwarts, dear? Come for your school robes." Harry nodded, stepping up onto the stool without a word. As Madame Malkin began her work, Harry let his thoughts drift. His gaze roamed the shop, taking in the robes and materials with little interest. The door chimed again, and another boy entered the shop. His platinum blonde hair caught the light as he strode confidently inside, his sharp, aristocratic features and perfectly pressed robes marking him as someone from a wealthy family. Harry didn't give him much thought at first, until the boy's eyes fell on him, and he saw the recognition flash across his face. The boy's gaze lingered for just a second too long on Harry's forehead, clearly having spotted the scar. There was a flicker of surprise, but it was quickly masked by the boy's practiced composure. Harry could almost see the thoughts racing behind the other boy's gray eyes, but to the boy's credit, he didn't immediately say anything. Instead, he approached the stool beside Harry with a carefully measured smile. "You're here for Hogwarts too, I see," he said, his voice smooth, every bit as polished as his appearance. He didn't introduce himself right away, clearly giving Harry the chance to respond first. Harry turned slightly, studying him with an impassive gaze. He could feel the weight of the other boy's curiosity, the expectation behind the polite exterior. This boy knew exactly who he was, of that much Harry was certain. But he was waiting, following the etiquette he had been trained in. Harry could almost respect that. "Yes," Harry replied simply. The blonde boy's smile widened a fraction, the confirmation settling something in his mind. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said, giving a small nod as though it were a mere formality. There was no arrogance in the introduction, only a sense of assurance that came from knowing exactly who he was speaking to. Harry took a moment before responding, letting Draco wait just a little longer. "Harry Potter." Draco's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at hearing the name spoken aloud, though he masked it well. "Of course," Draco said, as if he had expected nothing less. "I'd heard you'd be starting this year." Harry said nothing, only watching Draco with that same calm, unreadable expression. He knew Draco knew far more about Hogwarts, probably even about Harry's own parents, than he did, but he didn't mind. Information was a weapon, and Harry had learned to wield it carefully. Draco continued, his tone conversational, but there was a hint of calculation beneath it. "My father's mentioned you, of course. It's hard not to, given everything that's happened. You must have had an interesting upbringing." Harry raised an eyebrow slightly. "You could say that." Draco's eyes flickered with curiosity, clearly hoping for more, but Harry didn't offer any further details. He wasn't about to discuss Grindelwald or his travels with anyone, least of all someone like Draco. Instead, Harry let the silence linger, watching as Draco shifted slightly, trying to find another angle. "I suppose it must be strange," Draco said after a pause. "Coming back to a world you've never really known." Harry's gaze sharpened. Draco was more perceptive than he had given him credit for. "It has its moments," he replied coolly. Draco nodded, still maintaining that polite exterior. "I imagine you'll get a lot of attention at Hogwarts. People are always curious about the famous, aren't they?" Harry could feel Draco testing the waters, trying to gauge how he felt about his fame. But Harry wasn't interested in playing along. Fame, like bloodlines, meant little to him. Power came from understanding, not from the expectations of others. People are always curious about things they don't understand, Harry said, his tone calm but pointed. Draco blinked, caught off guard for just a moment. True, he agreed after a beat, though there was a note of confusion in his voice. He hadn't expected that response. But understanding can come from knowing the right people, don't you think? Harry turned to him fully now, his green eyes locking onto Draco's with quiet intensity. Understanding comes from the mind, Malfoy. Knowing the right people won't change that. Draco's confident smile faltered slightly. Of course, but... Harry didn't let him finish. A wizard's strength comes from his ability to understand and shape the world around him. Magic is just an extension of that understanding. Bloodlines, connections, they mean nothing without the mind to wield them. Draco stared at him, clearly thrown off by the sudden shift in the conversation. He had likely never heard someone dismiss the importance of bloodlines so easily, and certainly not Harry Potter. Madame Malkin returned at that moment, oblivious to the tension between them, her cheerful voice cutting through the silence. All done, dear. You're all set for Hogwarts. Harry stepped down from the stool, his expression unchanged, but there was something final in his tone as he gave Draco a last, cool look. Maybe one day you'll understand. Without waiting for a response, Harry turned and left the shop, leaving Draco standing there, stunned and uncertain for the first time in his life. The narrow shop for trunks was dimly lit, the musty scent of old wood and leather greeting Harry as he stepped inside. Flitwick followed behind him, silent but observant, his sharp eyes taking in the various displays as if mentally cataloging anything Harry might need. But the professor, true to his nature, hung back, content to let Harry lead the way. Harry glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the rows of trunks stacked high on shelves, each boasting its own unique enchantments and features. Some were extravagantly designed, gleaming with polished brass corners and intricate carvings, while others looked more practical, built for durability. After the suffocating days at Privet Drive, his first order of business was clear. He needed books, and lots of them. The thought of collecting a proper library for himself made the idea of the trunk more essential. He would need something large enough to carry everything, but without unnecessary frills. Good day, young man. The shopkeeper, a wiry man with a wide smile, hurried over, clearly eager to make a sale. I can tell you're in the market for a trunk. And you've come to the right place. We've got everything from the standard Hogwarts models to more advanced versions. Self-cleaning compartments, built-in featherlight charms, even an automatic organizer for all your books and belongings. Harry nodded politely, his eyes drifting over some of the fancier trunks. But he didn't need a featherlight charm, and the idea of an automatic organizer was laughable. He had been taught the importance of self-reliance, of doing things for oneself. Grindelwald had emphasized that a wizard's true power came from their understanding and mastery over their tools, not from letting the tools think for them. Still, Harry let the shopkeeper continue his pitch as a courtesy. This one here, the man said, gesturing to a particularly elaborate trunk, has 6 hidden compartments all charmed with extension spells, and this model, he moved to another, includes self-locking mechanisms and an alarm spell for added security. Flitwick, who had been perusing a nearby display, raised his eyebrows, amused by the enthusiasm of the shopkeeper. Quite a variety of features, don't you think, Harry? Harry smiled faintly at the professor's remark but shook his head. They're all well made, but I'd prefer something simpler. The shopkeeper seemed slightly crestfallen but recovered quickly. Oh, of course. We do have simpler models, but you wouldn't want to miss out on some of these features. They make life so much easier. Perhaps, Harry said, his tone thoughtful but firm. But I don't mind doing things myself. The shopkeeper moved toward a more modest trunk, one that looked sturdy and well-crafted, without the excessive ornamentation of the fancier models. He opened the lid, displaying the interior. It was plain but spacious enough. Then, with a practiced flick of his wrist, the shopkeeper activated a mechanism that caused a hidden trapdoor to swing open at the bottom. This one's equipped with a magically extended room under the trapdoor, the shopkeeper explained, trying to salvage the sale. You could fit quite a collection of books or other belongings down there. It's a bit more bare bones than the fancier trunks, but still very practical. Harry knelt to inspect the trapdoor and the expanded compartment below. It was exactly what he needed: space to store a growing library and the essentials for Hogwarts without the unnecessary bells and whistles. Grindelwald had taught him caution when it came to advanced magical enchantments like extension charms. They were powerful but dangerous to experiment with, especially without a full understanding of their complexities. The rest he could do himself. "This will do," Harry said, standing up and nodding at the trunk. The shopkeeper hesitated, still clearly hoping to push a more expensive model, but Harry's tone left no room for negotiation. "A fine choice," the man said quickly. "Very durable. You'll have more than enough room for everything." Flitwick, watching quietly, seemed impressed by Harry's decisiveness. "A wise selection," he remarked, his voice kind. "You'll find that trunk to be quite reliable. And if you ever need help expanding it further down the line, I'm sure Hogwarts Library will have plenty of information on safe enchantments." Harry nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the professor's subtle offer of guidance without intrusion. "I'll handle it when the time comes," he said calmly, his mind already turning toward the books he would soon acquire. The thought of having access to Hogwarts Library, along with the freedom to build his own, filled him with a sense of purpose. No more idle days of boredom. After making the purchase, Harry and Flitwick left the shop, the trunk following obediently behind them, levitating gently at their heels after a flick of the professor's wand. Flitwick glanced at Harry with a thoughtful expression. "You know, Harry," he began, his tone light but perceptive, "I expect a boy like you, a curious, intelligent boy, will want to spend quite a bit of time in Flourish and Blots, looking for books. Perhaps it would be best to finish the rest of your shopping first, so you can take as much time as you'd like in the bookstore without feeling rushed." Harry considered this for a moment. Flitwick's suggestion was reasonable, and Harry found that he appreciated the professor's understanding. After days of boredom at Privet Drive, having ample time to browse through a collection of books sounded like exactly what he needed. Nodding, Harry replied, "That sounds sensible. Let's get the other items out of the way first." With that, they continued down the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley, quickly and efficiently gathering the necessary supplies. Harry moved with purpose, wanting to finish the shopping as quickly as possible so he could focus on the books later. Flitwick, true to his word, took a back seat during the purchases, only offering directions and information when Harry asked. Their first stop was the stationery shop, where Harry picked out high-quality parchment, quills, and ink. No need for extravagance, just solid and reliable materials. Next, they visited the apothecary for potion supplies, gathering a standard set of ingredients along with a well-made set of brass scales and glass vials. At the astronomy shop, Harry acquired a telescope and a set of star charts. Each stop was quick, with Harry selecting what he needed without hesitation. Finally, they made their way to their penultimate stop of the day, Ollivander's. The wand shop was dimly lit, with tall, narrow shelves stacked from floor to ceiling, each filled with long, thin boxes. The air was thick with the scent of wood and varnish, and there was a palpable sense of something ancient and powerful about the place. Grindelwald had spoken of Ollivander before. He had told Harry that while Ollivander wasn't a great wizard by any means, he was an extraordinarily skilled artisan, someone whose expertise in wand-making was unparalleled. Because of this, Harry entered the shop with respect in mind, though not deference. He was on his best behavior, but he remained composed, knowing that he was not beholden to anyone. From the shadows at the back of the shop, Garrick Ollivander appeared, his silver hair wild, his pale eyes gleaming as they locked onto Harry. He approached with a kind of deliberate grace, as though every step he took carried a weight of centuries of knowledge and skill. "Ah," Ollivander said softly, his voice carrying an almost ethereal quality. "Harry Potter, I wondered when I would be seeing you." Harry nodded slightly, his face composed as he met the older man's gaze. "I've come for my wand." "Indeed," Ollivander whispered, his eyes never leaving Harry's scar. "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter. And I remember your parents' wands well. Your mother's wand was 10¼ inches, willow swishy, an excellent wand for charms. Your father's was 11 inches, Mahogany, pliable. A powerful wand for transfiguration. Harry's attention sharpened. His curiosity piqued at the mention of his parents. Grindelwald had told him little about them, and the Dursleys had never acknowledged their existence at all. Ollivander's words were the first real details he had ever heard about his parents beyond their names. "You sold them their wands?" Harry asked, his voice calm, though there was an edge of curiosity. Ollivander nodded, his pale eyes watching Harry closely. "I did. They were both remarkable wizards in their own right. Your mother had a remarkable gift for charm work, and your father brilliant in transfiguration. Their wands chose them well." The mention of his parents' talents caught Harry off guard. He had always imagined them as figures of mystery, but now they were becoming real, people with skills and accomplishments that defined them. It was a lot to process, but Harry remained outwardly composed. Flitwick, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and stepped forward. "Your parents were some of the brightest students I ever had, Harry," he said warmly. "Your mother's charms work was extraordinary, and your father, well, his mastery of transfiguration was something to behold." Harry glanced at Flitwick, taking in the added details. His parents' legacy seemed much more tangible now, more than just names whispered in stories. But Harry wasn't quite ready to explore his emotions about it. Ollivander, meanwhile, had already begun pulling wand boxes from the shelves. He handed Harry a wand, but as soon as it touched his hand, it felt wrong. There was no connection, nothing that sparked any sense of belonging. "Give it a wave," Ollivander instructed. Harry flicked the wand, but nothing happened. Ollivander quickly retrieved another, offering it to Harry. Again, the connection was off. Several more wands followed, but none of them felt right. Harry remained calm throughout the process, though a flicker of frustration began to rise. "Curious?" Ollivander murmured, his pale eyes narrowing. He turned and reached for a box from a higher shelf, this one older and more worn than the others. He opened it carefully, revealing a wand that seemed to shimmer faintly under the dim light. "Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core," Ollivander said softly, holding the wand out to Harry. "This wand," Ollivander continued, "was made with a feather from the same phoenix that gave its feather for the Dark Lord's wand. A curious bond, indeed." Harry took the wand, and immediately, he felt it. A warm, powerful connection that seemed to pulse through him. The balance was perfect, the fit natural. This was the right wand. A soft, golden light filled the room as Harry gave it a small wave. "Ah, yes," Ollivander whispered, his voice barely audible. "A powerful match indeed." Harry studied the wand in his hand, feeling the resonance of its magic. The mention of its connection to Voldemort didn't unsettle him. If anything, it intrigued him. A wand was simply a tool, a powerful one certainly, but it was the wizard who commanded it. Flitwick, standing nearby, seemed more concerned by this revelation than Harry. "Harry," he said gently, stepping forward, "there's no need to worry about that connection. A wand is just a wand. It doesn't define who you are or what you will become." Harry glanced at Flitwick, sensing the professor's concern, but he wasn't worried. "It's just a wand," Harry said calmly, his tone even. "A good match, that's all." Ollivander gave a small nod, clearly impressed by Harry's composure. "It has chosen you, Mr. Potter, and I trust it will serve you well." Harry thanked Ollivander politely, tucking the wand away with care. The experience was significant, but he wasn't one to dwell on it. The wand had chosen him, and now he had what he needed. As they stepped outside, the sunlight of Diagon Alley greeted them once more. Flitwick gave Harry a measured glance, still trying to gauge how the boy felt about the wand's connection to Voldemort, but Harry remained as composed as ever. "Shall we head to Flourish and Blots?" Flitwick asked, his tone lightening. Harry nodded, a rare flicker of excitement crossing his face. "Yes, let's go." With that, they made their way toward the bookstore, leaving behind the quiet shop where Harry had claimed his wand, and, perhaps, a deeper connection to the magical world than he had anticipated. Harry wandered through the aisles of Flourish and Blots, his initial excitement quickly dampened by the quality of the books on display. His expectations had been high, Grindelwald had shown him the power of knowledge, and Harry had hoped to find tomes filled with wisdom, spells, and insight. Instead, the first few books he picked up felt shallow. British wizards seemed to have an odd fondness for flowery language and fanciful writing, particularly the more modern works. One section, in particular, caught his eye. A whole row of books featured the same smiling, winking blonde man on the cover, apparently the author, named Gilderoy Lockhart. His books had titles like Wanderings with Werewolves and Gaddying with Ghouls, which sparked Harry's curiosity for a moment. But a quick skim through the pages revealed the truth. Florid descriptions, ridiculous anecdotes, and the kind of over-the-top writing that did little more than inflate the author's ego. There was no real magic here, no knowledge to be gained, just empty words. Harry put the book back on the shelf with a soft sigh of disappointment and moved to another part of the store, hoping to find something more substantial. His patience was rewarded after a few minutes of searching. There, tucked away in the less frequented aisles, were older volumes, their spines worn and the titles embossed in faded gold. These books, while written in a somewhat dated style, carried a weight that the others lacked. The language was more formal, but Harry didn't mind. He knew how to read between the lines, to extract the real value from even the most archaic of texts. He quickly began to amass a pile of books, each one offering a deeper dive into subjects that intrigued him. Advanced spellwork, magical theory, ancient runes, potions beyond the basics. As he skimmed through them, one name stuck in his mind from a book he had briefly glanced at: Hedwig. It had a certain elegance to it, and he filed it away, unsure of why the name resonated but knowing it would come in handy. By the time Flitwick returned, having left Harry alone to browse while he attended to some errand, Harry had gathered several dozen books. The clerk had already levitated them into his trunk, the stack carefully packed alongside his school texts. Flitwick approached with a soft smile, holding a snowy white owl, its feathers gleaming even in the dim light of the shop. "Happy early birthday, Harry," Flitwick said excitedly. "I thought you might need a companion at Hogwarts, and every wizard needs an owl. This one here is a beauty, isn't she?" Harry looked at the owl, her sharp eyes watching him with intelligence. He wasn't surprised by the gift. After all, it seemed fitting that someone of his stature should be presented with something so fine. Still, he accepted it with a small nod of gratitude. "Thank you, Professor. She's perfect." Flitwick beamed, clearly pleased by Harry's reaction. Harry looked at the owl for a moment, the name from earlier springing to mind. "I'll call her Hedwig," he said, his voice calm and assured. The owl tilted her head, as if acknowledging the name, and Harry felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He had come to Diagon Alley to prepare for school, but in the process, he had gained much more: a library, a wand, and now a companion. He was ready. As they left the bookstore, his new collection of knowledge safely stored in his trunk and Hedwig perched on his shoulder, Harry felt a sense of quiet anticipation for what lay ahead. The world was his to conquer, one spell at a time. As the day in Diagon Alley came to an end, Harry and Professor Flitwick stood outside the leaky cauldron. The sky was starting to darken, and the busy energy of the day had begun to fade into the evening calm. Flitwick, always perceptive, glanced up at Harry. "I'll escort you home, Harry," Flitwick said, his voice kind but firm. "It wouldn't be right to leave you on your own." Harry didn't argue. He knew better than to push back when it came to safety, especially with Flitwick. And while it was true that Harry had learned to navigate the world on his own, he also understood that appearing too independent, too aloof from the structures around him, might draw unwanted attention. Besides, Flitwick was acting out of responsibility. The professor held out his hand, and Harry accepted it, feeling the pull of side-along apparition as the world around him spun and twisted. Within seconds, they landed on the front path of number 4, Privet Drive. The familiar, dull sight of the Dursleys' house stood before them. Flitwick released his grip and gave Harry a warm smile. "There you are, safe and sound." Harry straightened, adjusting his robes with a calm nod. "Thank you, Professor." Flitwick hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat. "Before I go, Harry, about the train on September 1st. Do you need assistance getting to King's Cross? I'd be happy to help, perhaps side-along apparate you again, if it's easier." Harry smiled politely, though inwardly, he knew the importance of maintaining his independence from Dumbledore and his network. It would be all too easy to accept Flitwick's offer, but that would signal reliance on the wrong people. "That's very kind of you, Professor, but I have arrangements already," Harry replied smoothly. "My uncle will drive me." Flitwick studied him for a moment, then nodded, though there was a flicker of hesitation. "Very well, Harry, but if anything changes, don't hesitate to reach out." "I will," Harry said, his tone respectful. "Thank you again for everything today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your summer." Flitwick's face brightened at the polite farewell. "And I wish the same for you. I'll see you at Hogwarts soon enough." With a final nod, the small professor stepped back and, with a flick of his wand, disappeared with a soft pop. Harry turned back to the house, his mind already shifting to his plans for the weeks ahead. The Dursleys, as always, were of no consequence. Vernon would drive him to the station without complaint when the time came. He would see to that as Vernon Dursley's car disappeared into the throngs of London traffic. Harry Potter stood outside King's Cross Station, watching the taillights fade into the distance. There was no fear or tension in his chest as he once might have felt in the Dursleys' presence. No lingering sense of dread at being left to his own devices in a city full of muggles. That fear had belonged to a different Harry, a child from what now felt like a distant life. Now, standing here in the heart of London with Hedwig's cage in one hand and his trunk in the other, Harry felt a calm sense of control. He was no longer that small, terrified boy who cowered at the Dursleys' whims. That part of him had been discarded long ago, somewhere between his first lesson with Grindelwald and his growing understanding of the real order of things. He had power now, and that power made everything simpler. The city around him bustled with life. Muggles moving about in their usual hurried, chaotic fashion, oblivious to the unseen world of magic that coexisted alongside them. Harry, in his foreign-looking robes, with his owl and large wooden trunk, caught more than a few curious glances from passers-by. Some Muggles slowed as they walked by, their eyes lingering for a moment longer than normal before they hurried off, clearly uncertain what to make of the strange sight. Harry didn't mind. He had grown used to the idea of standing apart from others, of being different. The Muggles might not understand, but they didn't matter. If one of them were foolish enough to approach him, they would quickly learn their place in the hierarchy of the world. He could command them if necessary. With hours left before he needed to be on platform 9 3/4, Harry decided to explore. The city had always held a strange fascination for him. It was a world he had only observed from a distance. His time spent either in the Dursleys' suffocating home or, more recently, in magical enclaves far removed from Muggle life. Now he wandered freely, taking in the sights. He passed a row of small shops, their displays reflecting the mundane needs of Muggles: clothing, food, gadgets, none of which held any real appeal to him. A group of children passed him, laughing as they ran down the street, clearly on some Muggle adventure. Harry's thoughts drifted briefly to what it would be like to be surrounded by children his own age at Hogwarts, after spending so long with only private tutors. It was an unfamiliar concept. Grindelwald had always ensured Harry's education was of the highest standard, delivered by skilled tutors in private, far from the distractions of others. Being at Hogwarts would be different, surrounded by other children, other wizards. It was a challenge Harry was ready for, though he wondered how many of them would understand his perspective. How many had seen the world as he had, learned what he had? Likely none. His wandering brought him back toward the entrance of the station, where the large clock ticked away the minutes until it would be time to board the train. As Harry approached the entrance, he paused for a moment, letting his eyes scan the crowds one last time. He was prepared for whatever came next. Hogwarts was just another step in his journey, one he would navigate with the same calm, measured focus that had brought him this far. And if anyone thought to challenge him, well, they would quickly learn what they were up against. Harry made his way to platform 9 with ease. The magical portal stood out clearly to him, almost like a beacon, its magic calling to him in a way that seemed obvious to his well-trained senses. He didn't need any of the assistance or guidance that other, less experienced wizards might have required. He merely stepped through the barrier, his mind calm and collected, feeling the slight ripple of magic as he crossed from the Muggle world into the hidden domain of wizards. The Hogwarts Express, gleaming in red, stood waiting on the platform. Students bustled around, families gathered to say their goodbyes, and the air was filled with the excited chatter of children ready for the school year ahead. Harry barely registered the activity around him as he moved with quiet purpose. He wasn't here for reunions or goodbyes. This was merely the next step in his journey. Boarding the train, Harry found an empty compartment toward the back and settled himself inside. The door slid shut behind him with a soft click, sealing him away from the noise of the platform. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, setting his trunk aside and placing Hedwig's cage by the window. The owl blinked at him, seemingly calm, her feathers almost glowing in the dim light of the train compartment. But as Harry sat down, a feeling crept into his chest, something unfamiliar. Nerves. He almost scoffed at the idea. Why should he feel nervous about something as trivial as starting school? After all his experiences with Grindelwald, the intense personal tutelage, the arcane lessons and dangerous trials, Hogwarts should feel like nothing more than a small stepping stone. And yet, the uncertainty gnawed at him. Closing his eyes, Harry leaned back in his seat and began to meditate, focusing on clearing his mind. He needed to push the nerves aside, regain his control. But as he calmed his breathing and centered himself, the thoughts persisted. He wondered if Grindelwald had ever felt this way, so uncertain, so off balance. Gellert had always seemed invincible, above the concerns of common wizards. He carried his power with a kind of natural authority, knowing exactly who he was. But that confidence came from experience, from years, nearly a century, of bearing it. Harry, despite his achievements, knew he was still young. He had potential, enormous potential, but potential wasn't the same as mastery. Grindelwald had told him to embrace who he was, to step fully into his power. But Harry wasn't sure if that was the right approach here. He could easily make enemies by acting like a great wizard among his peers. And while he had little fear of opposition, he knew that subtlety could be a more powerful weapon than arrogance. No, he decided. He would not present himself as the heir to greatness. Not yet. The wizarding world wasn't ready to see him for what he was, or, rather, what he would become. Here, at Hogwarts, he would need to tread carefully, bide his time. He could still excel, still rise above the others, but he would do so quietly, without drawing unnecessary attention. He was a wolf among sheep, and wolves were patient. They watched, they learned, and when the time was right, they struck with precision. Harry opened his eyes, his decision made. He would focus on his studies, both in and out of the classroom. He would grow stronger, smarter, and more prepared for the challenges ahead. The rest would come in time. Hogwarts was just another stepping stone in his journey, one that he would use to its full advantage. Harry's meditation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open. He opened his eyes slowly, his calm demeanor already in place, though his mind immediately shifted into alertness. A tall, gangly red-headed boy stood in the doorway, looking a bit sheepish but wearing a friendly smile. "Heir, do you mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full," the boy asked, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Harry's first instinct was to dismiss the boy. He had hoped to maintain solitude for the remainder of the journey, especially while he sorted through his thoughts. But then, almost against his own nature, he found himself reconsidering. He had resolved to blend in, to act more like a normal student, at least to a degree, and here was an opportunity to start that process. He gave a small nod. "Go ahead." The boy grinned in relief and dragged his trunk into the compartment before collapsing onto the seat opposite Harry. He glanced around briefly, his eyes catching on Hedwig, and he grinned again. "Brilliant owl. Is she yours?" Harry nodded again, watching the boy curiously. "Her name's Hedwig. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." He extended a hand, which Harry eyed for a moment before accepting. "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened at the name, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "No way, you're Harry Potter? Blimey, I didn't even recognize you. I mean, I'd heard all the stories, but I wasn't expecting to actually meet you." Harry suppressed the flicker of annoyance that rose in his chest. He had forgotten just how much weight his name carried among the general wizarding population. Grindelwald had warned him of this, but dealing with it in person was another matter. Still, he maintained his composure, reminding himself that this was part of blending in. "Yes," Harry said, his voice calm but not unfriendly. "But I'm just here to be a student, like anyone else." Ron looked a bit awkward for a moment but seemed to accept Harry's statement. Right. Just didn't expect to meet the boy who lived on the train. That's all." Harry inwardly cringed at the title, though he showed no sign of it. This was precisely the kind of attention he wanted to avoid. He knew he couldn't stop people from recognizing him, but he could at least control how he responded. "So, are you excited about Hogwarts?" Ron asked, clearly trying to change the subject. Harry leaned back slightly, allowing a small smile to form. "I'm looking forward to it. I've already learned quite a bit, so it'll be interesting to see how the school compares." Ron looked impressed. "Really? I thought Hogwarts was supposed to be, the best. Have you been taught by private tutors or something?" Harry hesitated briefly. There was no need to divulge the details of his past education, especially not about Grindelwald. Instead, he gave a more measured response. "I've had some education before coming here, yes." Ron nodded, clearly unaware of the understatement. "Lucky you. My brothers all went to Hogwarts, so I've heard loads about it. I just hope I don't mess things up too badly. I'm the youngest, so there's a lot of pressure, Harry studied Ron for a moment, noting the boy's genuine worry about his position in the world. It was strange to see someone so concerned about something that seemed so trivial. Harry had always been focused on greater things: power, knowledge, purpose. But here was someone whose biggest concern was living up to his family's expectations. "I'm sure you'll do fine," Harry said, his tone more neutral than reassuring. Ron grinned. "I hope so. What house do you think you'll be in?" Harry hadn't given much thought to the houses. It was a system of division, something that, to him, seemed quaint and unnecessary. But he knew it was important to the school and its traditions, so he played along. "I suppose I'll find out soon enough," he replied. "Do you have a preference?" "Gryffindor," Ron said immediately, his eyes lighting up. "All my brothers were in Gryffindor, so I really want to be too. It's supposed to be the best, Brave and all that." Harry nodded, though he didn't share the same enthusiasm. Courage, while valuable, wasn't the most important trait in his mind. Power, knowledge, cunning, those were the qualities that mattered. But he kept those thoughts to himself for now. There was no need to alienate his new companion on the first day. The compartment door slid open again, and a woman pushing a trolley of sweets poked her head in. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" Ron's face lit up. "Oh, yes, please." He dug through his pockets but came up empty-handed, his expression falling. "I don't actually have any money." Harry, who had more than enough gold in his trunk from his vault at Gringotts, nodded at the trolley. "I'll take some," he said, pulling out a few coins. He handed them over to the trolley and received a pile of sweets in return. Ron stared in awe as Harry set the sweets down between them. "You didn't have to do that." "It's fine," Harry said, picking up a chocolate frog and tearing it open. He passed one to Ron, who took it eagerly. As they ate in companionable silence, Harry's earlier tension began to ease. Perhaps this wouldn't be so difficult after all. He could be circumspect, keep his true self hidden, and still maintain control. He would blend in, but on his terms. Ron's chatter continued, mostly harmless, and Harry allowed himself to listen with half-interest, filing away useful information about the school, the houses, and the students who awaited him at Hogwarts. The compartment door slid open, and a round-faced boy hesitantly peeked inside. "Excuse me," he said in a nervous voice. "Have you seen a toad? I've lost mine. His name's Trevor." Ron, who had been lazily waving his wand over his rat, Scabbers, glanced up. "Haven't seen any toads," he said. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "But check this out. Fred and George taught me a spell to turn Scabbers yellow." He pointed his wand at the rat again, muttering a few words. Nothing happened. Scabbers remained his usual, disinterested self. Before anyone could react, a girl with wild brown hair stepped past the boy in the doorway. "That's not a real spell," she said with a brisk certainty as she entered the compartment. "You're probably pronouncing it wrong. Color-changing spells are difficult, and I doubt your brothers could have taught you something that advanced. Ron flushed. It's real. It worked for them. He glared at the girl, clearly frustrated by the interruption. Unfazed, the girl gave him a skeptical look before turning her attention to the rest of the compartment. Her eyes landed on Harry, and her expression changed instantly. Her gaze darted to the scar on his forehead, and her eyes widened in recognition. "You're Harry Potter!" she exclaimed, her voice full of awe. The boy with the missing toad shifted awkwardly next to her, clearly wanting to leave, but too shy to say anything. His eyes flickered toward Harry, but he stayed silent. The bushy-haired girl, undeterred, launched into a rapid string of facts. "I've read all about you. You're in Hogwarts, a history, and I've seen your name mentioned in countless books about the dark arts and—" Harry, still calm but now slightly weary of the attention, raised a hand. "I appreciate that," he said, cutting her off gently. "But it's polite to let people introduce themselves first." She stopped mid-sentence, blinking as if she hadn't considered that. Her cheeks flushed lightly as she processed his words. "Oh," she said, clearly flustered. "I didn't mean to. Well, everyone knows who you are." Harry's gaze softened. "That may be true, but it's still better to let someone introduce themselves, even if you already know who they are." She stared at him for a moment, the weight of his words settling in. Slowly, she nodded. "You're right. I didn't think about that. I'm sorry." The boy, who had been standing quietly behind her, suddenly spoke up, his voice barely above a mumble. "Yeah, it's always good to let people, say who they are. I'm Neville Longbottom." Harry gave Neville a small nod, appreciating the boy's quiet support. "Thank you, Neville." Hermione, now more thoughtful, extended her hand. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." Harry shook her hand, a small, polite smile forming. "Harry Potter. Nice to meet you." Ron, still looking a little disgruntled from the earlier exchange, muttered, "I'm Ron Weasley, but I guess no one's heard of me." Hermione gave him a wry smile. "Well, no, but I suppose not everyone has to be famous." Ron huffed, though his expression softened slightly. "Yeah, well, at least I'm not going around correcting everyone's spells." Hermione's face twitched, but she didn't respond to Ron's comment. Instead, she glanced back at Neville, who was still anxiously gripping the door handle. "We should keep looking for Trevor," she said, her voice more subdued now. "He's got to be somewhere." Neville nodded, clearly relieved to be moving on. "Right, thanks for your help anyway," he said to Harry and Ron, his voice barely above a whisper. "Good luck finding him," Harry said, watching as the two left the compartment. Once the door slid shut behind them, Ron let out a long breath. "Blimey, she's intense," he muttered. Harry leaned back in his seat, his thoughts still lingering on the brief interaction. "She's just eager," he replied after a moment. "There's nothing wrong with that." Ron gave him a dubious look. "If you say so, bet she'll be in Ravenclaw with all the other bookish types." Harry didn't respond, but his mind was already turning. Hermione Granger was sharp, and that kind of drive could be useful. Still, for now, it was enough to observe. The train rumbled onward, and Harry's thoughts drifted back to Hogwarts. There would be much to learn in the months ahead, and not just from the classes. As the train pulled into the station, the first years scrambled to catch a glimpse of Hogwarts. The castle loomed in the distance, towering over the grounds with its stone spires and flickering lights. Harry took it in with a mild curiosity, noting the details without the awe that gripped his peers. Compared to some of the ancient magical sites he had visited with Grindelwald, Hogwarts was grand, but not overwhelmingly so. The boat ride across the dark lake had been calm, the water eerily still beneath the towering figure of Hogwarts. The first years around Harry whispered to one another, craning their necks to take in the sight of the castle. Harry, however, remained unimpressed. He'd seen older, grander places during his travels with Grindelwald. Hogwarts was imposing, sure, but he was here for something more than architecture. When the boats docked, they were led into the vast entrance hall. It was impressive, if only for its size. As they waited, A chill filled the air, and suddenly, ghosts began to glide through the walls. Some of the students gasped, pointing at the specters in amazement. Harry narrowed his eyes, more intrigued than shocked. Ghosts? In most of the places he had visited with Gellert, the dead were treated with reverence, guided to rest. Yet here, they floated aimlessly, mingling with students as though they belonged. Restless spirits, just floating about? Harry mused quietly, suppressing a smirk. Strange. They'd never let this fly in Tibet or Cambodia. In Tibet, the monks chanted for days to ensure a soul's peaceful passage, their magic woven into the air itself, a harmony between spirit and nature. The dead moved on, their presence a fleeting echo. In Cambodia, he'd watched sorcerers bind spirits to sacred urns, their magic heavy with purpose. The dead remained guardians, tethered by duty to their families and lands. But here, the ghosts wandered freely. Harry's gaze followed one as it drifted past, its form pale, flickering in the candlelight. No ritual, no higher purpose, just an aimless shadow, as though forgotten by time. Hogwarts treated its ghosts like relics, remnants of something half-remembered. Tibetan shamans would think this place is a den of necromancers, Harry thought, almost amused by the contrast. He shook his head. In the places he had been, spirits were tied to something greater, bound by powerful rites. Here, they felt like echoes with no guide, no destination. What's keeping them here? Soon after, they were led into the great hall for the sorting. The enchanted ceiling, the floating candles. None of it took Harry by surprise. He'd seen magic used in more creative ways before. Still, he noted everything, cataloging the intricacies for later. When his name was called, a murmur rippled through the hall. Harry didn't mind the attention. He walked calmly to the stool, sat, and felt the familiar weight of the sorting hat slip over his head. The hall seemed to grow quieter as the hat adjusted itself, slipping just over his eyes. "Ah, Harry Potter," the hat murmured, its voice low and thoughtful. "Curious, very curious. I've seen many minds over the years, but yours... Yes, you are different." Harry sat still, eyes unfocused as he kept his thoughts deliberately guarded. He wasn't surprised by the hat's observation, nor did he allow himself to react. This was part of the ritual, and Harry knew how to play his part. "Different how?" he asked. "There's ambition in you," the hat continued. "Sharp, well-formed, much like those in Slytherin. But ambition, for you, is not an end in itself, is it? You see power as a tool, a means to something greater." Harry's lips quirked at the hat's circuitousness. "And what would that be?" The hat paused, as though weighing its response. "That's the question, isn't it? Most crave power for security, for control. But you have a different perspective. Power without purpose doesn't interest you. You want something more deliberate." "I know what happens when power lacks purpose," Harry thought, his mind briefly flashing to memories of lessons with Grindelwald, discussions of the great leaders of history. Purpose is what defines control. Slytherin can't offer me that. The hat hummed in response. Slytherin offers paths to power, direct paths, ones you could walk. But you've already seen their flaws, haven't you? There's no challenge in the obvious. Harry's mind sharpened. Subtlety wins where force fails. Slytherin's too obvious. "Indeed," the hat chuckled softly. "You'd be well matched with those who walk that path, the Malfoys, for instance. But their ways, predictable though they are, don't entice you." "I've no interest in playing their games." Harry's thoughts were cold, detached. He could respect ambition, but not if it was rooted in arrogance or short-sightedness. They mistake influence for power. "And you don't?" the hat asked, its tone probing deeper now. "Influence can be fleeting," Harry countered. "Power is only true when it endures, when it's rooted in understanding, not just strength. Slytherin teaches control over others. I need control over myself." "Ah!" The hat's voice turned thoughtful again. "Now, that's a subtlety Slytherin lacks. You see, Ravenclaw values knowledge above all, true understanding. Not just to gain an edge, but to grow." "I've seen power fail," Harry countered. thinking of his travels with Grindelwald, to the ruins of civilizations long forgotten. Without understanding, power destroys itself. A lesson learned young, the hat murmured. Most take years, decades even, to grasp such a truth. But you've seen it already, power untempered by knowledge collapses. You're seeking more than mere control, Harry. You're searching for balance. Harry's mind lingered on the word, balance. It was something he had never quite put into words, but it resonated. He wasn't seeking domination, nor was he interested in reckless ambition. Power, in his view, had to be balanced with knowledge, with restraint. Balance doesn't mean weakness, Harry thought. It means knowing when to act and when to wait. The hat chuckled, darkly amused. Oh, you'll find Ravenclaw will challenge you. It will sharpen that mind of yours, give you the space to refine yourself. But knowledge is a double-edged sword. Can illuminate, but it can also consume. Many brilliant minds have been lost to obsession. What makes you think you can escape that fate? Harry's expression remained impassive, but inside, he weighed the warning. He'd seen obsession in others, perhaps even glimpsed it in himself. I've seen what obsession does. I've learned control. Perhaps you have, the hat conceded. But obsession comes quietly, doesn't it? Slowly, until it becomes everything. I'll manage, Harry's thoughts were firm, but there was an edge of caution there. He understood the risk, but he had learned from the best how to navigate it. Perhaps you will, the hat mused, its tone growing thoughtful again. Ravenclaw will help you become what you desire, even if you aren't sure what that is yet. Harry allowed himself a faint smirk. Then I'll find out. The hat chuckled softly once more, as if sharing in Harry's quiet ambition. Ravenclaw, it called out. The hat was lifted off and Harry stood, making his way to the Ravenclaw table. Whispers followed him, faint and curious. The name Harry Potter was on everyone's lips, but as far as anyone knew, he was just a legend brought to life. No one here knew anything about him beyond the story. The boy who lived. Harry took a seat near the middle of the long Ravenclaw table, catching a few cautious glances from his new housemates. The great hall buzzed with the chatter of students and the clinking of silverware. Enchanted candles floated overhead, casting a warm glow that flickered off the towering stone walls. The rich smell of roasted meats and savory pies filled the air, mingling with the sweetness of pumpkin juice being poured into goblets. Across from him, a boy with sharp blue eyes leaned forward with a smirk. Harry Potter, huh? There was a casual curiosity in his voice, the kind of probing Harry had grown used to. They always wanted to know more than the name, to see if the legend lived up to the stories. Terry, Harry replied, nodding once, his tone as even as the boy's. Terry blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he grinned. Terry Boot. Next to Terry, a girl with long dark hair studied Harry with quiet curiosity. Padma Patil, she said, her voice calm. I guess we've all heard of you. Harry gave her a faint smile. So I've been told. A few seats down, a girl with reddish-brown hair leaned in, her grin mischievous. What's it like? She asked, gesturing vaguely. You know, being you? Harry met her gaze, weighing the question. Elsa Laird, he remembered from her sorting. She wasn't prying exactly, but she wanted a reaction. He wasn't going to give her one. Same as being anyone else, I suppose. Elsa laughed lightly, a few others nearby chuckling with her. You're going to fit right in here. The conversation flowed around him as dishes of roast potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, and bangers and mash floated by on enchanted platters. Harry reached for a goblet of pumpkin juice, the sweet scent mixing with the warm air. He sipped it slowly, letting the conversation swirl as he listened more than spoke. Just then, a girl with long brown hair and a prefect's badge slid into the seat beside him. Penelope Clearwater, she said smoothly. 5th year, prefect. Ravenclaw's lucky to have you, Potter. You'll find we're all about learning, thinking things through, and asking the right questions. Penelope had an air of quiet authority, her words deliberate but not pressing. Harry sensed she was used to guiding conversations, subtly steering them. He tilted his head, curious. What kind of questions? Penelope's smile widened just a touch. The ones that matter, she replied, her tone leaving no room for doubt. A boy across the table with curly reddish hair jumped in next. Ravenclaw, though? Thought you'd be in Gryffindor for sure. Harry glanced at the red and gold table where the Gryffindors laughed and cheered, always the loudest in the room. He knew the assumptions people made about him. People make assumptions, he said lightly. Doesn't mean they're right. Terry chuckled at that. Looks like you know how to handle it. Harry just shrugged, letting the moment pass. The expectations were something he'd grown accustomed to, a background hum in every conversation. You get used to it. The red-haired boy who'd been sorted into Ravenclaw before him, Anthony Goldstein, wasn't quite done. Fair enough, he said, watching Harry closely. Just figured you'd follow in your parents' footsteps, you know? Harry set his goblet back down, brushing his fingers against the smooth wood of the table. Maybe I'm here to make my own, he replied, his tone casual but pointed. There was a pause, the answer hanging just long enough for them to catch the weight of it. He wasn't about to be defined by anyone else's path. Across the table, a tall boy with dark hair leaned forward, a grin spreading across his face. Roger Davies, 3rd year. You thinking about trying out for Quidditch? We could use someone like you. Roger's confidence was palpable. His tone friendly but with an edge that spoke of ambition. Quidditch wasn't just a game for him, it was a stage. Harry wasn't ready to commit to anything just yet. He needed to see how the players moved before joining the game. Maybe, he said, deflecting. Haven't decided yet. You captain. Roger's grin widened. Not yet. Soon. Beside him, a pretty dark-haired girl introduced herself as Cho Chong, a 2nd year. With an easy smile, she nudged Roger playfully. He's always recruiting, she said. Don't let him rope you into it if you're not ready. Roger raised his hands in mock defense. Hey, I'm just saying we need fresh talent. A voice from further down the table cut in, calm and steady. Robert Hilliard, 5th-year prefect, the boy said, meeting Harry's eyes with a level gaze. You'll find there's more to Ravenclaw than Quidditch. Plenty to learn outside the classroom. Harry nodded, noting the way Robert spoke. Serious, thoughtful, the kind who weighed his words carefully. Robert wasn't just curious. He was assessing, quietly gathering information, just like Harry was. Person worth watching. Roger shrugged, still grinning. Yeah, we're not all bookworms. Some of us have other priorities.
Trò lau ghét xốp tì.
Like Quidditch strategies. Exactly, Roger said, winking at her. Cho turned to Harry then, her expression curious but more open than the others. So, what about you? What's your thing? The question felt inevitable. They were all waiting for the answer, watching him closely. Harry paused, taking another sip of pumpkin juice before responding. I like learning things that are useful, he said, careful not to reveal too much. There was a beat of silence as they took in his response. Penelope and Robert exchanged a brief glance, while Roger looked intrigued, and Cho gave him a curious smile. They were still trying to figure him out, and that was exactly how he wanted it. Robert nodded thoughtfully. You'll fit in well here, then. Ravenclaw's all about learning. Harry returned the nod, his mind already cataloging what he had learned. Penelope's kind leadership, Roger's good-natured ambition, Cho's easy charisma, Robert's quiet strength. They each had some potential to be useful, in their own way. And as they watched him, trying to piece together the puzzle, Harry was content to let them wonder. He would learn more from this night than they would from him. Later, after the sorting feast, Harry found himself in the small sitting room attached to the first-year boys' bedrooms. The space was comfortable, with plush armchairs and a warm fire crackling in the hearth. It was a more intimate setting compared to the large common room they'd passed through earlier, the Ravenclaw library that only their house had access to, which Harry was eager to browse. 3 other boys shared the space with him: Terry Boot, Michael Corner, and Anthony Goldstein. They chatted amiably, asking each other the usual first-day-at-school questions: where they were from, whether their parents were magical, and what they thought of Hogwarts so far. Harry listened, but he couldn't shake the feeling that none of them had anything particularly interesting to say. Terry was friendly enough, though he seemed preoccupied with his academic goals. Michael, quiet but thoughtful, would likely focus on his studies, but there was little spark of curiosity beyond that. Anthony, for all his sharpness at the dinner table, appeared content discussing Quidditch more than anything else. "So, what do you think, Harry?" Terry asked, pulling Harry into the conversation. "Ravenclaw's got a lot of reputation to live up to. You nervous about it?" Harry shook his head, offering a polite smile. "Not really. I think I'll manage." Michael laughed quietly. "Guess that's to be expected from Harry Potter." Harry didn't bite at the comment, and the conversation drifted back to Terry and Anthony debating whether the Ravenclaw Quidditch team stood a chance this year. As the evening stretched on, Harry found himself losing interest. These boys were decent enough, but their conversations were mundane. Terry's talk of exams, even Michael's interest in magical theory, it all felt too childish, too unsophisticated. He was used to philosophical debates with Gellert Grindelwald, a wizard of famed intellect, and a full century older than Harry's current conversational partners. Eventually, Harry stood, stifling a yawn he didn't really feel. "I think I'm going to turn in for the night," he said, glancing around the room. "See you in the morning." As Harry stepped into his private room in Ravenclaw Tower, the quiet immediately welcomed him. The soft crackle of the enchanted fireplace, flickering gently in the corner, cast a warm glow across the dark wood and rich blue tones of the space. The bed, neatly made, sat waiting, his school trunk resting at the foot. But it was the windows that drew him in, the expansive view beyond, where the night stretched endlessly over the black lake, stars scattered across the sky like shards of silver. He moved closer, his hand resting lightly on the cold stone sill as his gaze drifted upward, searching for something familiar. There it was. Orion. Harry's eyes traced the constellation's shape, and for a moment, the room fell away. He remembered lying under the stars with Grindelwald, far from everything he had known, his first true escape from the Dursleys. Gellert had spoken softly that night, pointing out the constellations one by one, teaching him their names, their stories, his voice weaving the old myths as though they were still alive. "That's Orion, the hunter," Grindelwald had said, his tone both gentle and commanding. "Blind, but never defeated." The stars had been the beginning, his first real lessons. Harry hadn't understood all of it then, but the memory was etched deep, connected to the quiet peace that always came when he looked up at the night sky. Now, as the cold air pressed against the glass, Harry felt the same stillness settle over him. He leaned his forehead lightly against the window, the coolness grounding him, as he let his mind wander. His housemates had been polite enough, though their conversations felt small, predictable. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He already knew he'd have to look elsewhere for more stimulating company, but that could wait. For now, the stars were enough. Harry's gaze lingered on Orion, watching as the hunter stood frozen in his eternal pursuit. His fingers tapped lightly against the windowsill before he finally turned away, leaving the constellation to its own silent vigil. The quiet enveloped him as he lay back on the bed, the unfamiliar sheets soft beneath him. The fire's warmth flickered faintly in the corner, but Harry's thoughts were already drifting. Above, the blind hunter kept his vigil in the stars. Like Orion, Harry waited, his mind calm, letting sleep come when it would. The dungeon classroom was cold, its stone walls trapping the chill in the air. Harry sat at his desk, waiting for the first potions class to begin. The other first-year Ravenclaws and Gryffindors around him whispered nervously, sharing rumors they'd heard about Professor Snape. Harry had heard plenty himself, but he was more curious than nervous. He wanted to see if Snape truly lived up to his infamy. His thoughts wandered to the other professors. Most had been competent enough, though Quirrell's unsettling aura hadn't escaped Harry's notice. That man practically radiated dark magic, something close to necromancy. Then there was Binns, the ghost condemned to endlessly teach a subject he no longer had any passion for. Harry would free him eventually, for Binns' own good, but also for his sanity. The door to the classroom slammed open, and Snape swept in, black robes billowing behind him. The whispers died instantly as his presence filled the room. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape began, his voice low and cold. His gaze swept over the class, lingering on Harry before moving on. I don't expect many of you to appreciate the delicate power of the potions we will brew. Some of you, his eyes snapped back to Harry, are here riding on the coattails of fame. Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching, the faintest of smirks tugging at the corner of his mouth. The Gryffindors across the room snickered, enjoying the pointed remark, but Harry remained silent. Snape stepped closer to Harry's desk, his black eyes narrowed. Your father was much the same, arrogant, overconfident. Thought the rules didn't apply to him either. Harry's expression didn't change. He wasn't going to give Snape the satisfaction of a reaction. Snape sneered at the lack of response, clearly displeased. The tension in the room thickened. Tell me, Potter, Snape continued, his voice dripping with disdain. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, sir, Harry answered calmly, his tone respectful but clipped. Snape's eyes flickered, but he pressed on. Correct. And where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. A muscle in Snape's jaw twitched. And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite. The room fell silent. Snape's expression tightened, the familiar sneer returning. You're just like your father, Potter, he hissed. So sure of yourself. So. Before he could finish, there was a shift in Snape's posture, and Harry felt the sharp, intrusive press of legitimacy on the edges of his mind. It was a mistake. Harry had been trained in the mind arts since childhood, mastering not the Occidental art of occlumency, but a more exotic, purely offensive technique from the Orient. As Snape's mental probe pressed in, Harry didn't even try to defend. Instead, he struck back, his mind lashing out like a predator seizing its prey. Snape's eyes widened, but it was too late. Harry tightened his mental hold, slipping a command into Snape's psyche. You will treat me with respect. Snape's face paled. His defenses crumbled for just a moment, long enough for Harry's compulsion to take root. None of the students around them understood what had just transpired, but Harry could see the confusion in Snape's eyes. The professor pulled back, clearly rattled. And then, Snape did something no one in the class had expected. Well done, Potter, Snape said, his voice respectful. There was still a trace of his usual coldness, but it lacked the venom it had carried moments earlier. You've answered correctly. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws alike exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just happened. Snape's sudden shift in demeanor was jarring, to say the least. Snape seemed to fight it, his lips twitching as though he wanted to sneer, but he remained strangely composed. 5 points to Ravenclaw for precision. Harry gave a small nod, keeping his expression neutral. Inside, however, he knew what had just happened. His compulsion had held, at least for now, and occlumens of Snape's caliber would likely throw it off in a few hours. But for the moment, Harry had won. Snape turned away sharply, moving back to the front of the classroom, his shoulders tense. He seemed confused, as though some part of him couldn't comprehend why he was acting this way. The rest of the lesson continued, but Harry noticed Snape was oddly restrained, giving Harry no more of the pointed jabs or cutting remarks he had started with. The tension between them was still there, but it had shifted. Harry sat back, maintaining his usual expression of calm. For now, he would act as though nothing had happened. Let Snape stew in his confusion. It was a small victory, but a satisfying one nonetheless. The Ravenclaw common area had a warm, quiet atmosphere as the evening drew on. It was the kind of place where the hum of scholarly conversation never quite died, where students pored over books or discussed magical theory in low tones. It was also home to Ravenclaw's private library, an amenity that set them apart from the other houses. Harry sat near the back, his chair facing the fire. He could hear snippets of conversation around him, and more than a few glances had been cast his way since he'd arrived after dinner. Word had already spread about his unexpected victory in potions, the 5 points Snape had awarded him. That alone had been enough to fuel the rumors, since Snape was notoriously stingy with points, especially when it came to non-Slytherins. He got points from Snape. He heard one voice whisper behind him. 5 whole points. Can you believe it? I thought only Slytherins ever got points in potions, another added. Harry allowed a small smile to touch his lips. The rumors were already working in his favor. He had no intention of revealing what had actually happened in class, of course. Let them wonder. It gave him an air of mystery, one that he could use. A group of older students sat nearby, engaged in what appeared to be a discussion on magical theory. Harry listened casually, picking up bits and pieces of their conversation. One of the students, a tall 6th year named Alex Blackwood, was leaning back in his chair, gesturing animatedly as he talked about advanced transfiguration. That's the thing with theoretical magic, Alex was saying. It's not just about knowing spells. It's about understanding the underlying principles. Once you get that, the possibilities are endless. Harry stood, making his way over to the group. Mind if I join? He asked, his tone polite but carrying a confidence that suggested he expected a yes. Alex glanced up, clearly a bit surprised, but he nodded. Sure, Potter. Take a seat. Harry sat down, positioning himself where he could observe the others. He let the conversation flow for a few minutes before adding his own thoughts, weaving in subtle references to the advanced reading he had done on transfiguration and other branches of magic. You've done your homework, Alex remarked after a while, raising an eyebrow. Didn't expect that. Harry smiled slightly. Ravenclaw values knowledge, right? The older students exchanged impressed glances. Harry could tell they were intrigued, not just by the rumors but by his insight. It wasn't long before the topic shifted, and Alex leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as though discussing something more personal. So, is it true? He asked. You really got points from Snape in potions? Harry shrugged lightly. It happened. How? One of the others, a 5th-year girl named Penelope Clearwater, asked, leaning forward. Snape never gives points to anyone but his own house. He practically hates every other student. Harry kept his expression neutral, his tone measured. Let's just say I answered a few questions correctly. He seemed impressed. He left it at that, letting the vague answer hang in the air. The others exchanged knowing looks, but Harry could sense their curiosity deepening. They wouldn't push for more details, not now at least, but the mystery was enough to keep their attention, and that was exactly what Harry wanted. He redirected the conversation, steering it toward the older students' experiences at Hogwarts. I've been wondering, Harry said, glancing between them, what it's like to navigate the school as you get older. There must be more to learn outside of classes, right? Alex chuckled. You're not wrong. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, once you know where to look. Certain teachers, certain opportunities, Penelope added, her voice thoughtful. If you know the right people. Harry nodded slowly, filing that information away. He wasn't about to ask directly for guidance, but the feelers were there, and he could tell they were receptive. These were the kinds of connections he wanted to cultivate, students with knowledge, access, and ambition. They didn't need to know everything about him, but they could prove useful in time. He leaned back, letting the conversation continue around him, offering insights and observations when necessary. But mostly, he was listening, absorbing the information, watching for the subtle cues that would guide him toward the right alliances. The next day, defense against the dark arts was just as Harry had expected at first, uneventful. Professor Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, muttering and stuttering his way through an introduction to the course, looking like he could collapse under his own anxiety at any moment. The scent of garlic wafted faintly through the room, making several students wrinkle their noses. Harry, however, had no intention of letting the professor's nervous demeanor fool him. Snape's attack during potions had stirred something in Harry's memory, an old lesson from his tutors in the mind arts, from his time in the Himalayas. He had other ways to perceive things, to see beneath the surface of what appeared to be real. Quirrell's behavior had raised Harry's suspicions from the moment he saw him. There was something off about the man, something beyond mere cowardice. And now Harry intended to find out what it was. As Quirrell continued droning on about dark creatures, Harry let his focus sharpen. Slowly, deliberately, He began to shift into a heightened state of awareness, something his tutors had called opening the third eye. It wasn't about literal vision. It was about seeing the magical energies around people, the hidden layers of magic that even skilled wizards might miss. Harry's senses began to adjust, the world around him softening into a subtle hum of magic and life. He turned his gaze on Quirrell, his perception probing beyond the jittery professor's surface. At first, he saw the expected, the usual aura of a nervous wizard, fluttering with anxiety like a flag in a breeze. But then Harry felt it, a dark pulse, buried deep beneath Quirrell's fragile exterior. The presence was ancient, sinister, and it seemed to curl tightly around the core of Quirrell's magical signature, like a parasite wrapped around its host. There it is. But before Harry could investigate further, the dark presence stirred, as if sensing his gaze. For a split second, Harry felt something heavy, cold, and watchful reach out toward him. His heart skipped a beat. In an instant, Harry closed off his third eye, withdrawing from the connection. The presence receded, but not before it left a chilling impression on him, like a shadow brushing against his skin. Something had noticed him. He quickly steadied himself, focusing on his breathing. Inhale slowly, exhale slower. His pulse, which had quickened at the contact, gradually settled back to its normal rhythm. He could feel the control returning as he slipped into the calming techniques he'd learned during his training. He would give no outward sign that anything had happened. But something had changed. Quirrell, who had been stuttering through his lecture only moments before, suddenly grew silent. The professor's posture straightened, and when he resumed speaking, the nervous tics were gone. His stammer had vanished, replaced by a smooth, clear voice that seemed to carry an undercurrent of sharpness. The students around Harry seemed too surprised by the shift to notice anything else, but Harry could feel the change in the air. Quirrell was no longer the bumbling wreck he had appeared to be. He was alert, his gaze sweeping the classroom with unsettling precision, as though he was searching for something or someone. Harry kept his expression blank, his hands relaxed on his desk. He avoided eye contact, but he remained acutely aware of Quirrell's movements, watching from the corner of his eye. The professor's newfound clarity seemed too sudden, too calculated. Was it possible that the dark presence had sensed Harry's intrusion? Or worse, had Quirrell realized that Harry was the one who had triggered the shift? The rest of the class dragged on, with Quirrell speaking in that unervingly smooth voice. Harry forced himself to remain calm, slipping into slow, deliberate breathing to maintain his composure. In his mind, he could still feel the trace of that dark magic, the presence lurking beneath Quirrell's skin. He couldn't risk drawing attention to himself now. By the time the lesson ended, Quirrell's sharp gaze had softened again, and he returned to his usual stuttering self. But the damage had been done. Harry knew now that something far darker was at play with Quirrell than anyone realized. As the students gathered their things and began to leave, Harry remained still for a moment longer, controlling his breathing, keeping his pulse steady. He had learned what he needed to know for now. But this wasn't over. The Hogwarts staff room was filled with murmurs as the professors gathered around the large circular table, waiting for Dumbledore to begin the meeting. Fawkes perched on his stand near the window, watching silently as the headmaster took his seat at the head of the table. Dumbledore looked calm as always, his usual twinkle present behind the half-moon spectacles, but there was a certain gravity to his demeanor that hadn't gone unnoticed. Severus Snape, on the other hand, was anything but calm. "I demand something be done about Potter," Snape hissed, his dark eyes flashing as he slammed a hand down on the table. "The boy used mesmerism on me." Mesmerism. An art forbidden for good reason. The room fell into stunned silence. Several of the professors exchanged confused glances, and Minerva McGonagall arched an eyebrow in disbelief. Phileas Flitwick looked startled, his eyes darting between Snape and Dumbledore, while Pomona Sprout appeared more curious than concerned. Dumbledore raised a calming hand, but Snape pressed on. "The boy needs to be punished severely. His arrogance is intolerable, and he has no respect for authority." "What exactly happened, Severus?" McGonagall asked, her voice crisp and no nonsense as ever. Snape turned toward her, his expression darkening. During our first potions class, I questioned Potter. He answered correctly, but with an air of defiance. I attempted to read his mind using legilimency. There was a sharp intake of breath from several professors, including McGonagall and Flitwick, but Snape ignored it. And that's when it happened. The boy turned the tables on me. His mind lashed out, using some kind of compulsion to. Snape's lip curled, as if the words physically pained him. Command respect. You used legilimency on a first year? McGonagall interrupted, her eyes narrowing. Severus, you know that's against the rules. And highly unethical, Flitwick added, his voice indignant. Pomona Sprout gave a small cough of disapproval. Surely, you can't expect to invade a student's mind without consequence, Severus. The boy, Snape started, but McGonagall cut him off, her voice sharp. The boy, she said, is 11 years old. Snape's face darkened further, but before he could speak again, McGonagall turned to Dumbledore. Albus, this is outrageous. If anyone should be punished, it's Severus for using such magic on a child. There were nods of agreement around the table, and even Flitwick's small stature didn't stop him from chiming in. I must agree. Legilimency on a first year is beyond the pale. Snape's knuckles whitened, but before the tension could rise further, Dumbledore raised a calming hand again. Let us not rush to judgment. The murmurs quieted, though the tension remained palpable. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Snape, his tone patient but firm. Severus, I trust you know how serious it is to employ legilimency on a student, particularly without cause? Snape's expression remained stormy, but he gave a stiff nod. Then let us consider both sides, Dumbledore said, his gaze sweeping the room. Harry did indeed defend himself with mesmerism, but it seems he was responding to an intrusion into his mind. We must address both actions, but I do not believe punishment is the answer. Snape's lips tightened, but Dumbledore continued. Harry has been through extraordinary circumstances before coming to Hogwarts, and while mesmerism is indeed a rare art, it does not surprise me that he has been exposed to it. The room quieted again, and Dumbledore shifted the conversation. I believe this incident highlights the need for us to better understand young Harry. So, let us hear your observations. McGonagall was the first to speak. As I mentioned earlier, he was sorted into Ravenclaw, and while I was initially surprised, it makes sense. He shows a great deal of composure, more so than I would expect from someone his age. There is a certain guardedness about him, though. It's as if he's always calculating. I'm concerned that he may be difficult to guide, Albus. Flitwick nodded. I've noticed the same, Headmaster. He's made an impression in Ravenclaw already. Sharp mind, quick to engage in conversation, particularly with the older students. But there's a maturity about him that doesn't quite fit an 11-year-old. It's impressive, but also curious. Sprout chimed in, her tone more neutral. I haven't had him in class yet, but I've heard the whispers among the students. His reputation precedes him. I'd be more concerned about how that's affecting the other first years than Harry himself. Snape remained silent, glaring at the table, but Dumbledore turned to him nonetheless. And you, Severus? Snape hesitated, his pride clearly wounded from the earlier rebuke. He's capable, he admitted, his tone begrudging. But there's something unsettling about him. He reminds me of his father, arrogant, confident. But he's different, more controlled. He has no fear of me. There was a pause as Dumbledore considered the words of his staff. Harry had, as expected, made an impact on those around him, but it was clear the boy was an enigma, even to the teachers who had seen countless students pass through Hogwarts. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his voice quiet but carrying weight. Harry's journey will not be an easy one. He has already faced more than most children his age could bear, and he will continue to face challenges we cannot fully comprehend. But we must be patient. He will need guidance, not punishment, if we are to help him along the right path. The staff remained silent, but there was a shared understanding in the room. Harry Potter was not like other students. His future and their roles in it was something none of them could afford to ignore. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Hogwarts grounds as the first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs gathered for their flying lesson. Harry stood among his housemates, the breeze stirring the grass as they made their way onto the Quidditch pitch. In front of them, a neat row of brooms awaited. Flying had never been something Harry had paid much attention to during his travels with Grindelwald. He had experienced far more sophisticated modes of magical transportation, enchanted carpets, winged beasts, and other methods that rendered broomsticks rather obsolete. Still, this was part of the curriculum, and Harry rarely dismissed an opportunity to observe and learn. Madame Hooch, her sharp gaze taking in the assembled students, approached with purpose. Her golden eyes flicked from one student to another. "All right, first years, line up by a broom," she commanded, her voice carrying easily across the open air. "Let's see how you handle yourselves in the sky." Harry stood beside his broom, a few Hufflepuff students lining up next to the Ravenclaws. He noticed the eager faces of some, like Susan Bones and Justin Finch-Fletchley, and the nervous ones of others. The Hufflepuffs were largely mild-mannered, but their curiosity about flying was palpable. Madame Hooch positioned herself at the front. "Extend your hand over your broom and say up. Let's go." A chorus of voices followed her command, filling the air with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some brooms shot straight into their owners' hands, while others lay lifeless on the ground. A few wobbled as if caught in a breeze. "Up," Harry said calmly, extending his hand over the broom. His tone was steady, without a hint of the eagerness or anxiety others seemed to project. The broom responded immediately, rising smoothly into his grasp as though it had been waiting for him. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a few students struggling. Justin Finch-Fletchley's broom rolled over on the ground like a stubborn log, while Michael Corner's twitched feebly, half-heartedly dragging itself into his grip. Madame Hooch nodded approvingly at Harry's effortless command of the broom. "Good control, Potter," she said, a note of curiosity in her voice. "Now mount your brooms, everyone. Firmly, but don't grip too tightly." The students mounted their brooms, some with more confidence than others. Harry settled onto his broom with the same calculated detachment. Just another task, another skill to master. On my whistle, kick off from the ground. Fly for a moment and then come back down, steady and controlled. No showing off. The sharp trill of Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the air, and the students kicked off. The sky opened up around Harry as his broom lifted off the ground. For a moment, he hovered, taking in the sensation of flight. Despite his initial disinterest in brooms, there was something oddly freeing about it. The world below stretched out, the green fields a blur beneath his feet. It wasn't like flying on a carpet. This was more raw, more exposed. He noticed a few of the other students wobbling dangerously in the air. Justin, in particular, was struggling to keep his balance. Harry's broom remained perfectly steady, responding to the subtlest shifts in his body. Madame Hooch's voice called up from below, directing students to keep control and avoid jerky movements. Harry glanced at the other first years, his mind already assessing the situation. Most of them were doing poorly, flailing their arms or gripping the broom too tightly, trying to compensate for their lack of control. Then, unexpectedly, Justin's broom jerked wildly to the side, veering off course. He let out a yelp, his hands losing their grip on the handle. Before anyone could react, Justin tumbled off the broom, plummeting toward the ground. Without thinking, Harry leaned forward and shot toward Justin. His broom responded instantly to his command, cutting through the air with ease. The world blurred around him as he reached Justin just before he hit the ground. Harry grabbed the back of Justin's robes and pulled him up, slowing their descent until both boys touched down lightly on the grass. Madame Hooch blew her whistle again, storming over to them, her expression torn between shock and anger. "What in Merlin's name was that?" Harry dismounted calmly. "He fell," he said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I saw that," Madame Hooch snapped, but then her gaze softened as she looked at Justin, who was still trembling. "Are you hurt, Finch-Fletchley?" Justin shook his head, wide-eyed.
No, I'm
"I'm fine. Potter saved me." Hooch turned back to Harry, her eyes narrowing slightly. But there was no denying the boy's reflexes had been impressive. "That was risky," she said sternly. "But quick thinking. 5 points to Ravenclaw." The Ravenclaws murmured amongst themselves, impressed, while the Hufflepuffs seemed relieved that Justin hadn't been hurt. Harry, however, remained indifferent to the points. He wasn't here for accolades. As the lesson wrapped up, Madame Hooch gave instructions for them to practice steady flying. Harry mounted his broom once more, rising into the air with fluid grace. The lesson was useful, after all. Control, balance, and awareness. All things that could be mastered, and Harry was always one to master a skill, no matter how mundane. Draco Malfoy walked briskly down the hall, his mind swirling with the rumors about Harry Potter. Snape had been humiliated in front of the entire class, and the leading theory was that Potter had confounded him, possibly wandlessly. Draco felt a surge of anger as he thought about it. Snape was his head of house, and no first year, not even the so-called boy who lived, had any right to pull that kind of stunt. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered along beside him, casting their usual intimidating shadows, but Draco barely noticed them. His thoughts were on Potter, on how he had looked so sure of himself at Madame Malkin's, how he had spoken with that insufferable calm. This time, Draco wouldn't let him get away with it. "There he is," Draco muttered, spotting Potter walking alone, just outside the Great Hall. "Potter," Draco called, his voice sharp. Harry paused at the base of the stairs and turned, his face as composed as ever. His gaze flicked over Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, but there was no fear or even surprise in his eyes, just calm. Draco strode forward, his heart beating faster than he'd like to admit. "I've heard some interesting things about you in potions," he said, keeping his tone controlled. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? People are saying you confounded Snape," Draco said, his eyes narrowing. "How did you do it?" "Wandlessly." Harry didn't flinch. He didn't even blink. "What happened in potions is none of your concern." Crabbe and Goyle stepped closer, their large frames looming over Harry. Crabbe cracked his knuckles, while Goyle gave a menacing grunt, but Harry's attention barely flickered to them. Instead, he focused on Draco, as though they weren't even worth acknowledging. Draco felt a surge of frustration. This was supposed to be the moment where Potter realized he wasn't untouchable, where he learned that messing with Slytherins with his house had consequences. "You think you're so clever, don't you?" Draco said, stepping closer. "But you're not fooling anyone. You—" Before Draco could finish, Harry's hand twitched ever so slightly, and suddenly, Crabbe's feet lifted off the ground. The large boy let out a startled yelp as he was jerked upward by invisible forces, his arms flailing helplessly. Goyle, ever the brute, moved as if to grab Harry, but before he could even take a step, his legs locked in place. He stumbled, looking down in confusion as his feet refused to obey him. It was as if the ground itself had turned to stone beneath him. Draco's heart leapt into his throat. What shocked him most wasn't that Crabbe was floating or that Goyle was immobilized. It was the fact that Harry hadn't even taken out his wand. He had done all of this without a single incantation, without more than a slight gesture of effort. And then it hit Draco. His hand hadn't even moved toward his own wand. How did I not think to take it out? Draco prided himself on not being a brute like Crabbe or Goyle, but here he was, standing empty-handed while Potter, who hadn't even broken a sweat, had already outmaneuvered all three of them. Harry stepped forward, his eyes cold and sharp. "Here's some advice, Malfoy," he said quietly, his voice deadly calm. "Don't try to pick fights with people you don't understand." Crabbe let out another helpless yelp as he wobbled midair, arms flailing, while Goyle struggled uselessly against the invisible bind holding his legs in place. Draco opened his mouth to retort, but the words caught in his throat. His hand twitched toward his wand, but now it felt pointless. The intimidation he'd planned had completely backfired. Potter was standing there, calm as ever, in complete control, without even drawing a wand. With a dismissive flick of his fingers, Harry released them. Crabbe dropped to the ground with a thud, and Goyle stumbled forward, regaining control of his legs. Both boys looked shaken and confused. Harry didn't spare them a second glance. He turned on his heel and walked up the stairs, leaving Draco standing there, his face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Crabbe groaned, rubbing his back where he'd landed. What just happened? Draco clenched his fists. He had come here to confront Potter, but now all he felt was the sting of humiliation. The worst part wasn't that Crabbe and Goyle had been outmaneuvered. It was that Draco hadn't even thought to fight back with his own magic. He had been frozen, unsure, while Potter had acted without hesitation. This wasn't over. Next time, he'd be ready. But as Draco watched Harry disappear into the shadows, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever be ready to face someone like Potter. That evening, Harry stretched back in bed, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The encounter with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle played back in his mind like a favorite memory, one that had ended with them thoroughly outmatched and scrambling to regain their dignity. He let out a quiet chuckle. Wandless confounding charm, huh? He shook his head. Merlin's beard. I couldn't confound a toad wandlessly if I tried. He drummed his fingers on the armrest, remembering the wide-eyed look on Draco's face when Crabbe started floating and Goyle got stuck to the floor. Of course, none of them realized he hadn't used any actual spells. Just a bit of telekinesis he'd picked up in Africa. A skill that made wizards who were overly reliant on their wands look like children fumbling with toys. Wandless charms and jinxes, though. Harry grinned to himself at the absurdity. Perhaps in a decade, but he was still far too young, even with his prodigious talent. Let them think it, he chuckled. It amused him to no end how quickly the Hogwarts rumor mill spun its webs. One little nudge, and the whispers would soon turn into tall tales about how Harry Potter could cast spells without a wand, by just twitching his fingers. And all it had taken was a trivial application of telekinesis to simulate levi corpus and locomotor mortis. The best part? They'd believe it, all because of his reputation, the boy who lived, and that one little incident with Snape. There was a gleeful satisfaction in letting the rumors fester, letting them fill in the gaps with exaggerated details. As far as anyone knew, Harry Potter had confounded Snape without breaking a sweat. He raised his hand, looking at it thoughtfully. Still, wandless confounding charm, he mused, giving his fingers a theatrical wiggle. Maybe I should learn it, just to keep up appearances. The idea of actually mastering the spells that everyone thought he could do amused him to no end. His eyes gleamed mirthfully as he stood up, stretching. There was something delightful about playing the game, about being the puppeteer while the rest of Hogwarts tried to figure out what strings he was pulling. Honestly, Malfoy, he said aloud to the empty room, if you're going to confront me, at least have the decency to bring a wand to the party. He could almost imagine the look on Draco's face, that mixture of fear and indignation when he realized he'd never even thought to draw his own wand. A first year from a prestigious pureblood family, frozen in place by his own ignorance. It was almost too easy, and yet Harry didn't mind easy now and then. It was a nice change of pace from the more dangerous games he'd played with Grindelwald. But still, he thought, his smile fading just a touch, there was no room for mistakes. Even in these small victories, Harry had to stay ahead. The rumors, the games, it all worked in his favor for now. But Hogwarts was a different battlefield, and he wasn't going to underestimate anyone, not even Draco Malfoy. With a final glance out the window, Harry turned back toward the desk where his books waited. There was still so much to learn, and he wasn't about to let even the smallest opportunity slip by. All in a day's work, he muttered, a glint of humor still lingering in his eyes. The great hall was alive with the buzz of students enjoying the Halloween feast, the floating pumpkins casting a warm, flickering glow over the sea of tables. The smell of roasted meats and sweet desserts filled the air, and laughter echoed from the students' revelry. Harry, however, barely noticed the festivities. His mind was elsewhere, his gaze drifting across the hall, but unfocused. He had already tuned out most of the evening. These kinds of events, though a welcome distraction for most students, offered him little. The term had been progressing well, exactly as he had planned. He'd read all his first-year textbooks slightly ahead of the rigorous schedule he'd set for himself. Harry allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Now, with that out of the way, he could move on to more interesting reading for the next month. Topics that actually intrigued him. Some of the older Ravenclaws had pointed him to the restricted section of the main library, and while he hadn't been able to access it himself yet, that was more out of precaution than inability. Come January, he'd begin working on next year's material. He'd already decided he'd visit Diagon Alley over the Christmas holidays to acquire the necessary books. Staying ahead was crucial. And then there were his extracurricular studies. The whispers of dark magic still clung to Quirrell, though the professor had slipped back into his jittery, stammering self. No more slip-ups like in that first defense against the dark arts class. Still, Harry remained on alert. The man was hiding something. Something was lurking beneath the surface. And Snape, he was more predictable. His glares had become part of the scenery. Every time their eyes met, Harry could feel the simmering resentment. But it was all theatrics now. Snape was angry, but careful. He hadn't made a real move since their first encounter. Whether it was fear or caution, Harry couldn't tell. Either way, Snape was no longer a direct threat. At least not for now. But Dumbledore? Harry's gaze flicked briefly to the head table, where the old wizard sat, chatting casually with Professor McGonagall. Harry had no illusions about Dumbledore's role at Hogwarts. The man sat like a spider at the center of his web, eyes and ears everywhere. He was certain that the headmaster had been monitoring him, through Snape, through Flitwick, through every interaction. It didn't matter how subtle the man tried to be. Harry had grown up under the watchful eyes of others. He knew when he was being observed. His musings were interrupted by a sudden commotion at the staff table. Harry's head snapped up, his senses immediately sharpening as he caught sight of Professor Quirrell stumbling into the hall, his turban askew, and panic written all over his face. "Troll! In the dungeons!" Quirrell gasped, his voice trembling as he waved his hands wildly. "Troll, run!" The hall erupted in confusion. Students jumped from their seats, panic spreading through the crowd like wildfire. The staff rose quickly, trying to maintain order, but the words troll and dungeons had already sent most of the younger students into a frenzy. Harry stood calmly, slipping out of his seat as the prefects began organizing the students. His curiosity piqued. He had never seen a troll up close before. He wasn't particularly worried. The older students seemed more than capable of dealing with the situation, and Harry had little interest in playing the hero. But as he made his way through the crowd, something caught his eye. Just outside the Great Hall, he spotted a familiar figure too, in fact. Ron Weasley, looking panicked, was pulling Neville Longbottom down the hall, but not toward the Gryffindor dorms. In fact, they were heading in entirely the wrong direction. Harry frowned. What on earth were they doing? For a moment, he debated whether to leave it alone, but curiosity got the better of him. Something about the way Ron was dragging a very reluctant-looking Neville along, panic written on his face, but with a determination that suggested more than just a misguided escape plan, made Harry follow them. Slipping away from the crowd unnoticed, Harry moved down the corridor, keeping a safe distance. Trolls were dangerous, no doubt, but the prospect of seeing one up close was tempting. His mind flicked back to the many creatures he had encountered on his travels. But trolls? That was a gap in his knowledge, one he wouldn't mind filling. Quietly, Harry kept pace with the two Gryffindors, his senses alert and his wand at the ready, just in case. The bathroom was a wreck of shattered porcelain and debris, the acrid stench of troll filling the air as the massive creature swung its club wildly. The ground shook with every step, and the walls buckled under the force of its blows. Water sprayed from broken pipes, mingling with the dust and rubble that covered the floor. Ron and Neville had burst into the room only moments before, intending to help Hermione, but they were woefully unprepared. Ron had managed to throw a feeble spell at the troll, Wingardium Leviosa, on the club, but it had been too little, too late. The troll barely seemed to notice them as it smashed its way through the remains of the sinks and stalls. Now, the three Gryffindors huddled behind the remnants of a broken partition, terror etched on their faces as the troll bore down on them. From the doorway, Harry watched with narrowed eyes. They were going to die unless he did something. He had initially thought about letting them figure it out on their own. After all, it was their mess. but one look at the sheer size of the troll told him they wouldn't last much longer. The club swung again, sending chunks of tile flying through the air, and the three students scrambled to stay behind the only bit of intact wall left. Harry stepped inside, his mind racing through his options. Trolls had a reputation for being dim-witted, easily manipulated by stronger minds, at least in theory. He'd mesmerized plenty of creatures before, even ones with rudimentary intelligence, but trolls were known for their magical resistance. He knew it was a long shot, but the easy way was always worth a try. He focused on the troll's mind, narrowing his thoughts and sending out the mental probe. It brushed against the troll's consciousness, primitive, chaotic, and utterly enraged. The creature's thoughts were a maelstrom of raw fury, its limited intelligence overwhelmed by its anger. Harry pushed harder, trying to plant the suggestion to stop, to calm down. But it was no use. The troll's mind was too wild, too basic. The rage coursing through it burned hotter than anything Harry's mental influence could touch. He glanced away, breaking the mental connection and cursing inwardly. So much for the easy way. The troll roared again, swinging its club toward the cowering Gryffindors. Hermione screamed as a chunk of wall crumbled above them. Fine, Harry thought, stepping forward. The hard way is more fun. Anyway. He didn't bother with his wand. The troll was huge and its hide was thick. Too thick for most spells to penetrate easily. But there was no need for that. He had other means at his disposal, and he knew just how to use them. With a flick of his fingers, Harry reached out with his telekinesis, gripping the debris scattered across the room. Shattered pieces of porcelain, broken bits of tile, and chunks of wood began to swirl around the troll, faster and faster. Water sprayed from the damaged pipes, turning the bathroom into a chaotic whirlpool of destruction. The troll, in the center of the storm, growled in confusion, its beady eyes darting around as the debris whipped past it. The whirlwind grew, the pieces of debris forming a rotating wall around the troll, keeping it trapped. Harry's lips twitched into a smirk. Troll hide might be resistant to magic, but physics was another story. He focused his control on the swirling storm, using the debris to push the troll backward, forcing it into the far corner of the bathroom, as far from the Gryffindors as possible. The troll snarled, more annoyed than threatened, trying to fight against the swirling mass of destruction, but Harry tightened his grip, keeping it contained. "Get up!" Harry shouted at the three Gryffindors, his voice cutting through the roar of the storm. Ron and Neville stared at him in shock, Hermione too stunned to move. Harry didn't have time for their paralysis. "Move!" he barked, pushing the debris harder against the troll as it tried to push back. "Now!" The urgency in his voice jolted them into action. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand, pulling her to her feet, while Neville stumbled after them. Together, they scrambled toward the door, casting nervous glances back at the towering creature still struggling against Harry's magical hold. But just as they reached the threshold, the sound of footsteps thundered down the hallway, and Harry's senses prickled with the arrival of powerful magic. The cavalry had arrived. The chaos of the Great Hall had sent the professors into action, but Severus Snape was already fearing the worst. He'd seen two Gryffindors rush out, followed by a skulking Potter. No doubt the boy, in his smirking arrogance, thought no one had seen him, just like his father and his band of hooligans always had. The troll in the dungeons was no small threat, and the idea of students loose in the castle with such a creature roaming about had put him on edge. Dumbledore had ordered them to head directly toward the source of the danger, and Snape, along with McGonagall and Flitwick, had followed without question. As they neared the bathroom where the commotion had been reported, the crashing sounds of destruction reached their ears. Snape's heartbeat quickened as his eyes narrowed in focus. They expected to find three terrified children, Potter included, at the mercy of a rampaging troll. They were prepared to step in, subdue the beast, and save the students. But when they rushed into the room, the sight that greeted them was unexpected. The troll was still there, towering and monstrous, but it wasn't smashing through the bathroom. Instead, it was contained within a swirling whirlwind of debris. Broken tiles, shards of porcelain, and wooden splinters circled around it like a cyclone. The troll roared in confusion, swinging its club aimlessly, but the debris kept it pinned in place, forcing it back into a corner of the room. At the center of it all stood Harry Potter. Snape's eyes widened, his breath catching for the briefest of moments. The boy was not cowering or injured. He wasn't even remotely frightened. His hand was raised, his expression focused but calm, as though he had complete control of the situation. The debris obeyed his command, swirling faster with each flick of his fingers. It wasn't the sort of magic taught at Hogwarts. There were no incantations, no wand movements. It was something else, the provenance of foreign wizards in exotic lands. Telekinesis. Snape's stomach twisted in disbelief. Harry was controlling the entire scene, using nothing but his mind. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened as he took in the situation. McGonagall's gasp echoed in the room, but Flitwick, ever the quick thinker, already had his wand raised. The staff had expected to arrive in time to save the students, but it was Potter who had saved himself. And the others. Snape stepped forward, his wand raised in readiness, his mind reeling at the sight. Harry made no move to acknowledge their arrival. He simply kept his focus on the troll, making sure it remained contained. Snape felt a surge of frustration. This boy, this child was wielding powers that most wizards never even dreamed of mastering. And yet, Harry remained eerily calm. The troll roared again, smashing its club against the floor, sending chunks of stone flying. But Harry didn't falter. The whirlwind of debris swirled even tighter, pressing the troll back until it was completely cornered. Only then did Harry lower his hand, the whirling debris tightening to encase the troll in a prison of broken tiles and shattered toilets. For a moment, everything was still. Snape's wand was raised, ready to strike, but before he could move, Harry's eyes flicked toward Dumbledore. Only once Harry seemed certain that the headmaster and the other professors were ready did he drop his control over the whirlwind. The debris fell to the floor, and the troll, momentarily freed from its magical prison, roared in confusion, but it was too late. Dumbledore waved his hand, his magic crackling through the air as he froze the creature in place. The troll stopped mid-swing, its entire form locked in a stasis spell, its enraged expression frozen on its brutish face. The room fell silent, save for the ragged breathing of the three Gryffindors who had been hiding behind what little remained of the bathroom stalls. Snape's heart pounded in his chest as his mind processed what had just happened. Harry Potter had not only survived the encounter with the troll, he had contained it, single-handedly, and worse, he had done it without so much as lifting his wand. The air felt thick with tension as the professors exchanged glances, each of them trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. "Potter," McGonagall began, her voice tight with disbelief. "How?" But Harry gave no answer. He simply glanced at the professors, his expression cool and unreadable, as if this was just another ordinary day for him. Dumbledore stepped forward, his eyes twinkling with something unreadable. "It seems we arrived just in time," he said softly, though Snape couldn't help but think there was something more in the headmaster's gaze as he looked at Harry. Snape, however, wasn't fooled by the boy's calm demeanor. He had seen something dangerous in those eyes, a level of control and power that no first year should possess. And what was worse, Harry had chosen to let the staff take over only when he had decided the moment was right. It was Potter who had been in control of the entire situation. Snape's grip tightened on his wand. Dumbledore might play his games with Potter, but Snape knew better. Whatever power the boy was hiding, it was far more dangerous than anyone else realized. And now, more than ever, Snape was determined to uncover the truth. The firelight flickered softly in Dumbledore's office, casting long shadows across the room as the gathered professors discussed the incident with the troll. Minerva McGonagall was sitting upright, her face stern, while Phileas Flitwick, still visibly unsettled, paced nervously by the hearth. Severus Snape stood by the window, his arms crossed, eyes dark with suspicion. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his calm demeanor betraying none of the thoughts swirling in his mind. He had known from the moment Harry returned to England that this would not be simple. But the boy had already shown just how deep Gellert's influence ran. "What we saw today," McGonagall said, her voice low but sharp, "wasn't just control. It was raw power. No child, no first year, should have that kind of mastery. Flitwick nodded. The telekinesis, yes. That's what disturbs me most. It's rare enough to see it in fully trained wizards here in Europe. But for Potter to have wielded it as he did, at his age. Snape turned from the window, his voice cutting through the room. It's not just the magic. It's how he uses it. Potter wasn't simply protecting himself. He was calculating, cold, as if he'd done it all before. Dumbledore raised a hand to settle the room, his voice steady as ever. What Harry demonstrated today would indeed be extraordinary for a first-year trained in European traditions. But let us not forget that Harry was raised under very different circumstances. McGonagall frowned. You mean Grindelwald? The name hung in the air, heavy with history. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm as he nodded. Yes, Grindelwald was not bound by the same conventions we hold dear here at Hogwarts. His understanding of magic was always more fluid. In Africa, where European wands are not traditionally part of magical practice, telekinesis is taught at a young age. What Harry displayed is not impossible in that context. The room fell silent as the professors processed Dumbledore's words. McGonagall's frown deepened, and Flitwick looked troubled. But Snape, as always, was far less charitable. Grindelwald's influence, Snape muttered, is more than evident. The boy's not just powerful, he's dangerous. Dumbledore watched Snape for a long moment, weighing his words carefully. He could not entirely dismiss Snape's concerns. There was truth in them, but there was more to this than Harry's power. In truth, Dumbledore had not been entirely surprised when Gellert had broken his exile to rescue Harry. After everything he had learned about how the Dursleys had treated the boy, and with Gellert's obsession with great wizards and portents, it was almost inevitable. Dumbledore's expression remained calm, but his thoughts drifted back to his follow-up visit to Privet Drive, alone. He had used legilimency on Vernon and Petunia, carefully sifting through their memories, searching for clues about where Gellert had taken Harry. What he found instead had horrified him. Through Vernon's eyes, he had seen a frightened boy, locked in a cupboard, starved of affection, barely treated as human. Petunia's thoughts had been no better. Her jealousy of her sister had twisted her into something cruel. Harry had been little more than a burden, a freak in her eyes.
No wonder Gellert intervened.
Dumbledore had known Gellert long enough to understand that he would have been deeply offended by the idea of a potential great wizard, one who had survived a Dark Lord's killing curse, being treated with such cruelty by Muggles. Gellert, though amoral, had always been obsessed with power and potential. The idea of someone like Harry Potter being mistreated by Muggles would have been intolerable to him. In a way, Dumbledore could almost excuse Gellert's actions. While it violated the letter of their agreement, Gellert's self-imposed exile, it did not violate the spirit. Harry had needed rescuing, and Gellert had done what Dumbledore had failed to do. But Dumbledore could never admit this to anyone, certainly not to the staff before him. The idea of defending Gellert publicly, even in this small circle, was unthinkable. He had fought too long and too hard to bring Gellert's reign of terror to an end to allow himself to appear lenient toward him. Still, Harry's upbringing could not be ignored. His calm, almost detached demeanor, his cold control. It all reminded Dumbledore too much of another boy he had once known. Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's thoughts turned dark for a moment. The similarities between Harry and Tom were undeniable. Both had been raised in difficult circumstances, both had been isolated, both had developed extraordinary abilities at a young age, and both had learned to rely on control. Too much control. But there was one key difference. Harry was still the subject of prophecy. Dumbledore's eyes flicked back to Snape, who was watching him with thinly veiled frustration. Harry's upbringing has shaped him, Dumbledore said carefully. But that does not mean he is beyond our help. He is still young, and he still has a path to choose. McGonagall looked skeptical, her lips pressed into a thin line. But Albus, do you believe we can reach him? After everything he's been taught by Grindelwald? Dumbledore hesitated. He had asked himself that question more times than he cared to admit. Was it too late to help Harry? Could he succeed in guiding Harry away from the dark path that Grindelwald had laid out for him? Or had the boy already chosen his path? Harry's fate is still his own to decide, Dumbledore said softly. Our task is to ensure that he knows he has a choice. But even as he said the words, the doubt lingered. Harry was not Tom, but the similarities were impossible to ignore. And if the boy had inherited Grindelwald's foul philosophies, what did that mean for the prophecy? In the end, Dumbledore knew the prophecy could not be ignored. Harry was destined to face Voldemort one way or another. If Gellert's teachings gave him the strength to challenge Voldemort, then perhaps it was even better than what Dumbledore himself had planned. And yet, the fear remained. What would happen if Harry chose the same path as Tom? Would Dumbledore be forced to face another dark wizard of his own making? Dumbledore's face remained composed as he looked at his teachers, their faces pensive, but inside, the weight of his uncertainty grew heavier with each passing moment. The library was as peaceful as ever, its shelves lined with the weight of centuries-old books, filled with knowledge both mundane and magical. Harry liked the quiet here. It gave him a chance to think, to strategize, away from the constant chatter of students still buzzing over the troll incident. He had spent enough time around Gellert to know that laying low after a public display of power was always the wisest move. Today, Harry was idly browsing through a selection of older tomes on magical theory. Some of the books here were archaic, barely relevant to the cutting-edge techniques he'd been trained in, but he knew better than to dismiss them entirely. There were always useful nuggets of information, hidden where no one else thought to look. As he flipped through a particularly dusty book on charms, he felt a presence behind him. He glanced up to see Hermione Granger standing awkwardly in the aisle, clutching a stack of books to her chest, her face a mixture of determination and hesitation. "Potter," she started, her voice a little shaky. "I just wanted to thank you for saving me and Ron and Neville from the troll." Harry turned to face her, setting the book aside. He studied her for a moment, noting the nervous energy in her posture, the way she fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve. She was clearly uncomfortable, but there was something about her that intrigued him. Hermione was sharp, brilliant, even judging by the way she'd handled herself in classes so far. And yet, she was inexperienced, easily swayed. Harry had already decided that she could be useful. Whether as an ally or a follower, he hadn't quite worked out yet. "There's no need to thank me, Hermione," Harry said smoothly, offering her a warm smile. Anyone would have done the same. Hermione flushed, clearly not expecting his graciousness. "No, I mean, it was incredible what you did. I don't know how you did it, but—" She stopped, looking embarrassed, her eyes wide as if she had just realized she was babbling. "You really are something else," she mumbled quickly, trying to correct herself. Harry chuckled softly, allowing just enough charm to soften the moment. "I've had a unique upbringing," he said, choosing his words carefully. "But it was nothing, really. I'm just glad you're all safe. You handled yourself well, too." Most would have frozen in a situation like that. She had, in truth, frozen, but Harry didn't see that fact as relevant to his goals. Hermione blinked, surprised at the compliment. "I didn't really do much," she said, looking down, her cheeks flushed pink. "But you kept your composure," Harry added, keeping his tone light. "That's more important than you think. It's a quality I admire." Hermione glanced up at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "You admire me?" Harry gave a small nod, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Of course, you're one of the brightest students in our year. You have potential, Hermione. Great potential." The words were chosen deliberately, and they had the desired effect. Hermione's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her posture stiffening slightly as she processed his words. It was clear she wasn't used to this kind of attention, least of all from someone like him. I don't know what to say," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "You don't have to say anything," Harry replied smoothly. "Just keep being yourself." Hermione blinked at him, clearly flustered. She opened her mouth to say something else, but then thought better of it. With a quick nod and a flustered, "Thank you," she turned on her heel and hurried off down the aisle, her books nearly toppling over in her rush to leave. Harry watched her go, a small smirk playing on his lips. She was exactly as he had expected, sharp, eager to please, and easily flustered. She would make an excellent ally if guided properly, or perhaps a follower should the situation call for it. Either way, she was a piece he could move, and he was always thinking several moves ahead. That evening, the great hall was buzzing with its usual dinner chatter, but Harry could feel the weight of curious eyes on him from all corners of the room. The story of the troll had spread like wildfire, and though no one had been brave enough to outright ask him for details, the students were clearly waiting for some kind of explanation. Harry wasn't in a rush to give it to them. He preferred to let rumors circulate for a bit, to see where the winds of gossip blew. But apparently Neville and Ron had other plans. Harry had barely taken a bite of his food when Neville Longbottom, with Ron Weasley trailing behind him, approached the Ravenclaw table, both looking sheepish and eager at the same time. "Harry!" Neville called out, loud enough to turn heads from nearby tables. "We wanted to, thank you again. Properly this time." Ron nodded quickly, standing beside Neville. "Yeah, mate. You saved all our skins back there." The sudden attention from nearby students caused the hum of the Great Hall to shift, conversations dropping off as more and more people turned to watch the scene unfold. Harry's gaze swept across the hall. Practically everyone was watching now, Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and even a few curious glances from the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables. The time had come, it seemed, to address the elephant in the room. Rather than shy away from the spotlight, Harry decided to embrace it. He offered Neville and Ron a gracious nod and stood up slowly from his seat. "No need to thank me, Neville," he said, his voice carrying just the right balance of modesty and confidence. He did not need to project, the hall had fallen silent. Everyone would hear. "You and Ron did your part too." Neville's eyes widened, and Ron looked surprised but pleased by the acknowledgement. The rest of the hall was now watching intently, the room growing quieter by the second. Realizing he had the attention of the entire school, Harry decided this was as good a time as any to address the growing curiosity surrounding the incident. He had known that this day would come. Better to control the narrative himself than let wild speculation run rampant. "Since I know many of you are wondering about what happened with the troll," Harry began, raising his voice slightly so it could carry through the hall, "I figured I might as well explain it myself." The room fell into a hush, students leaning in, eager to hear his story. "I have studied telekinesis since I was 7, Harry said simply, shrugging as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It was, well, where I grew up, there weren't exactly a lot of adventure novels or even Muggle televisions to keep me entertained." He let the comments sit for a moment, allowing the students to absorb that strange tidbit about his past. The Ravenclaws, in particular, exchanged curious glances. They had never heard of a 7-year-old mastering telekinesis, but Harry's tone made it sound almost casual. "So, I practiced telekinesis instead," Harry continued. "It's something I picked up because it was fun and challenging. I didn't think it would ever come in handy for something like, well, a troll." He chuckled softly, his tone light, as if he hadn't been cornering a monstrous creature with ease mere days ago. He could see the wide-eyed stares from the younger students and the whispered exchanges from some of the older ones. Harry took note of their reactions, the awe in some, the intrigue in others. "But it's not as impressive as it sounds," Harry added, downplaying his ability while keeping just the right amount of mystique. "Telekinesis is all about focus and control. Anyone can do it with enough practice." He glanced over at the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was sitting with a hard expression. Harry caught his eye for a brief second before turning back to his fellow Ravenclaws and Gryffindors. "It's just a skill, that's all." A murmur went through the hall as Harry finished his explanation, and he could tell the gears were turning in their minds. By downplaying his abilities, Harry had made it clear that while his skills were unique, he didn't consider himself better than anyone else. But at the same time, he had piqued their curiosity even more. How many other surprises did the boy who lived have up his sleeve? He sat back down, the attention still lingering on him but now mixed with admiration and respect. Ron and Neville, still standing beside him, looked like they were unsure of what to say. "Thanks again," Neville mumbled, still looking slightly in awe of Harry. Ron, on the other hand, just grinned. "Blimey, Harry, you make it sound easy." Harry smiled back, though his mind was already elsewhere. This little moment of attention would serve its purpose for now. He had other plans, bigger moves to make. In the days following his impromptu explanation at dinner, Harry couldn't help but be amused by how quickly his housemates, and many other students, latched onto the idea of telekinesis. By the end of the week, it seemed that every corner of the school had students furrowing their brows in intense concentration, clutching pebbles or marbles as they tried to move them without a wand. The library, the common rooms, even history of magic. Everywhere Harry went, he saw students, mostly first and second years, focusing all their energy on making a pebble twitch. And to his quiet satisfaction, some of them were succeeding. He'd caught a few tiny stones quivering in midair when the students thought no one was watching. It was small progress, of course, but that didn't matter. Harry knew the power of encouragement. Whenever he observed a pebble move, even a fraction, he made a point to offer praise. A quick, "Well done," or "Keep practicing, you're on the right track," was all it took. And each time, the students beamed, their confidence bolstered by the boy who lived himself. It was a simple way to build trust, and social capital came cheap when all it took was a few kind words. He was, after all, laying the groundwork for future allies, followers, or simply those who might owe him a favor someday. The next flying lesson had arrived, and this time, he was determined not to have a repeat of the chaos with the rogue broom. Madame Hooch, with her usual no-nonsense demeanor, quickly lined them up, reminding the class of the basic rules. The lesson started off smoothly enough. Everyone mounted their brooms, kicked off the ground, and began practicing basic maneuvers in the air. Harry, for the most part, kept himself under control. At first. But soon, the thrill of flying, something he hadn't fully appreciated until now, took over. The freedom, the wind in his hair, the feeling of weightlessness. It was intoxicating. Before long, he found himself pushing the broom faster, testing its limits. He began weaving between his classmates, executing sharp turns and diving through the air with a fluidity that felt more natural than he'd anticipated. He started to try a few simple acrobatic moves. He didn't even realize he was doing it at first. A quick barrel roll here, a sudden loop there, until he noticed the startled looks on the faces of his classmates below. "Potter!" Madame Hooch's sharp voice cut through the air like a whip. "What do you think you're doing?" Harry slowed down, hovering in place as Hooch approached, her face stern. "That's enough showing off," she snapped. "You might have saved Finch Fletchley last time, but that doesn't mean you can go pulling stunts in my class." Harry offered her a sheepish grin, though inwardly, he was still riding the high of the flight. "Sorry, Madame Hooch, got carried away." Hooch narrowed her eyes but, to Harry's surprise, didn't seem truly angry. "I'm letting you off with a warning this time, but if I see anything like that again, you'll be in detention." Harry nodded, still grinning as he landed smoothly on the ground. "Understood." As the lesson wrapped up and the students began dismounting their brooms, Harry lingered for a moment, still riding the thrill of his earlier stunts. Flying was freeing. He hadn't expected to enjoy it so much. Before this, he'd always dismissed Quidditch and broom sports as frivolous distractions, nothing more than a waste of time when compared to real power to mastering magic. And yet, now that he had tasted the exhilaration of acrobatics in the sky, he found himself rethinking that stance. As he walked toward the broom shed, he overheard his housemates still chattering excitedly. "With moves like that, Harry would crush it in Quidditch," one of the boys whispered, glancing over at him. "Yeah, imagine him as Seeker. There's no way anyone else could catch the snitch before him," another added, eyes wide. Harry gave a small, bemused smile but didn't join in their conversation. His initial impression of Quidditch hadn't changed entirely. It was still a distraction, a game that had little to do with what truly mattered in the grander schemes of power and control. Yet the thought lingered it might be fun. Fun hadn't been high on his list of priorities for a long time. Gellert had always emphasized discipline, strategy, and purpose above all else. But perhaps the occasional distraction wouldn't hurt. And the social benefits of being on the team, of course, could be worth more than he'd initially considered. As Harry secured his broom, he mentally filed the idea away. He wouldn't commit to anything yet. There was too much to study, too much to learn. But maybe Just maybe he'd see what Quidditch had to offer. For now, he reminded himself, there's no need to rush. The crisp November air buzzed with excitement as Harry made his way to the Quidditch stands, following a small group of Ravenclaws who were already chattering about the upcoming match. The game today was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, a rivalry that, from what he'd gathered, always drew the largest crowds. Harry had been ambivalent about attending, but with so many students focused on the match, he'd figured it would be the best time to observe without too much attention on him. As he settled into a spot amidst his fellow Ravenclaws with a good view of the pitch, the teams were already assembling. The scarlet and gold of Gryffindor clashed with the emerald green of Slytherin, and the cheers from the respective house sections grew louder. Harry watched with a neutral expression, arms crossed as he studied the players. At first glance, Quidditch still seemed like a frivolous sport. His instincts told him that games were mere distractions, far removed from the real power that came with magical mastery. But as the players took to the air and the game began, Harry found his eyes drawn to the way the teams moved. The game unfolded rapidly, brooms shooting through the air with surprising speed. Chasers darted between each other in quick passes, while the keepers stood their ground in front of the goalposts, ready to deflect any attempt at scoring. It was chaotic, but there was a clear method to the madness. The way the players coordinated with each other, the subtle shifts in formation, and the sudden bursts of speed all hinted at something more calculated than Harry had expected. A flicker of interest sparked in Harry's mind as he watched the Gryffindor chasers. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie worked together to break through Slytherin's defense. Their teamwork was seamless, like pieces on a chessboard moving toward a common goal. Meanwhile, the Slytherin beaters, both hulking boys, focused more on brute force, trying to disrupt the flow of the game with powerful hits aimed at the Gryffindor seeker, a scrappy-looking second-year Harry didn't recognize. From the stands, it was clear that the Gryffindor team had an advantage in terms of coordination, but the Slytherins compensated with brute strength and a willingness to bend the rules. Harry narrowed his eyes, taking in the strategy. There was a balance of skill, speed, and tactics here that intrigued him. Quidditch was more than just a game of luck or brute force. It required an understanding of timing, positioning, and the psychology of opponents, things Harry could appreciate. He started to see parallels between the strategy used on the pitch and the way he approached his own challenges. He observed the Gryffindor seeker, who was clearly less experienced than his Slytherin counterpart, weaving nervously through the air, always searching for the golden snitch but without the same predatory confidence. On the other hand, the Slytherin seeker, a seventh year, had a cold precision that reminded Harry of himself. A subtle smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. There was more to this sport than he'd given it credit for. He glanced at the students around him, catching sight of his fellow Ravenclaws, who were fully engrossed in the game. They cheered loudly for Gryffindor. Though Ravenclaw had no stake in the match, it seemed they favored Gryffindor over the more aggressive Slytherin tactics. Harry also noticed how much weight Quidditch seemed to carry with his peers, especially the boys. The way they spoke about the game, the players, and the rivalry, it was a form of social currency he hadn't fully grasped before. The teams they supported were as nearly as dear to them as their own families, it would seem more so in some cases. Harry leaned back, considering the implications. Expressing a greater interest in Quidditch might be a simple way to relate to his male peers, to fit in just enough to blend without sacrificing his edge. He wasn't going to become a Quidditch fanatic by any means, but if a few strategic flying moves or a well-placed comment could earn him favor, it might be worth the time. The game progressed, with Gryffindor gradually pulling ahead. The strategies employed by both teams fascinated Harry more than he'd expected. Perhaps there was a place for this in his plans after all. Suddenly, he realized something was off. He had kept an occasional eye on Snape and Quirrell throughout the game, suspicious of their odd behavior all term, their secret game of cat and mouse. But now both of them were now gone. The roar of the Quidditch crowd behind him faded as Harry moved swiftly toward the castle, his eyes sharp as he scanned for any sign of the two professors. The moment he stepped out of sight from the stands, Harry quickened his pace, breaking into a light jog as he neared the castle. Ahead, just at the entrance, he caught the fleeting glimpse of a teacher entering the school, but from behind, he couldn't tell who it was. The tall, sweeping black robes could have been Snape's, or perhaps Quirrell's, although the latter always seemed to fidget, his movements uncertain. Harry's instincts kicked in. He would need to follow without drawing attention to himself, and he had just the skill for that. Shadow walking. A wandless art he'd learned from shamans in the Amazon and Cambodian jungles, tutors hired by Grindelwald. Shadow walking allowed him to move unseen by wrapping himself in the very shadows that crept along the walls and corners of the castle. It was like stepping into the current of a river. The shadows would carry him, cloak him, make him all but invisible. A predator moving silently through the dark. With perfectly balanced, silent steps, Harry stalked closer to the nearest shadowy alcove, extending his magical aura as he did. He felt the shadows with his aura, let them mix together, combine, then pulled them back toward his skin. Cool shadows flowed over him, embracing him like a long-lost friend. His footfalls became weightless, his movements effortless as he shot forward, the shadows carrying him swiftly deeper into the castle. Even without magic, Harry had mastered the art of silent movement early. Balance, proper footwork, and Dudley's worn cast-off sneakers had been all he needed before Grindelwald had found him. Evading detection had always been a priority for him, even then. Now, with the aid of shadows, he moved like the wind. He glided through the corridors with ease, keeping his breathing steady, his senses sharp. Ahead, he caught sight of them, Snape and Quirrell, their figures just slipping into a corridor leading toward the dungeons. Harry slowed, maintaining a respectful distance, the shadows cloaking his approach. The cool stone walls of the castle seemed to close in as Harry crept closer, the shadows still cloaking him like a protective veil. He held his breath, careful not to make a sound as he strained to hear the argument between Snape and Quirrell. The faint murmurs of their voices drifted toward him, still somewhat muffled, but clearer than before. "Think I don't know what you're up to?" Snape's voice was sharp, his words slicing through the air. There was a venomous edge to it, colder and more dangerous than Harry had ever heard in class. "You've been trying to steal the stone, haven't you?" Harry's ears perked up. The stone? He'd heard nothing about any kind of stone until now, but Snape's tone was enough to tell him this was something important. Quirrell stammered in response, his voice as shaky as ever, though the usual fear in it seemed more forced than genuine. I don't know what you're talking about, Severus. I would never." "Don't lie to me," Snape hissed, cutting Quirrell off sharply. "You're a coward, but not a fool. You know very well what I mean. You've been sniffing around places you don't belong, doing things you shouldn't be doing." Quirrell tried to play dumb, his stammer returning in full force. I'm just trying to do my job. You can't seriously think I'm capable of something like that." Harry narrowed his eyes from his hiding place. Even from where he stood, despite the dim light, it was clear that Quirrell's performance wasn't convincing Snape, and it certainly wasn't convincing Harry either. The man was trembling more than usual, his words desperate, but there was something calculated beneath the surface. It was an act, and a poor one at that. "I'm not a fool," Snape growled. "You think you can outmaneuver me, but you won't get far. Dumbledore may trust you, but I don't." So whatever was happening, Dumbledore was involved too. This stone, whatever it was clearly important enough to warrant such distrust between Snape and Quirrell. But what was it? And why would Quirrell want to steal it? The conversation continued, Snape's accusations becoming more pointed. "If you try anything, Quirrell, you'll regret it. I'll make sure of it." Quirrell's response was quieter, more difficult to hear, but Harry caught fragments. "I don't know what you're talking about. I swear, Severus, I've done nothing wrong." Snape let out a low, dangerous laugh. "You'll regret it. Mark my words." With that, the conversation seemed to end abruptly. Harry quickly withdrew further into the shadows, pressing himself against the wall as Snape turned on his heel and stormed away, his robes billowing out behind him. Quirrell remained standing in place for a moment longer, his hands trembling slightly, though whether from fear or frustration, Harry couldn't tell. The corridor grew silent, and Harry's thoughts raced. He had heard enough to know that something was happening, something much bigger than a petty rivalry between professors. This stone was clearly important, and it seemed both Snape and Quirrell had their eyes on it for different reasons. But Harry wasn't fooled by Quirrell's act. The man's fear was too convenient, too overplayed. There was something darker lurking beneath the surface, something Harry would have to uncover. He waited until Quirrell eventually shuffled away down the hall, leaving the corridor empty once more. Only then did Harry step out from the shadows, his mind already spinning with plans. As Harry sat in History of Magic, barely listening to Professor Binns droning on about some goblin rebellion, his mind was far from the classroom. He had long ago learned to tune out Binns' monotonous voice. There were far more interesting things to think about. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had overheard between Snape and Quirrell. The stone? No, the stone. The way Snape had said it, the emphasis implied capitalization. Something important, something unique. Snape had accused Quirrell of trying to steal it. It wasn't the first time Harry had heard something peculiar about Hogwarts this year, either. Dumbledore's warning during the opening feast had stuck with him. The third-floor corridor was strictly off-limits to anyone who valued their life. And now it all seemed to be clicking into place. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel. Harry had come across numerous references to him during his lessons under Grindelwald. Flamel was the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical object capable of turning any metal into pure gold and producing the elixir of life, granting immortality. Famously, he had lived for centuries and was rumored to be Dumbledore's mentor. Could Dumbledore be hiding the stone here at Hogwarts? Harry leaned back in his seat, absently spinning his quill between his fingers as he pieced it together. If the stone really was hidden in the third-floor corridor, it would explain Snape's suspicions about Quirrell. It would also explain why the headmaster had been so adamant about keeping students away from that part of the castle. But what Harry couldn't quite grasp yet was how Quirrell and Snape fit into it. Was Quirrell really after the stone? Or was Snape the one plotting something? Or perhaps they both were, each with their own motives. More importantly, what would he do? Harry had always been taught to look for opportunities, and the stone represented the ultimate temptation. The elixir of life, immortality, the ability to shape his future without fear of death or aging. If Grindelwald were still in England, Harry had no doubt he would encourage him to take the stone for himself. It was, after all, power in its purest form, one of the greatest magical artifacts in existence. His eyes glazed over as Binns droned on, his voice barely a hum in the background. His mind was entirely focused on the possibilities the stone presented. He couldn't deny the allure of it. The question wasn't whether he wanted it. The question was how to get it. Harry smiled faintly to himself. He had time. Quirrell was clearly making his own moves, but Harry had no intention of rushing into anything. He'd wait, observe, and see how things played out. For now, he would keep his cards close to his chest. The Ravenclaw common room was quieter than usual, the late evening casting soft shadows over the shelves of books and the grand windows overlooking the castle grounds. Harry sat in one of the deep armchairs near the fire, glancing around at his housemates. His sharp eyes tracked their conversations and movements, though his mind was elsewhere. He had been mulling over the decision for days now, whether to go back to the Dursleys for Christmas break or remain at Hogwarts. Initially, he had planned to return to Privet Drive. As much as he despised the Dursleys, the thought of having freedom from the eyes of Hogwarts staff and students had been appealing. At least there, he could move more freely without raising suspicion, and there was no chance of being closely watched. But then, the matter of the Philosopher's Stone had changed everything. Harry doubted Quirrell would try anything while the castle was still buzzing with students and activity. A move that bold would be too obvious. But during the Christmas break, when most students left Hogwarts, the school would fall into a quiet lull. A perfect time to slip past the remaining staff and make a play for the stone. Harry couldn't take the risk of leaving. If Quirrell, or anyone else for that matter, decided to act, he needed to be here to keep a close eye on things. Still, it was better to be certain who would be staying for the break. The fewer distractions, the better. Leaning back in his chair, Harry casually struck up conversation with a nearby Ravenclaw, an older student named Marietta. "You staying for Christmas, Marietta?" he asked, his tone light, as though he were merely making idle chatter. Marietta glanced up from her book and shrugged. "No, I'm heading home for the holidays. Most of the older students are, I think." Harry nodded thoughtfully. That was a good sign. Fewer older students around meant fewer eyes on him while he went about his own business. He continued listening to conversations around the room, piecing together who else was staying behind. A few first years, mostly those whose families were too far away or who had no desire to return home for the break, seemed likely to stay. They wouldn't be a problem. Harry doubted they'd pay much attention to him once the common room quieted down. Still, he didn't entirely dismiss the younger students. If Quirrell made a move, Harry would have to be strategic. Any eyes, no matter how young or distracted, could potentially be valuable witnesses to events that might unfold. Eventually, satisfied with what he'd learned, Harry leaned back into his chair, staring thoughtfully at the flickering fire. He would remain at Hogwarts. The quiet of the holiday break would give him time to peruse the library and study at his leisure, without the usual interruptions of classwork or his peers. More importantly, it would give him the chance to watch Quirrell, and anyone else who might make a move for the stone. Perhaps it wasn't the freedom he had initially desired, but the ability to act without the constraints of the school term was worth the trade. He could practice his wand work, review his knowledge, and position himself to intervene if necessary. Yes, Harry thought to himself. He would stay. Harry made his way up to the Ollery, the cold wind biting at his skin as he climbed the stone steps. It had been too long since he had visited Hedwig, longer than he'd like to admit. Between his studies, the mysterious happenings around Hogwarts, and keeping a close eye on Quirrell and Snape, his time had been stretched thin. Still, neglecting his faithful owl wasn't something he took lightly. As he stepped into the Ollery, the familiar rustling of wings greeted him. Hedwig, perched near the window, turned her head and gave him an almost reproachful look, her amber eyes piercing. I know, Harry said with a sigh, approaching her with a gentle hand. I've been busy. Hedwig ruffled her feathers in response, but allowed him to stroke her softly. She gave a quiet hoot, as if accepting his apology but not entirely letting him off the hook. Look, I've been thinking, Harry continued, leaning against the wall. Grindelwald was always hidden behind heavy magical protections, unreachable by owl, and Harry had few other contacts he could correspond with. Former tutors, perhaps. He filed that away for another time and returned his attention to his owl. I haven't given you much to do lately, have I? But that's going to change. Hedwig tilted her head, as if curious. Harry smiled. One of my classmates told me about the Flourish and Blot's Owl Order Catalog. You know what that means, right? You'll have plenty of deliveries to make soon enough. He scratched Hedwig behind her head, her feathers soft under his fingertips. I can't leave the castle this year, not with everything going on, but at least I'll be able to pick up some second-year material. Hedwig blinked at him, seemingly more content now that she had a promise of more work on the horizon. Harry's smile faltered for a moment as he thought back to the library. Despite his regular visits, he had been annoyed to discover that most of the texts for second year, those he was keen to study ahead of time, could only be used within the library itself. They were considered reference material, restricted from being checked out like the rest of the books. It made sense, but it was inconvenient. The restrictions only made his desire for those books grow stronger. I was hoping I could just borrow the books from the library, he muttered to Hedwig. But no, because they're class texts, they're considered reference material. I can only read them in the library. Hedwig gave a soft hoot, as if to sympathize with his plight. Anyway, Harry continued, feeling slightly better. At least I'll get what I need through Owl Order. You'll be busy again, and I'll have plenty to read over the break. I promise I won't keep neglecting you like this. Hedwig ruffled her feathers once more, her posture relaxing slightly as if accepting the peace offering. Good girl, Harry said, giving her one last pat. We'll make it up to each other. He stood there for a moment longer, enjoying the rare moment of calm in the Ollery before turning to leave. Plans were already forming in his mind. There was still much to do, and if the stone was really here at Hogwarts, he couldn't afford any missteps. The Great Hall was a vision of Christmas splendor, its high ceiling enchanted to show a gentle snowfall drifting down, disappearing just before it reached the tables. Holly, tinsel, and glittering baubles adorned every surface, and the scent of roasted turkey and warm spices filled the air. Harry found himself seated at the Ravenclaw table, but his attention kept drifting toward the boisterous Gryffindor table, where the Weasley boys were holding court. Fred and George, in particular, were up to their usual antics, each sporting identical mischievous grins as they chatted with their younger brother, Ron, and the other Gryffindors. Despite himself, Harry found their energy infectious. He was halfway through his second helping of Christmas pudding when Fred caught his eye across the room. With a gleam in his eye, Fred nudged George and pointed toward Harry. "Oi, Potter!" Fred called out, leaning back in his chair with a grin. "What's a Ravenclaw doing sitting all serious-like at a feast? Come on over here. We'll liven you up a bit." Harry raised an eyebrow, amused. He didn't mind the solitude at his table, but the Weasley twins were hard to resist when they set their sights on mischief. He stood, making his way over to the Gryffindor table, where a chorus of greetings met him. "Here he is, the man of the hour," George said with a mock bow as Harry approached. "Tell me, Potter, what's the secret behind all that brains and brawn? You've been giving the professors a run for their money." Fred leaned in conspiratorially. "Bet it's all those Ravenclaw study techniques, right? Don't tell me you've been holding out on us." "Or maybe," George added, "he's got his own secret training regime. You know, mind magic and all that fancy wandless stuff." Harry smirked. "If you spent more time in the library, you'd probably pick up a thing or two yourselves. But I'm guessing you'd rather spend it here, plotting your next prank." Fred, in exaggerated bafflement, turned to his twin. "Library, George? Have you heard of this place?" George scratched his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps, Percy may have mentioned it. Once." Harry chuckled, shaking his head as Ron shot him an apologetic look from across the table. "Don't mind them, Harry," Ron muttered between bites. "They're always like this." The twins continued to rib Harry, each joke more absurd than the last, and before long, the entire Gryffindor table was laughing. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the easy banter, his usual cool demeanor lightening with the festive spirit of the evening. Even Percy, sitting further down the table, rolled his eyes good-naturedly at the twins' antics, though he couldn't resist smirking when Fred asked Harry if his glasses were enchanted to see through walls. Harry enjoyed the evening, but by the end of it was extremely glad he'd been sorted into Ravenclaw. Those two would be too much to deal with at every meal. The next morning, Hogwarts was blanketed in a peaceful quiet, with only the softest of sounds drifting through the dormitory windows. Snow had settled thickly over the grounds, and the students who remained for the holidays were likely still fast asleep. Harry, however, was already awake, his eyes drawn to the small pile of gifts at the foot of his bed. He hadn't expected much. He had rarely received any gifts for birthdays or holidays. Though Gellert had been a far kinder guardian than the Dursleys, he did not engage in pointless sentimentality. Still, it was strange to see even a few parcels there, a quiet reminder of how much had changed since he came to Hogwarts. But as his gaze drifted over the presents, one stood out almost immediately. Unlike the others, it wasn't wrapped in cheerful holiday paper or adorned with a tag. Instead, it was a simple, folded piece of shimmering fabric. Curious, Harry picked it up, letting the fabric slip through his fingers like water. The material was nearly weightless, smooth to the touch, and as he lifted it, the cloth shifted, disappearing against the backdrop of his bed. An invisibility cloak. His brow furrowed. Invisibility cloaks weren't exactly common, and receiving one, especially with no explanation, was strange. He had little need for such a cloak. After all, he could shadow walk, a far more discreet method of moving unseen that didn't rely on any physical object, one that hid from nose and ear as well as eye. Yet this gift was intriguing in its own way. It was then that he noticed a small piece of parchment nestled in the folds of the cloak. He unfolded it carefully, scanning the handwritten words. "This belonged to your father. It was left in my care. Use it well." The note wasn't signed, and it didn't take a detective to see that whoever had sent this cloak wished to remain anonymous. But why? Harry sat back, the cloak still draped over his lap as he considered the implications. His father's cloak. That was something new. Despite all the time he had spent researching his past, there had been precious little he'd discovered about his parents, particularly about his father. But now, out of nowhere, a relic from his father's past had been handed to him, with nothing more than a cryptic note to go on. Who could have sent it? Dumbledore seemed the most likely candidate. His style was definitely enigmatic enough for something like this. But if Dumbledore had wanted to give him the cloak, why not do it directly? There was no reason for secrecy. Harry's fingers traced the edge of the cloak, the fabric practically vanishing against the background. He could already see its uses. While his shadow-walking abilities were superior for certain situations, nighttime or poorly lit interiors, this cloak would give him another layer of stealth. There were always places where true invisibility might come in handy. Yet, its true worth, its connection to his father, was what intrigued him the most. Why now? Why, after all this time, was he being given something so personal, something tied to the man he had never known? Harry folded the note, tucking it away in his trunk alongside the cloak. Whoever had sent it clearly wanted him to use it, and he would. He didn't believe in coincidences. This gift had come at a time when the stakes at Hogwarts were growing higher by the day. Perhaps this cloak would prove more valuable than it seemed. He secured his trunk with a muttered colloportus. Whoever sent it, he had no doubt they were watching to see what he would do next. Harry would not make immediate use of the artifact. After all, Gellert had often quoted Kafka to him. Alle menschlichen Fehler sind ungeduld. He would say whenever Harry's patience slipped during a task. The mistakes of all men stem from impatience. Let this watcher wait, Harry smirked. With the castle nearly deserted for the holidays, Harry had taken to honing his stealth abilities as a way to pass the time. He'd spent hours exploring the less frequented corners of Hogwarts, scanning for secret passages with his third eye, slipping through the shadows like a ghost. Yet, there was one pair of students who seemed to know far more about the castle's secrets than anyone else: Fred and George Weasley. The Weasley twins, known for their practical jokes and mischievous grins, had an uncanny knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden passages and chambers. Harry had noticed them slipping in and out of seemingly solid walls, disappearing for hours at a time. If there was anyone in the school who could rival his own knowledge of the castle's hidden intricacies, it was them. Curiosity got the better of him, and for the last couple of days, he had been shadowing them. Harry would follow silently from a distance, using his shadow-walking ability to remain unseen as they darted through corridors, exchanged knowing looks, and vanished into secret passageways. He thought he had them figured out, always staying far enough behind, always keeping just out of sight. But these Weasleys, it turned out, were more subtle than he had anticipated. Harry had been trailing them through one of the lesser-known corridors, his movements almost perfectly silent. Fred and George were ahead, glancing around with their usual mischievous energy, and Harry felt confident that they hadn't noticed him. Until, of course, they did. It happened so fast that Harry barely had time to react. One moment he was slipping through the shadows, the next he found himself yanked sideways into an alcove. Strong hands grabbed him, and before he could fully process what was happening, he was spun around to face the two grinning Weasleys. "Gotcha!" Fred declared triumphantly, holding Harry in place with a firm grip. "Took us a couple of days, but we figured you'd show yourself eventually," George added, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Harry blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He had been so sure of his own stealth. How had they noticed him? "You've been following us, haven't you?" Fred asked, his grin widening. There was no aggression in his tone, just curiosity and a hint of playful pride. "Trying to learn all our tricks?" Harry considered denying it but decided against it. The twins didn't seem angry, more intrigued. If anything, he sighed, his usual cool demeanor slipping into something more casual. "Yeah, I was bored." Fred and George exchanged a look before breaking into identical grins. "Bored, eh?" George said, letting go of Harry's arm. "You must be really desperate to be following us around. Don't you have books or something?" Fred added, smirking. "You Ravenclaws love that sort of thing." Harry shrugged. "I've already read all the interesting ones. Besides, you two seem to know your way around the castle better than anyone else." The twins looked at each other again, their smiles widening. "He's not wrong, Fred," George said with a laugh. "That's true, George," Fred agreed. "We do know our way around." They released Harry, stepping back and folding their arms in unison. "So, what's the verdict?" Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. "You've been following us? Find anything interesting?" Harry hesitated for a moment before responding. "You're more subtle than I thought. I underestimated you." Fred and George looked pleased with themselves, clearly taking the comment as a compliment. "Well, that's a first," George said, winking at his brother. "Someone thinking we're subtle." Harry couldn't help but smile. For all their jokes and pranks, there was no denying that Fred and George were clever. More clever than they often let on. And despite their carefree attitude, Harry realized that they were probably the best potential mentors he had encountered so far among the older students. Sure, they weren't the bookish type, but they had practical knowledge. They understood the castle in a way that few others did, and their sense of mischief could be useful in ways that most people wouldn't expect. "You're not bad yourselves," Harry said, relaxing into the moment. "I think I could learn a thing or two from you." Fred's grin widened. "Now you're talking sense, Potter." "Stick with us?" George added, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders. "We'll show you the ropes, how to really have fun in this place." Harry chuckled, the tension from earlier gone. He had come looking for a way to practice his stealth and reveal the castle's secrets, but instead, he had found something unexpected, an unlikely alliance with the two most mischievous students at Hogwarts. The Weasley twins led Harry deeper into the castle, weaving through a series of narrow corridors and secret passages Harry hadn't even known existed. The walls grew older and more worn as they went, the air cooler and tinged with dust. Finally, they reached what seemed like a dead end, a stone wall with no obvious way through. Fred gave Harry a wink before tapping a specific stone in a quick rhythm. The wall slid aside with a quiet rumble, revealing a hidden chamber beyond. "Welcome to our humble abode," Fred said with a flourish as he stepped inside, George following with a grin. The room beyond was surprisingly cozy, given its hidden location. A few plush armchairs, clearly scavenged from some forgotten corner of the castle, sat haphazardly around the room, their upholstery worn but still comfortable. Shelves along the walls were stacked with an assortment of oddities, books, trinkets, and what looked like several half-finished prank projects. A small table in the center of the room had bits of parchment scattered across it, along with various tools and vials of unknown substances. Harry took it all in with a raised eyebrow. "You've been busy." George flopped down into one of the armchairs. His legs sprawled out as he leaned back with a smirk. "We've been doing this since second year. Hogwarts has more hidden gems than you'd think." Fred gestured for Harry to take a seat. "Now, about that little game of cat and mouse. We want to know, how exactly were you following us without us seeing you?" Harry considered his answer for a moment, leaning back into one of the armchairs. He wasn't about to reveal his shadow-walking abilities. It wasn't a skill he was ready to share just yet, especially not with the twins, as much as he had come to respect them. But he needed to give them something. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out the invisibility cloak he had received on Christmas morning, letting the shimmering fabric unfold over his lap. The twins' eyes widened in unison. "You've got an invisibility cloak?" Fred asked, leaning forward with sudden interest. Harry nodded casually. "It was a Christmas gift. It belonged to my father, apparently. I've been using it to slip around unnoticed." Fred and George exchanged a look, clearly impressed. "Well, that explains how you were following us," George said, his grin returning. "But I have to admit, Potter, you're better at it than most. Even with a cloak, most people would trip up." "Which brings me to my question," Harry said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "If you couldn't see me, how did you know I was following you?" The twins shared another glance before George stood up and walked over to a shelf, pulling out a well-worn piece of parchment. He returned to the table, tapping the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," George intoned with a grin. The parchment immediately sprang to life, lines of ink snaking across its surface until it formed an intricate map of Hogwarts. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. Tiny dots moved around the map, each labeled with a name. "This, my friend, is the Marauder's map," Fred said proudly. "Shows everyone in the castle, where they are and what they're doing." That's how we knew you were following us. You've been on the map the whole time." Harry's eyes widened as he studied the map. His own name was there, along with Fred and George's, as well as a few other students and staff scattered throughout the castle. "This is brilliant," Harry muttered, scanning the intricate details of the map. Fred nodded. "It's been our secret weapon for years. Lets us keep an eye on things and people." Harry was impressed. The map was far more powerful than any magical object he'd seen at Hogwarts so far, and it explained a lot about how the twins always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. "So, how about we call it even?" George said, leaning back into his chair. "Your cloak for our map." "An exchange of information," added Fred, clarifying they did not want to trade the artifacts themselves. Harry smirked. "Sounds fair. Perhaps we can study their enchantments together in the future." The three of them settled into a more relaxed conversation after that, sharing stories of their various exploits and exchanging ideas for future pranks. Harry mostly listened. Still, despite their vastly different personalities, Harry found himself enjoying the twins' company. Their mischievous nature was tempered by a cleverness that made them far more formidable than they appeared. As Harry left their hidden base later that night, the Marauder's map still fresh in his mind, he couldn't help but feel that Fred and George might be the most valuable allies he had found so far. Christmas had been a nice break, but it hadn't dulled the questions that had been simmering in Hermione's mind. Something was hidden at Hogwarts, something important. The troll attack, the restricted third-floor corridor, the cryptic warnings from the professors, it was all connected. Now, sitting in the library, surrounded by books, she was determined to solve the mystery. She turned a page, searching for answers. "It has to be something powerful," she muttered to herself, pushing aside yet another book. "Something worth all the protection." Across from her, Harry sat quietly, reading his own book. He hadn't said much since they'd returned from Christmas, but he never seemed to miss anything. Hermione had learned to expect that calm, collected presence from him, even when she felt like she was going in circles. "There's something we're missing," she added, her frustration growing. "Something important, but nothing I've found so far makes sense." Harry didn't look up from his book, but his voice was soft, as if offering an observation rather than an answer. "Not all objects are recorded in books. Some are unique." Hermione stopped, her quill pausing mid-scratch. Unique. The word struck her like a key fitting into a lock. Something rare, singular, one of a kind. That made sense. She could feel the pieces starting to fall into place, though the final connection still hovered just out of reach. Her fingers tapped lightly against the table as she rifled through her thoughts. "Something unique," she repeated, her voice quiet. She had read about powerful magical objects, but nothing seemed to fit. What could be so rare, so valuable, that it needed the level of protection Hogwarts had put in place? "There was someone," she murmured, thinking aloud. "Someone connected to Dumbledore. An alchemist, I think." Her brow furrowed in concentration, but the name wouldn't come. It was frustratingly close, yet just beyond her grasp. "He created something important," she muttered. "I've read about him before. I just can't remember his name." She rubbed her temples, trying to force the memory forward. The details were there, buried in the recesses of her mind, but they refused to surface. Felt like she was chasing a shadow. Harry glanced up briefly, his expression calm and composed. "It'll come to you," he said simply, before returning to his book. Hermione gave a small nod, appreciating the reassurance, though she barely registered it. Her mind was already diving back into the books, her fingers flipping rapidly through the pages. She was close, so close. The name was right there, just out of reach, and she was determined to find it. Draco Malfoy had returned from Christmas break feeling ready to reclaim his rightful place at Hogwarts. The holidays had been fine, filled with the usual Malfoy grandeur. But something had been nagging at him ever since term had ended. Something, or rather, someone he couldn't quite shake. Harry Potter. Draco's fingers tapped irritably on the filigreed arm of his chair, his gaze fixed on the fire as it crackled before him. Potter was everywhere. People couldn't seem to stop talking about him. The famous Harry Potter. The boy who lived. It was infuriating. "I don't see what's so special about him," Draco muttered, glancing sideways at Crabbe and Goyle, who sat silently on either side of him. "He's not that powerful. Or that smart." His words felt hollow even to himself. Potter's quiet confidence irritated Draco, the way he seemed to navigate Hogwarts without even trying. As if everything was already under control. As if Draco didn't even matter. He clenched his jaw, the irritation bubbling up inside him. He had tried to be friendly at first, tried to show Potter the right side of things. But Potter had ignored him, choosing instead to associate with blood traitors and mudbloods. And worse than that, he was making a name for himself, building a reputation that should have been Draco Malfoy's. Draco's hands tightened into fists. "He's been sneaking around," he muttered, narrowing his eyes. "I've seen him, heard people talking. He's always disappearing into the shadows. Always knows things before anyone else does. He's up to something." There was a note of bitterness in his voice now, one he couldn't quite suppress. How could Potter, of all people, manage to make such an impact in so little time? Draco had been raised for this, raised to command attention, to stand out, to be the one people looked up to. But now Potter, with his mysterious ways and his stupid scar, was taking what should have been Draco's. Crabbe grunted in agreement, though Draco doubted he'd followed a word of what he was saying. Goyle just sat there, expression blank, his hands resting on his knees like a statue. As usual, they were no help at all. Draco sighed, pushing himself up from the chair and pacing across the common room. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor. It wasn't just that Potter had ignored him, though that was bad enough. It was the way he moved through Hogwarts, as though he owned it, as though he didn't need anyone, least of all Draco. "He's too slippery," Draco said, his voice lower now, almost to himself. "Always one step ahead." Draco frowned. He had to find a way to bring Potter down a peg, to show everyone that Harry Potter wasn't so special after all. But how? The boy had a way of staying out of trouble, always seeming to avoid direct confrontation. He was clever, Draco would give him that, but that just made him more dangerous. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Maybe there was a way to turn the tables. Maybe he just needed to get closer. He could use Crabbe and Goyle to track Potter's movements, to find out where he was sneaking off to, catch him in the act. Whatever Potter was up to, Draco would find out, and he'd make sure the whole school knew about it. And then, once Potter's reputation was in tatters, Draco could take his rightful place. He would prove once and for all that he was better, smarter, and more powerful than Harry Potter. "We'll start tonight," Draco said sharply, turning to Crabbe and Goyle. "Keep your eyes open. Potter's always up to something, and this time we'll catch him." Crabbe and Goyle nodded, their faces blank as always, but Draco barely noticed. His mind was already spinning with possibilities. He could feel the tension mounting, the need to finally show Potter who really held the power at Hogwarts. Draco smirked to himself, the firelight flickering in his pale eyes. This was his school, his legacy, and Harry Potter was about to learn that the hard way. Harry sat in silence, studying the Marauder's map with the kind of focus he applied to most things. Fred and George might treat it like a toy, but Harry saw it for what it was, a tool. One that gave him an unparalleled view of Hogwarts, if used correctly. They'd been letting him use the map for some time now, mostly when they were busy with their latest invention or concoction. Harry never asked for it, it was always offered when their attention was elsewhere. He suspected they were waiting for the right moment to propose a trade. His cloak for the map, perhaps, if only temporarily. He wouldn't be the first to mention it, though. That would weaken his hand, and he had no intention of ceding any advantage. Patience was key, something Grindelwald had drilled into him. Control the board. Don't let the board control you. As his eyes scanned the map, something caught his attention. A familiar dot moving steadily toward the third-floor corridor. Quirinus Quirrell. Harry didn't react outwardly, but his thoughts sharpened. Quirrell had been under his observation for some time now. Nervous, trembling in public, but there was something darker beneath the surface. And now, as Harry watched the dot make its way to the forbidden section of the castle, he felt the quiet hum of opportunity. He leaned forward slightly, watching as another dot, Severus Snape, moved rapidly to intercept Quirrell. It was no accident. He'd seen this kind of interaction before, both of them slipping away from prying eyes, only to meet in places they weren't supposed to be. Something was happening, and this was his chance to draw Fred and George into his plans without arousing suspicion. "Come here," Harry said, his voice steady but low. He didn't need to shout to command their attention. The twins glanced up from their cauldron, exchanging a quick look before sauntering over. "What's got you so serious, Potter?" Fred asked, glancing down at the map. "Quirrell," Harry replied, tapping the moving dot. "He's heading to the third-floor corridor." George raised an eyebrow. "That's a no-go zone. What's he doing down there?" Harry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let the silence stretch, a calculated move to draw them in further. Then, with a slight nod, he pointed out Snape's dot. "And Snape's going after him." The room seemed to quiet, the bubbling of their potion the only sound as the twins leaned closer. Fred's grin faded into something more focused, his eyes flicking between the two dots. "Interesting," Fred muttered, his voice taking on a new tone, one of cautious curiosity. "They've been doing this a lot lately," Harry continued, his voice measured, "moving through the castle, sneaking off at strange times. This isn't a coincidence." George frowned, watching the map closely. "You think they're up to something together?" Harry didn't respond right away. Instead, he studied the twins, gauging their reaction. He didn't need to sell them on the idea. The seed was already planted, and their minds were racing ahead, trying to piece it together. "Maybe," Harry said finally, his tone deliberately ambiguous, "or maybe one of them is trying to stop the other. I don't know yet, but it's happening often enough that I want to keep a closer eye on them." Fred straightened up slightly, his calculating grin returning. "And that's where we come in, yeah?" "Precisely," Harry replied, meeting their eyes. "I can't monitor them all the time. That would draw attention. But you too." "We can slip around without anyone noticing," George finished, nodding. "We know the castle better than anyone." Fred glanced at George. "We'd need to be subtle," he said, emphasizing the word with a wink at Harry. "If they catch on, we could lose the trail." Harry allowed himself a brief nod. "Exactly. You'll be watching them while I work from the shadows. Between us, we'll know what they're planning before they do." The twins exchanged another look, their usual mischievous grins replaced by something more serious. Fred spoke first, his tone even. "We're in. But what's the endgame here? What do we do once we know?" Harry's expression remained calm, though his mind was working several steps ahead. "We're not there yet. We gather information. Once we understand their goals, then we act." The twins nodded in unison, the quiet hum of excitement building in the room. "Consider it done, Potter," Fred said with a sharp grin. "We'll keep our eyes on them." George gave a firm nod. "And you'll know the second something interesting happens." Harry allowed himself the faintest of smiles. "Good." Later that night, Harry sat in meditation, the pillow from his bed cushioning him from the hard floor. The stillness of his room in Ravenclaw Tower this late at night contrasted sharply with the thoughts running through Harry's mind. The game unfolding around him was growing more complex, and Harry, as always, sought to understand the players and pieces at work. Fred and George were his pieces now. That much was clear. They enjoyed the thrill of it, the secrecy, the excitement, but they were predictable. Their curiosity was a tool, one he had already used to get them tracking Quirrell and Snape. Clever though they were, their motivations were simple, which made them easy to manipulate. They didn't need to know the full game, only the part that involved them. That was how Harry preferred it. Then there was Hermione. She was different, less of a simple pawn and more of a valuable piece. Sharp, diligent, capable of uncovering truths others missed. But even she didn't realize she was being guided. He had nudged her in the right direction, let her believe she was uncovering the mystery of Nicholas Flamel on her own. And soon she would. Her discovery would be useful, but it was important to let her believe it was hers. When she felt like she was solving puzzles on her own, she was far more likely to trust him. Dumbledore, however, was a player. There was no doubt about that. But Harry had no clear sense of his goals. He played the part of the wise old headmaster well, always watching from a distance, always positioning himself perfectly. But to what end? What did he want from all of this? Harry couldn't yet see the full picture, and that unsettled him. As for Snape, that was a different matter. Harry's brow furrowed slightly as his thoughts drifted toward the potion's master. Was Snape one of Dumbledore's pieces, or did he have his own agenda? It was impossible to tell. He moved too independently, too secretively. If Snape was loyal to Dumbledore, it wasn't out of devotion, it was out of something else. And if he wasn't loyal, then whose side was he on? Harry had been watching him closely, but even now, he couldn't be sure where Snape's true loyalties lay. Then there was Quirrell. Harry's mind shifted to the stuttering defense professor. Unlike Dumbledore, Quirrell was more of a mystery. Was he a piece in someone else's game, or was he playing his own? The way Quirrell moved through the castle, nervous and furtive, seemed like a man trying to hide something. But there was also something deeper, something darker. Harry had sensed it from the beginning. There was a stench about him, the reek of necromancy. A dark presence lurking below the surface. But was he the one playing the game, or was he being played? Necromancy was dangerous, but Harry had studied enough of the theory under Grindelwald to understand its pull. If Quirrell had been dabbling in it, he could be more dangerous than Harry had anticipated. But what if he wasn't the one pulling the strings? What if he was merely a puppet? And if so, who was the puppet master? Voldemort? Harry had considered that possibility more than once. The Dark Lord's shadow still loomed large over the wizarding world, even if most believed him to be gone. Grindelwald had often spoken of Voldemort's cunning and the ways he manipulated those around him. Could Voldemort still be alive, operating through Quirrell? Was the professor a pawn in a much larger game? Or was there another player, someone Harry hadn't yet identified? The idea gnawed at him. He didn't like unknowns. They made the game harder to control. Harry's eyes opened slowly, his gaze settling on the moonlit window. The pieces were moving, but the board was far from clear. He had Fred and George, Hermione, and perhaps even Draco where he needed them. But Dumbledore, Snape, and Quirrell were still wildcards. And if Voldemort was involved, the stakes were far higher than anyone realized. He exhaled slowly, allowing his mind to quiet, though his thoughts continued to weave through the possibilities. There was still time. Patience, as Grindelwald had taught him, was the key. Control came to those who waited for the right moment to strike. Fred and George had asked Harry to meet them after lunch, their usual cryptic smiles and nudging elbows suggesting they had stumbled upon something interesting. Harry agreed without much thought. The twins were proving to be useful allies, and when they hinted at information, it often turned out to be worth hearing. He found himself in their makeshift hideout, tucked behind a false wall, a space that was more a jumble of half-finished pranks and strange objects than a functional room. Fred and George were tinkering with something in the corner. A cauldron bubbled quietly, its contents filling the air with a faintly acrid smell. Fred glanced up from their project. "We've got something for you, Harry. Might interest you." Harry leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, watching them closely. "Go on, then." George wiped his hands on his robes. "We've been keeping an eye on Quirrell." Harry's interest sharpened, though his expression remained neutral. "And?" Fred sauntered over, pulling a stool and sitting across from Harry. "He's been sneaking out late at night, heads toward the Forbidden Forest every time. Weird, right?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "The forest? How often?" "3 times this week," George replied. "Always around the same time, just after curfew." Fred leaned in slightly. "We thought it might just be nerves. You know how jumpy he is. But then we heard about those unicorn attacks." Unicorns? Harry's eyes flickered with interest. This was the first real connection he'd had. "Yeah," George continued. "Hagrid's keeping it quiet, but word's going around. Unicorns being attacked in the forest. People are saying it's something nasty." Harry mulled it over, hiding the speed at which his mind raced through the possibilities. Quirrell sneaking into the forest, unicorns being attacked. It was starting to come together, too perfectly to be a coincidence. "And you're sure it's him?" Harry asked. Fred nodded. "Saw him with our own eyes." Harry let out a thoughtful hum. Keep an eye on him. Let me know if anything changes. Fred grinned. You know us, Harry. Always watching. Harry offered a small nod but didn't smile. He already had a new plan forming in the back of his mind. Whatever Quirrell was up to, it was about time he found out more. Later that day, Harry sat with Hermione in the library, sunlight filtering in through the tall windows, casting long shadows over the tables. Hermione was hunched over a particularly thick tome, muttering to herself. Harry wasn't really paying attention to what she was reading. His thoughts were still on what Fred and George had told him. But when Hermione finally sat up, looking excited, Harry focused. I've found something, Hermione said, her voice full of that characteristic spark when she uncovered something important. Harry leaned back slightly. Go on. Nicholas Flamel, she said, barely able to contain her excitement. There's a mention of him in studies of recent developments in alchemy. He's connected to Dumbledore. That's why I couldn't find him before. He's a renowned alchemist. He created the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's expression didn't change, but inside, he was pleased. She was catching up. And the stone, Hermione continued, can grant immortality. Harry tilted his head, pretending to consider this information. Immortality. Hermione nodded eagerly. Yes, that's what Quirrell and Snape must be after. Dumbledore's protecting it here at Hogwarts. Harry didn't let his eyes betray anything. So what now? Hermione hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the book. I've been thinking, maybe we should try contacting Nicholas Flamel. He might know more about what's going on. Harry watched her for a moment, then offered an encouraging nod. Flamel was famously difficult to contact, but it could be a useful exercise for the girl. Not a bad idea, Hermione. We'll need all the information we can get. She smiled, looking determined. As she returned to her book, Harry leaned back, satisfied. She would reach out to Flamel soon enough and just maybe, with a great deal of luck, provide him with more insight into Dumbledore's motives. That night, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, absorbed in a book he had borrowed from the private Ravenclaw library. The tome, entitled Basic Enchanting for the Inquisitive Mind, laid out the foundations of enchanting objects. It fascinated Harry how enchantments were essentially a series of highly specialized charms woven together. The key was the caster's skill and imagination, which dictated how flexible or complex the final enchantment could be, and how well layered charms could interoperate. The more versatile the caster, the more creative the results. As he skimmed through the section on modifying objects for durability, Harry sorted his thoughts. Much of magic boiled down to knowing which spell to cast and when to combine it with others. The intricacies felt logical to him, almost like solving a puzzle. But even the most advanced examples in the book seemed to lack the imagination Grindelwald had once demonstrated. There wasn't even a hint of what Harry knew was possible, having seen it with his own eyes. A sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. Harry's head jerked up, eyes narrowing in brief annoyance before he quickly pushed it aside. He closed the book and stood, moving toward the door. When he opened it, Robert Hilliard, the male fifth-year Ravenclaw prefect, stood in the doorway. The older boy had a bemused smile, leaning slightly against the doorframe as though this errand amused him. Harry, the Weasley twins have requested an audience. Harry's mind sharpened at the words. Requested an audience, that was the phrase they'd agreed on. It meant Quirrell was on the move. His heart leapt with adrenaline, and before he could fully respond, Harry was already halfway to closing the door. He barely remembered to say, "Thank you, Robert," before slamming the door shut in the prefect's face. The slight clatter of the door left Hilliard looking confused and slightly offended outside. But Harry wouldn't have cared even if he'd been able to see him. His focus had shifted to preparation. He threw his Hogwarts robes off in a hurry, tossing them onto the bed in a heap, and reached for his well-worn cloak, the one that had traveled with him through his time with Grindelwald. The cloak was spell-resistant, the perfect companion for situations like this that might escalate. He slid it over his shoulders, the familiar fabric settling against him like a second skin. Next, Harry grabbed his best sneaking boots, with soles of soft, flexible leather, and quickly tugged them on. In his haste, he almost forgot his wand, which still rested on the bedside table. He'd grown so used to relying on telekinesis and shadow walking over the years that he sometimes forgot about his newly acquired magical focus. He dug it blindly out of his piled-up Hogwarts robes on the bed, finding the cool wood with his hand. Ready to go, he thought. Pushing his door open again, he hurried through Ravenclaw Tower. His heart pounded in anticipation, knowing he was already behind. In through the nose, out through the mouth. His pulse slowed with the deep, steady breathing. Outside the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, Fred and George stood waiting, their faces lit with mischievous excitement. George grinned as Harry approached. "Took your time, Potter." "You'd better hurry," Fred added, his voice more serious than usual. Quirrell's already at the edge of the map. The Forbidden Forest loomed, thick with shadows and silence. Harry moved swiftly, his shadow-walking abilities not only keeping him unseen but allowing him to slip effortlessly through the underbrush. He had been following the cloaked figure since it left the castle, having been tipped off by Fred and George that Quirrell was slipping out after dark. Now, deep in the forest, the figure stopped. Harry paused at the edge of a clearing. The cloaked figure knelt beside a fallen unicorn, its once pure coat tarnished with silvery blood. The unicorn's breath was shallow, fading. In the figure's hand, a vial glimmered as it filled with the precious substance. The cloaked figure was unmistakably Quirrell, though in the deep gloom of the forest at night, Harry could only be sure because he had tracked him all the way from Hogwarts. He was about to step forward when he heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls approaching from behind. Without hesitation, Harry melted into the shadows once more, his form blending seamlessly into the darkness. Hagrid burst into the clearing, his massive form towering over the scene. Fong growled at his side, ears back. "Oi, what are ye doing here?" he roared, his eyes darting to the unicorn. Quirrell tensed, clutching the vial tighter, but then dropped it in his panic. The vial shattered on the ground, and without a word, Quirrell turned and bolted into the forest. Hagrid rushed forward, kneeling beside the unicorn, his face twisting with grief. "Poor thing," he muttered. "Not a creature deserves this." Harry, hidden in the shadows, watched silently. Quirrell's desperation was evident, and the significance of Voldemort's proximity struck him like a cold wave. But before he could process further, a soft sound reached his ears, the unmistakable clop of hooves. Out of the trees, 3 centaurs emerged. Tall, powerful, their forms half-human, half-horse. Their eyes gleamed in the low light, scanning the clearing with purpose. Harry held his breath, certain they couldn't see him, but something in their gaze seemed to pierce the shadows he used for cover. All 3 fixed him with a haughty, disapproving stare. The lead centaur, golden-haired and regal, turned his head sharply toward the spot where Harry stood hidden. His voice was steady but commanding. "Reveal yourself, boy. We can see you." Harry tensed, but his cover was broken. Slowly, he stepped out of the darkness, the cold night air prickling his skin as the centaur's eyes followed his every movement. Hagrid, who had been focusing on the unicorn, straightened up, turning sharply to face Harry. "Harry Potter?" Hagrid's voice was low and cautious, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "What are ye doing out here? This isn't a place for students." The tension in Hagrid's tone was unmistakable. Harry knew the groundskeeper wasn't entirely comfortable around him. Harry suspected Dumbledore had informed the staff of his connection to Gellert, based on their guarded manner in his presence. Harry met his gaze coolly. "I was following him," Harry said, jerking his head in the direction where Quirrell had fled. "He's the one responsible." The centaurs remained silent, but their eyes never left Harry. Hagrid looked torn, his gaze shifting from the dead unicorn to Harry, suspicion creeping across his face. "Yeah, shouldn't be following anyone into this forest," Hagrid growled. "And how do I know ye weren't part of this?" Harry's temper flared slightly, though he kept his voice level. "Do you really think I'd have stuck around if I were involved?" Before Hagrid could respond, the lead centaur stepped forward. "Enough. This is no place for bickering." His gaze shifted to the unicorn, and his voice became solemn. "A dark force haunts these woods tonight, one who seeks to defile what is sacred." Harry, however, was not ready to let the centaurs off the hook. He stepped forward, his voice cold. "And what have you done to stop it? You knew something was happening here, and you did nothing." The golden-haired centaur's eyes flickered with something unreadable. "We know many things, boy. The stars have shown us much, but not all. This darkness is deeper than you understand." "I understand more than you think," Harry shot back, his frustration rising. "This unicorn is dead because you chose to do nothing. You had the knowledge, and yet you hoarded it. If you'd acted, this wouldn't have happened." The black-haired centaur took a step forward, his nostrils flaring in anger. "You presume to know our ways, boy? You, who skulks in shadows like a predator seeking to ambush prey." Harry's fists clenched, but his voice remained steady, biting back his frustration. "My prey murdered this innocent creature. If stopping dark wizards from harvesting unicorn blood is questionable to you, then maybe your prey too." The clearing grew taut with tension. Bane glared at Harry, his muscles tensing as if ready to charge. But the golden-haired centaur raised a hand, silencing him. "Enough!" Harry's eyes remained fixed on the leader, his frustration simmering. He wasn't about to let them off the hook. This unicorn didn't need to die. Your inaction, your passivity is what caused this. If you had shared what you knew with me, with Hagrid here, or with the headmaster, for example, this could have stopped this before it happened. The lead centaur regarded Harry steadily, though doubt flickered across his face for a brief moment. "Fate takes little account of the actions of mortal beings, child. The darkness surrounding Voldemort is deeper than you realize. There are forces beyond your control." "Maybe," Harry admitted, his voice low but firm, then gestured at the dead unicorn. "But doing nothing can't be the answer." The tension in the clearing was palpable. Bane's eyes were wild with rage, but he remained silent, kept in check only by the leader's raised hand. The golden-haired centaur's voice softened, though his words still carried a warning. "The fight will come, boy, but be careful. Darkness consumes those who believe they can control it." Harry met the centaur's gaze without flinching. "I won't be consumed by doing nothing." The centaur held Harry's gaze for a long moment before turning to Hagrid. "Take the boy and leave. The battle is not tonight." Hagrid, still visibly uneasy, gave Harry a sidelong glance. "We should be getting back, Harry. This place ain't safe." Harry merely nodded, turning to leave the clearing. Hagrid's suspicion lingered in the air, but Harry's thoughts were already on the larger picture. If the centaurs weren't going to act, then it was up to him. As they moved deeper into the forest, Hagrid muttered, "This is bad, Harry. Merlin, real bad." Harry said nothing, casting one last glance at the sacred creature's corpse before following Hagrid into the trees. His resolve hardened. He would act even if no one else would. Those with the strength had a duty to. Harry and Hagrid moved through the darkened forest in silence, the tension from their encounter with the centaurs still lingering in the air. The path ahead was uneven, and Harry kept his senses alert, though his mind was already racing with thoughts of the dead unicorn and the mysteries surrounding Quirrell. The night air was cold, which Harry appreciated. It helped keep his wits and senses sharp. As they continued, a soft rustling from the underbrush made Hagrid pause. "Hold on, Harry," he muttered, raising a hand to signal for quiet. Harry stopped beside him, eyes scanning the darkness. Something large was shifting through the trees ahead. A moment later, an enormous spider, easily the size of a small carriage, emerged into the clearing. Its dark, hairy legs moved slowly, and its many eyes gleamed in the faint moonlight. Harry tensed, though not out of fear. He was merely surprised that Hagrid made no move to defend them. The creature advanced, pausing only when it was a few feet from Hagrid. "Well, if it isn't Aragog," Hagrid said, his tone softer, almost fond. "Not often we see ye wanderin' this far out." Harry studied the creature, intrigued by the sheer size and power of it. He hadn't thought they could get this big. Acromantulas were considered dark creatures, forbidden by most magical laws, but Harry, unlike most wizards, was not bound by the same prejudices. What surprised him was that Hagrid, one of Dumbledore's loyalists, would befriend something so closely associated with dark magic. "An old friend of yours?" Harry asked, his voice neutral. Hagrid grinned, though it was clear he was still wary of the giant spider. This here's Aragog, raised myself years ago." Harry's mind quickly shifted to a practical thought. Acromantulas were renowned for their spider silk, and while most wizards would run from a creature like Aragog, Harry saw an opportunity. Without missing a beat, he stepped forward, addressing the giant spider directly. "I've heard your kind spin the finest silk," Harry began, his tone respectful but calculated. "I'm in need of a supply for some projects. I'm sure we could come to an agreement." Hagrid looked startled for a moment but didn't interrupt. Aragog, however, tilted its head slightly, its many eyes gleaming with curiosity. "What would you offer in return, young wizard?" Aragog's voice was rasping, slow, but held an unexpected intelligence. Harry didn't hesitate. "That depends on what you want. Surely there's something of value that a wizard like me could provide." His eyes gleamed slightly in the dim light, his offer genuine. He could trade knowledge, magical items, information, anything that might prove useful to an Acromantula colony. Aragog's legs shifted, the giant spider considering the proposal. "Perhaps," the creature said slowly, "I will think on it. When I have decided, I will tell Hagrid. He can pass the message to you." Harry nodded, satisfied. "Fair enough." Hagrid, who had been watching the exchange with a mixture of confusion and admiration, finally spoke. "Blimey, Harry. Never thought I'd see anyone try to strike a deal with Aragog." He chuckled, a rare note of respect entering his voice. "You're a bold one, I'll give ye that." Glancing at Hagrid, Harry nodded, his tone matter of fact. "I don't let opportunities slip by." The conversation had shifted the mood. Hagrid seemed less suspicious of Harry now, though the underlying tension still remained. After all, Hagrid knew where Harry's loyalties ultimately lay, and Harry knew Hagrid would always follow Dumbledore. But for the moment, there was a shared understanding, a small bridge between them built over mutual respect. "Well, I'll be sure to pass the message along," Hagrid said, giving Aragog a gentle nod. "We best be off now. Don't want to be lingering in the forest too long." Aragog stepped back into the shadows, its massive form disappearing into the underbrush. Harry and Hagrid resumed their walk, the silence between them less heavy than before. As they neared the edge of the forest, Hagrid glanced at Harry again, this time with a more thoughtful expression. "You're different than I thought yet be, Harry." Harry shrugged, his gaze still focused ahead. "People usually are." They continued in silence, but the distance between them had narrowed, at least for now. The great hall buzzed with laughter and chatter as students gathered for lunch. Today, the conversation at nearly every table revolved around Fred and George Weasley's latest round of pranks, and Harry couldn't help but smirk as he listened in. The twins had outdone themselves again. This time, Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had been the unfortunate targets, again. "Did you see their faces?" One of the Ravenclaw students whispered, giggling as she nudged her friend. "I thought Malfoy was going to explode." Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco sat with his arms crossed, face red with fury, while Crabbe and Goyle were both hunched over, embarrassed and trying to avoid attention. A set of enchanted plates had followed them all through the halls earlier, each one loudly proclaiming their greatest blunders of the week. Harry didn't catch all the details, but from what he overheard, it had involved some rather humiliating incidents in potions. Harry allowed himself a small, amused smile. They still hadn't given up trying to follow him, as if they ever had a chance. They probably fancied themselves great sleuths, but their efforts were laughable. He could stalk a jaguar through the Amazon. He had, in fact, and none of them looked like they'd set foot on anything wilder than a perfectly manicured lawn. His eyes shifted to Fred and George, who were basking in the attention of their classmates, faces filled with that trademark Weasley mischief. Harry had to give it to them, they were more than they appeared. Behind their prankster persona, they were sharp, clever, and more resourceful than most gave them credit for. Their loyalty, too, was something Harry had come to appreciate. The twins didn't ask too many questions, and when it came down to it, they could keep up with him, at least where it counted. Fred caught his eye and gave a subtle nod, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Harry raised an eyebrow in return but said nothing. They'd talk later, when the hall wasn't filled with curious eyes. For now, it was enough to know the twins had his back. Harry's gaze flickered to the Slytherin table once more. Draco's frustration was almost palpable, even from across the hall. Crabbe and Goyle were still sulking, no doubt mortified after being made the laughingstock of the school yet again. For all their bravado, they'd never posed a real threat to him. Malfoy might be cunning, but he wasn't careful, and his henchmen were little more than blunt instruments. Harry's thoughts drifted briefly. In another life, maybe he would have taken the opportunity to humiliate Draco himself, but that was unnecessary now. The twins were more than happy to handle that front. Besides, there were bigger things to focus on. The Great Hall continued its lively hum around him, but Harry's mind was already elsewhere, turning over the next moves he'd need to make. Draco stalked through the dimly lit corridors of the castle. His hands balled into fists, fury coursing through his veins. The laughter from lunch still rang in his ears, mocking him. He could still feel the stares, the pointed whispers as he and his cronies had been humiliated again by the Weasley twins. Those blood traitors had made him a joke, and it was all Potter's fault. He was sure of it. Crabbe and Goyle trailed behind him, their heavy footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. They didn't speak. What could they say? They were as embarrassed as he was, but neither of them seemed to grasp the importance of the situation. It wasn't just the pranks, or even the humiliation. No, there was something much deeper at play here. Potter was up to something. He had to be. Draco had seen the way Potter moved through the castle, slipping away when no one was looking, disappearing for hours at a time. Always so calm, so collected, like he knew something no one else did. Draco's fingers twitched, his frustration building. It wasn't just his bruised pride at stake anymore. Potter had secrets, and Draco was going to find out what they were. "I've had enough of this," Draco growled, more to himself than to Crabbe or Goyle. "I'm done being made a fool of." Crabbe grunted in agreement, though it was clear he didn't quite understand the depth of Draco's anger. Goyle just shrugged, his eyes darting nervously as if half expecting another enchanted plate to appear out of thin air. Draco shot them both a glare, annoyed at their lack of initiative. "We need a new plan," Draco muttered, more determined than ever. He wouldn't let the Weasleys or Potter get the better of him again. "We're missing something, I know it. Potter's hiding something big." He clenched his jaw, replaying the events of the last few weeks in his mind. Every time he thought he had Potter figured out, the boy slipped through his fingers. And those blasted Weasleys. They were always there, always one step ahead, running interference before he could get anywhere close to Potter. How did they always know where he was? It didn't make sense. Draco's mind worked furiously, trying to piece together what he knew. Potter was good, too good. He wasn't just lucky, he was calculated, deliberate. The way he avoided Draco's traps. The way he always seemed to know when and where to vanish. And the Weasleys. There was something going on there. How were those two morons always ahead of him? He stopped abruptly, turning to face Crabbe and Goyle. "We're going to change tactics," he said, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Forget following Potter. We're going to keep our eyes on the Weasleys." Crabbe frowned, clearly confused. "The Weasleys?" "Yes, the Weasleys," Draco snapped, his patience wearing thin. "They're always around him, always causing distractions. They know something, and if we follow them, they'll lead us straight to Potter's secrets." He smirked at the thought. The Weasleys might think they were clever, but they weren't nearly as slippery as Potter. Draco could outmaneuver them. He would watch them, wait for them to slip up, and when they did, he'd be there, ready to finally expose whatever it was that Potter was hiding. "We'll wait until tonight," Draco said, his voice a low hiss. "When they least expect it, they'll slip up eventually, and when they do, we'll be ready." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance but nodded obediently. They didn't need to understand the details, as long as they followed Draco's lead. And Draco would make sure they didn't fail again. He'd had enough of playing games. It was time to get serious. With a final determined glance at his followers, Draco turned back toward the Slytherin common room, his steps quickening. Tonight would be different. Tonight, he would be the one to get the upper hand. The library was unusually quiet that evening, with only a few students scattered among the towering shelves. Hermione sat across from Harry, the soft glow of the lamp casting shadows across the stack of books between them. In her hands was the letter from Nicholas Flamel. She had been studying it intently for several minutes, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I can't believe he actually wrote back," Hermione said quietly, almost to herself. "Nicholas Flamel writing to me. I wasn't sure if he'd even bother." Harry gave her a calm nod, though his mind was focused elsewhere. Flamel's words held more weight than Hermione could realize. She hadn't yet read the passage aloud, but Harry already suspected what was hidden within the cryptic message. Hermione cleared her throat and began to read. "The stone is many things, but above all, it is a symbol, one that draws seekers as it always has. Albus has always known that the most valuable prize is not the stone itself, but what it reveals about those who seek it. In the right hands, its true purpose is fulfilled not through use, but through understanding." She lowered the letter, a puzzled expression crossing her face. I'm not sure what he means by that. The most valuable prize isn't the stone itself." Harry kept his expression neutral, though inwardly, the pieces were falling into place. Flamel's cryptic message was clear to him. Dumbledore wasn't merely guarding the stone. He was using it to draw out his enemies. The stone was bait, and Hogwarts was the trap. It made perfect sense. This was the kind of strategy Harry understood deeply. You lured your opponent into your territory, where you had the greatest advantage. But Hermione wouldn't see it that way. It wasn't in her nature. She still believed Dumbledore was a protector above all else, someone who wouldn't use such a risky tactic. Harry doubted she'd even consider the possibility that Dumbledore might deliberately draw Voldemort into Hogwarts. Hermione frowned, reading the passage again. Maybe Flamel means that the stone isn't just about immortality. Maybe Dumbledore thinks it's important for what it represents, like the pursuit of knowledge or something. Harry remained silent, letting her explanation hang in the air. She was reaching for a conclusion that fit her worldview, one where Dumbledore's actions were always for the greater good, and Hogwarts was a place of safety, not a battlefield. Her interpretation was logical for someone like her, who saw the world in ideals rather than power plays. "I think you're right," Harry said finally, offering her a small nod. "The stone could represent more than its power. Dumbledore must have his reasons for keeping it safe here." Hermione's face brightened slightly, as though she were satisfied with that conclusion. "Exactly. Dumbledore wouldn't risk the school. He's probably trying to keep it hidden from anyone who might want to use it for evil purposes. He wouldn't let anyone dangerous get near it." Harry looked away, the corner of his mouth twitching into a faint smile. She didn't see it, couldn't see it. She didn't understand the deeper game being played, but Harry did. "Dumbledore's always one step ahead," Harry said, his voice deliberately even. "We just don't have all the information." Hermione nodded, relieved. "I'm sure you're right. It's just, the way Flamel wrote about the stone being more symbolic made me think there's more to it than we know." "There usually is," Harry replied. As Hermione started jotting down notes, Harry leaned back in his chair, his mind already working through the implications. Dumbledore had set a trap, and the stone was the bait. To Harry, it was a brilliant move, a move he could respect. Dumbledore wasn't just playing defense. He was drawing his enemy in, right into the heart of his power. The castle was quiet, the usual hum of activity reduced to the faint creaks and whispers of an ancient building settling in the night. But in the shadowed corridors near the Gryffindor common room, 3 figures moved stealthily, or at least they tried to. Draco led the way, his wand gripped tightly in his hand, his face set in grim determination. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle lumbered along, trying their best to stay quiet but failing miserably. The 3 had been tracking Fred and George Weasley all evening, hoping to catch them in the act of whatever trick they were planning. "This time, we're not going to let them slip away," Draco muttered under his breath, casting a glance back at his 2 companions. They nodded, though it was clear neither had any idea what the plan really was beyond following orders. They had followed the Weasleys as far as the 3rd floor, where the twins had mysteriously disappeared. Now, as Draco prowled through the dimly lit corridor, he was sure he could still hear the occasional snicker echoing from ahead. "They've got to be around here somewhere," Draco whispered, his voice dripping with frustration. Stay sharp. As if on cue, Crabbe tripped over something, an invisible wire that snapped taut with a sudden twang. A second later, a burst of confetti erupted from the ceiling, showering the trio in a flurry of glittering paper. Draco froze, blinking in disbelief as the confetti rained down around them. Crabbe stood frozen, his face completely obscured by a mess of sparkling confetti. Goyle just looked confused. Bloody hell, Draco hissed, brushing off his robes furiously. It's a distraction. Keep moving. But before they could take another step, the floor beneath them gave a low groan. Draco barely had time to react before the stones shifted, tilting beneath their feet. The entire section of the corridor tilted just enough to send all three of them skidding backward into a conveniently placed pile of old cushions. Draco's face burned with anger as he struggled to his feet, brushing dust and more confetti from his hair. They've rigged the whole place, Draco growled, teeth clenched in frustration. We can't let them make fools of us. Crabbe and Goyle hauled themselves upright, but just as they did, another trap activated. A series of brightly colored banners unfurled from the ceiling, each emblazoned with a cartoonish image of Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, complete with exaggerated sneers and clueless expressions. Beneath them, a magically amplified voice echoed through the corridor. Introducing the Slytherin sleuths, always one step behind. Laughter, muffled but unmistakable, echoed from further down the hallway. Draco's eyes blazed with fury. The twins were mocking him, publicly, once again. He could hear them snickering, their voices barely audible over the racket of the prank. The banners fluttered in the air, and Draco's patience snapped. That's it, he shouted, grabbing his wand and pointing it toward the ceiling. Reducto! The spell blasted one of the banners into pieces, sending scraps of fabric fluttering to the floor. But the destruction only seemed to spur another round of laughter from the shadows. Fred and George were clearly enjoying this far too much. Crabbe and Goyle just stood there, looking bewildered and utterly useless, as always. Come on, Draco spat. We need to. But before he could finish, a series of enchanted firecrackers exploded from the walls, sending colorful sparks and loud pops through the corridor. The noise was deafening, and Draco instinctively ducked as the air filled with smoke and flashing lights. Through the chaos, he could hear Fred and George laughing uncontrollably, their voices trailing off as they disappeared deeper into the castle. Draco stood in the middle of the corridor, surrounded by the wreckage of their latest humiliation. His face burned with rage and embarrassment, but there was little he could do now. The Weasleys had outmaneuvered him again. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle had both hit the floor, trying to avoid the firecrackers. As usual, neither had managed to maintain any sense of dignity. Draco's hands clenched into fists, and he glared into the smoke-filled corridor ahead. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. The library was quieter than usual, its usual hushed murmur reduced to the faint rustle of pages being turned. Harry sat in a secluded corner, his back to the towering bookshelves, having set aside the tome on advanced magical theory that he had been reading earlier. His thoughts wandered, far from the printed words in front of him. The school year was drawing to a close. The final confrontation was drawing closer, and he could feel the weight of it pressing in on him. He thought of Grindelwald's lessons, how every move, every piece on the board, must serve the ultimate strategy. Power was nothing without control. He leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the events that had led him here. Quirrell had been moving more erratically. The signs were obvious to someone trained to notice them. Harry was now convinced his nemesis was pulling Quirrell's strings. The unicorn blood would have been necessary for Voldemort, letting his shade gather strength for a final play. The stone had to be a trap, a carefully laid snare designed to draw Voldemort into the open. The headmaster thought like a general, always 3 steps ahead. Harry admired that. Still, if someone was going to acquire the stone today, it would be him, not Quirrell or Voldemort. A soft footstep broke his thoughts. Hermione approached, clutching a thick book to her chest, her expression tense. She glanced around, clearly mindful of Madame Pants, before taking the seat across from him. Harry, she whispered, her brow furrowed. I've been thinking about the stone. He met her gaze calmly, saying nothing at first, letting the silence stretch. He knew why she was here. Hermione never did like being left out of the loop. You've been quiet lately, she continued, lowering her voice even further. And I can tell you're planning something. Don't you think we should be working together on this? Harry tilted his head slightly, as if considering her words. In truth, he had already decided what to tell her before she even sat down. She didn't need to know the full picture. He would keep her close, just enough to satisfy her. But he couldn't let her interfere. You're right, he said softly, his voice low enough to avoid drawing attention. I've been thinking about the stone too. But we have to be careful, Hermione. There are things we don't fully understand yet. Hermione's eyes lit up, as though she had finally found an opening. Exactly. That's why we need to be prepared. What if someone's already trying to steal it? Quirrell's been acting strange. Quirrell's just a distraction, Harry interrupted smoothly, leaning forward slightly. There are bigger things at play here. We need to trust that Dumbledore has a plan. Hermione blinked, clearly caught off guard. But, you think Dumbledore knows? Of course, Harry said, his voice even. He wouldn't leave something like the stone unprotected. He's Dumbledore. Harry tried to imitate Hermione's reverent awe when uttering the headmaster's name. Hermione nodded, but her brow remained furrowed. Still, we should do something. If someone is after the stone. Harry leaned back, letting her thoughts hang in the air. She was grasping for a conclusion that fit her worldview, where Dumbledore was the protector, always on guard. He wouldn't challenge that, there was no need. She was smart, but she didn't see the game the way he did. To her, the world was still divided into right and wrong, protector and villain, and he could use that. Dumbledore's protecting it, he said calmly, and we should let him handle it. We don't need to act unless it's necessary. Hermione relaxed slightly, as though his reassurances had lifted a weight from her shoulders. I suppose you're right. Dumbledore wouldn't let anyone dangerous get close to the stone. Harry allowed himself the barest hint of a smile. Exactly. She seemed content with that answer, her mind already moving on to something else. She glanced down at the book in her hands, starting to flip through the pages. Harry picked up his own book and pretended to read alongside her, but was too preoccupied with his thoughts. The pieces were moving into place. Hermione was satisfied for now, but she didn't see the full picture, and that was how it needed to stay. The corridor was quiet as Harry made his way toward one of the lesser-used staircases in the castle, his footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. He knew Fred and George would be waiting for him. When they sent for him, it usually meant they had some interesting news, and Harry had come to trust that their information, though often cloaked in mischief, could be valuable. As he turned the corner, he spotted them leaning casually against the wall near a suit of armor, identical smirks plastered on their faces. Evening, Potter, Fred said, pushing off the wall with a lazy grace. Got some good news for you, George added, grinning. Harry arched an eyebrow. Something I should know? Fred stepped forward, glancing around as though checking for eavesdroppers before leaning in slightly. Dumbledore's gone. Harry's eyes narrowed. Gone. Yep, George said, crossing his arms. We noticed this morning he wasn't on the map. Thought maybe he was just holed up in his office or something. Then we heard the staff talking at lunch, Fred added, clearly enjoying the dramatic buildup. Turns out he's been called away to the ministry. Something urgent. Harry kept his expression calm, but inwardly, his mind was racing. The timing couldn't be a coincidence. Dumbledore, always the master strategist, wouldn't leave the castle without reason. Not when something as critical as the Philosopher's Stone was at risk. It had to be part of a larger plan, a calculated move to draw Voldemort into the open. And now, with Dumbledore gone, the pieces were falling into place. Odd timing, don't you think? George continued, mistaking Harry's silence for mere curiosity. Ministry business, right when everything around here is getting interesting. Fred chuckled. Bet he's off dealing with some big magical crisis. He'll be back before long, I'm sure. Harry nodded slowly, letting the information settle. The twins hadn't connected the dots, not fully, but that was fine. They didn't need to know the bigger picture. Their role in his plan was clear enough, and their loyalty made them reliable allies. Dumbledore's absence, though, was the final confirmation Harry needed. This was it. The final move was close. "I appreciate the intel," Harry said quietly, glancing between the two of them. "Keep your eyes open for anything else." Fred grinned. "Oh, we always do." "Something tells me we're in for a bit more excitement," George added with a wink. Harry gave a small nod, turning to leave. "Let me know if you find anything else." As he walked away, his mind sharpened with focus. This was no coincidence. Dumbledore's absence was deliberate, part of a greater design that Harry had suspected for weeks. Now it was up to him to act before anyone else realized what was truly happening. The door to the third-floor corridor swung open silently, the enchanted harp's final note still hanging in the air as Harry stepped through. A Cerberus, an enormous three-headed dog, lay slumbering peacefully, its snores rumbling through the stone room. Any other student would have been shocked at the presence of such a dangerous magical creature in a school for children. To Harry, it was merely logical. Cerberus were incredibly effective guardians, against those who did not know their susceptibility to song. His eyes flicked to the trapdoor beneath the creature's massive paws. He wouldn't have much time before the enchantment wore off. Moving quickly, Harry slipped into shadow walking, his form blending into the dim light. His steps were silent as he swiftly neared the trapdoor. A soft pulse of telekinetic energy nudged it open, and Harry leapt through without disturbing the slumbering beast. The fall was longer than he expected, and Harry braced himself as he hit the ground hard, driving the air out of his lungs. The impact was barely softened by some kind of vegetation. Thick vines slithered around his body almost immediately, their touch cold and constricting. Devil's Snare. He recognized it instantly from his time in magical jungles. The plant tightened around him as it sensed his movements. Harry forced himself to relax, going limp as the tendrils loosened slightly, enough to slowly, agonizingly slowly, pull his wand from his sleeve. Squinting his eyes shut, he incanted, "Lumos Solum." The room was suddenly flooded with bright illumination, like noon on a cloudless summer day. The Devil's Snare recoiled with a hiss, shrinking away into the cracks in the floor. Harry wasted no time, pulling himself free and sprinting forward into the next chamber, wrapping himself back in shadows as the light from his spell faded. Devil's Snare had once been very dangerous to him. Telekinesis and shadow walking were both ineffective against it. Now, with a wand, one properly bound to him, it was no obstacle. In the next chamber, the flutter of wings greeted him. High above, dozens of enchanted keys darted around in the air, their silvery wings shimmering in the dim torchlight. Harry's eyes scanned the swarm, picking out the correct key in an instant. He knew enough about magical defenses to guess that a direct accio or telekinesis wouldn't work here. Whoever enchanted the keys, Flitwick, he guessed it looked like charms work, would have thought of that. Instead, Harry pulled a handkerchief from his cloak, focusing his telekinesis to guide the fluttering cloth through the air, and with a practiced mental contortion, wrapped it around the correct key. With a sharp pull on the fabric surrounding it, not the key itself, Harry brought it back to him. Without a pause, he inserted the key into the lock and pushed through into the next room. A large, stone chessboard spread out before him, the pieces towering and imposing, each one radiating an air of magical power. McGonagall's handiwork, he presumed. Harry had played speed chess with Grindelwald on many occasions, timed games that were as much about testing his nerves as they were about testing his mind. Sound tactics under pressure were second nature to him. The Black Knight bowed to him, and Harry stepped forward, taking the empty space reserved for the king. The pieces shifted into position as the game began. The battle was intense, with pieces clashing violently, shattering into stone fragments, without a moment of peace. The impassive expression on Harry's face did not match the aggression with which he played, sacrificing nearly as many pieces as he took. His moves made in a heartbeat, with no hesitation. Scant minutes after the game began, the White King lay toppled. The way forward was open, and Harry stepped off the board, ignoring the wreckage in his wake, and continued on. In the next room, a barrier of magical flame blocked the way forward rather than a door. A table stood in the center, with several vials of various sizes and colors lined up neatly. Snape's puzzle, logic, and potions. A roll of parchment lay beside the vials, detailing the clues Harry would need to solve the puzzle. His eyes skimmed the riddle, and he rolled his eyes at the simplicity, the solution immediately apparent. The correct vial, a small, clear one, was tucked near the edge of the table. Harry picked it up, uncorking it without hesitation. The bitter taste hit his tongue as he swallowed the potion, feeling the magic work through him. It was cold, a chill running down his spine. He realized this would grant him safe passage through the flames. With his path clear, Harry once more cloaked himself in shadow and stalked forward, his wand held at the ready. The air in the final chamber was thick with magic, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across the stone floor. Harry stepped through the barrier of flames, his form cloaked in darkness as he entered the room. His wand was drawn, and his eyes immediately locked onto the figure before the mirror of Ariste. Quirrell stood hunched, his back turned, muttering frantically as he stared into the mirror's gleaming surface. His hands trembled as they reached out, but the stone refused to reveal itself. Harry could feel it, the dark presence behind the professor's movements. Voldemort was there, lurking, controlling. Harry didn't hesitate. "You won't get the stone that way." Quirrell jerked around, eyes wide with surprise and fear. But behind the shock was something colder, more dangerous. His lips curled into a sneer. "Potter," he spat, the word dripping with venom. "You should have stayed out of this." Harry's eyes flicked to the turban wrapped tightly around Quirrell's head. He felt the dark magic radiating from it, thick and oppressive. "So you've finally revealed yourself," Harry said coolly, ignoring Quirrell and addressing the turban directly. "But it's already over. You've walked straight into Dumbledore's trap." There was a pause, and then a chilling voice, thin and hissing, emerged from the back of Quirrell's head. "Trap? You think Dumbledore's pathetic defenses will stop me?" Harry's smirk was sharp, mocking. "You're a fool if you think you're on the verge of victory. You've already lost." Quirrell's body stiffened, and the rasping voice of Voldemort cut through the room again, filled with disdain. "You're too young to understand, Potter. Power is not something given. It's taken. I will take the stone, and with it, my victory." Harry raised an eyebrow mockingly, his wand still pointed at Quirrell. "Victory? You're a parasite. Your host stinks of the rot of necromancy. Is that your idea of victory?" "Enough!" Voldemort hissed, his voice rising with anger. "Quirrell, take him." With a flick of his wand, Quirrell shot a stunning spell directly at Harry's chest. But Harry had anticipated the move. He sidestepped, his reflexes sharp, and raised his free hand, instinctively using his most favored ability in the heat of battle. He could not match Quirrell with a wand. With a burst of telekinetic energy, Harry hurled a broken chair from the corner of the room at Quirrell. The force sent it careening through the air, but Quirrell deflected it with a hasty shield, his expression twisted with frustration. Harry didn't let up. He summoned shards of wood, splintered pieces of stone, and anything loose in the chamber, sending them flying at Quirrell from all directions. Quirrell's wand moved rapidly, conjuring barriers, deflecting the barrage of debris, but Harry was relentless. He darted forward, dodging another curse as the pieces crashed into Quirrell's shield, one after another. "You think you understand power," Harry called, his voice cold and cutting. "But all your cruelty has made you irrational, a waste of talent. Power is control." Voldemort's voice roared, his fury barely contained. "Control through fear is the only way. It's how I've ruled, how I've conquered. And you've failed." Harry shot back, sending a jagged piece of wood flying at Quirrell's side with enough speed to pierce his lungs. "Fear never lasts. People grow tired of it. Real control comes from stability, from mastering the situation." Quirrell's shields were starting to falter. His movements became erratic, blocking Harry's attacks with growing desperation. "Your arrogance blinds you, boy." Voldemort's voice rang out, shaking the chamber. "Fear is stability. Fear bends the weak to my will." "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice calm despite the chaos. Fear only works until someone stronger comes along. Someone like me. Quirrell's defenses collapsed under Harry's onslaught. He stumbled backward, panting as blood dripped from his nose from some bit of flying detritus that had slipped through his shields. Voldemort, enraged, forced himself to the surface, possessing his host. Quirrell's body convulsed violently as the Dark Lord took direct control, his eyes glowing with a deadly intensity. "You've wasted enough of my time, fool boy," Voldemort roared, his wand snapping up. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light shot across the room, but Harry was already moving. He pulled half of a broken table into the curse's path, the killing curse shattering it into tiny splinters. Another curse came, and Harry intercepted it with a piece of stone. But Voldemort's attacks were relentless, each curse coming faster than the last. Every object big enough to block a curse was being obliterated one by one. He was running out of cover. Just as the pressure began to overwhelm him, and he readied himself for a tactical retreat, a brilliant flash of light filled the chamber. Dumbledore had arrived. The headmaster's power felt palpable as he stepped between Harry and Voldemort, the air growing hazy with arcane energy. With a single wave of his wand, he conjured a shimmering shield, absorbing Voldemort's curses effortlessly. Harry fell back, giving Dumbledore the space he needed to face the Dark Lord. "You will not succeed," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but commanding. Voldemort's fury boiled over, but his power was waning. The dark magic sustaining Quirrell was barely holding him together. Voldemort lashed out, casting curse after curse, but his power was fading too fast for him to employ unforgivables. Dumbledore's magic was unyielding in the face of the lesser dark spells the weakening Dark Lord could manage. Each curse splashed harmless against a shimmering barrier, or was deflected, and the onslaught's fury continued to wane, each spell coming further apart and with less force. Then, with a negligent flick of his mentor's former wand, Dumbledore disarmed Quirrell entirely. Quirrell collapsed to the floor, dead. There was no surviving necromancy that far gone, not for the host. Voldemort's presence dissipated into the air, a dark shadow fleeing into the void. The room fell into a sudden, heavy silence, broken only by Harry's steady breathing. He lowered his wand, watching as Dumbledore calmly stepped away from the fallen figure of Quirrell. "Well played, sir," Harry said, his voice smooth and untroubled. "I assume only someone who doesn't desire the stone can retrieve it?" Dumbledore turned to him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Indeed. How did you come to that conclusion?" Harry shrugged, his tone dismissive as he waved to the reversed letters inscribed in the mirror's rim. "It's the mirror of Erist. Desire is its whole function. Enchantments built around desire would be the most compatible, and therefore the most effective." Dumbledore smiled, clearly impressed. "You see more than most, Harry. Come, let us continue this discussion in more comfort." Fox! A brilliant flash of light heralded the arrival of the headmaster's pet phoenix. Dumbledore and Harry each grabbed hold of one of the majestic creature's claws, then vanished in a fiery blaze. The circular office of the Hogwarts headmaster was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the shelves of ancient magical artifacts. Harry stood near the entrance, his posture relaxed but alert, as Dumbledore sat behind his desk, studying him closely. The tension from the events of the night hung in the air, though neither of them had yet addressed the deeper conversation that was inevitable. Dumbledore's hands were folded neatly on the desk as he broke the silence. "You handled yourself well tonight, Harry," he said softly. "But I must ask, what would you have done had you succeeded in retrieving the stone?" Harry met his gaze evenly. He knew where this was going. Dumbledore was testing him, weighing his motives carefully. "I would have studied it," Harry replied without hesitation. "Tested its capabilities. Once I understood its properties, I'd have returned it to Flammel." Dumbledore's eyebrow arched slightly. "Returned it?" Harry nodded. "He would then have owed me a favor." Dumbledore's eyes flickered, a mixture of surprise and curiosity passing through them. "A favor from Nicholas Flammel," he murmured. "A calculated ambition." "Indeed," Harry said calmly. Dumbledore leaned back, his expression thoughtful but cautious. Leverage, control. And you believe that seeking such power carries no risk? Harry tilted his head slightly. There's risk in anything worth having. But the risk only grows if you don't understand what you're dealing with. That's why I wanted the stone, to understand it. Dumbledore's gaze softened but didn't lose its edge of suspicion. You see, Harry, power, whether through the stone, a favor, or something else, has a way of controlling those who seek it, even with the best of intentions. Harry's lips twitched into a faint smile. Most people are easily controlled, whether by power or other people. I refuse to be controlled by anything or anyone other than myself. Dumbledore regarded him silently for a moment. And you believe you can maintain that control indefinitely? Why not? Harry countered, his voice even. I'm not like Voldemort, an unhinged sadist. He doesn't understand that fear is an unstable form of control. I constantly strive to be a rational thinker. Perhaps, Dumbledore said, though his voice carried a note of caution. But control, Harry, is a delicate thing. The pursuit of power, no matter how rational, has a tendency to twist the mind, even subtly. You may not see the cracks until it's too late. Harry shrugged. Every tendency has its exceptions. Knowledge is power. How can you, a professor, tell me to pursue one and not the other? The stone was just another path to the same destination. Dumbledore's gaze was steady, his voice quiet. And you believe understanding the stone would have given you control over it? Harry nodded. Of course. How could I claim to understand it if my understanding granted me no control over it? But more importantly, it would have given me leverage, even if truly understanding it was beyond my present abilities. Having not any, but the alchemist indebted to me is far more valuable than anything the stone itself could offer. Dumbledore's fingers drummed lightly on the desk. You reason well beyond your years, Harry. But remember, not all leverage is as straightforward as it seems. Power, even in the form of a favor, has consequences that can reach beyond our control. Harry's smile returned, colder this time. Maybe, but it's better than not being owed any favors at all, having no power or leverage over anyone. Remember, sir, that thanks to your efforts I got to experience 6 years of that too. Dumbledore had the decency to look guilty then, though the caution never fully left his expression, and he did not respond, merely staring at Harry consideringly. Harry let the silence stretch. Staying silent when you wanted someone else to talk first was a basic tactic, one Harry employed frequently. He would not fall for such an elementary ploy. Finally, Dumbledore broke the silence, speaking with an air of finality. The stone remains safe for now, but you must understand, Harry, that true power comes not just from understanding powerful magic, but from the choices you make. Harry's expression didn't waver, and that is why it is so important to evaluate things rationally, without naive sentimentality. He couldn't resist adding the last part, a jab Dumbledore ignored. Dumbledore's smile was faint, almost sad. Indeed, was all he said. The headmaster's disappointed grandfather act might work on the common wizards he'd grown accustomed to leading, but Harry recognized the kabuki. The conversation was winding down, but he had one last point to make. He met Dumbledore's gaze with sharp clarity. And tell me, Professor, Harry said, his voice smooth, almost mocking, what makes you think I would have used the stone less generously than the Flammels? After all, they've kept its use strictly for themselves all these centuries. Think of all the good they could have done with the elixir for others, instead of extending merely their own lives. For a brief moment, Dumbledore's expression flickered. Surprise, perhaps, or acknowledgement. He didn't respond immediately, though Harry could tell the remark had landed. When Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice was softer, but no less measured. Perhaps, that is the very lesson we all must learn. What we choose to do with power, and for whom. Harry gave a small shrug, unbothered. An understanding we should all continue to refine as we gain experience. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, but a faint twinkle of amusement was still visible. Yes, quite so. What I hope, Harry, is that your choices will always be guided by more than just pure reason. Harry chose not to respond, though a sharp retort immediately came to his mind. Dumbledore clearly enjoyed playing these word games more than him. For now, Harry would let the old man have the last word. The adrenaline now gone, the weariness from his earlier battle had caught up to him, and the soft comfort of his bed was a rising siren call in his mind. With a final, respectful nod at the headmaster, Harry turned toward the door. "Good night, Professor," he said smoothly. Dumbledore's voice followed him, calm but thoughtful. "Good night, Harry."